Welcome, everyone. This is your friend, the DN What If, here with another exciting fanfiction. Today, we're diving into the story of what if Deku built a machine that would destroy hero society? If you enjoy this video, don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe for more fanfiction content just like this. Now, let's get started with the fanfic. System diagnostics, critical failure. Core power levels, 13%, rapid depletion. Structural integrity, 24%, catastrophic damage. Right arm assembly, missing. Optical systems, severe malfunction. Locomotion framework, compromised. Navigation core, fluffling. Location data, unavailable. Primary objective, unable to retrieve. Secondary objective, survive. Its lone operational optic flickered erratically, attempting to process the surroundings. A dense forest, scattered with debris, stretched into obscurity. Smoke rose from its fractured chassis, the acrid scent of burnt circuits permeating the air. Sparks crackled from the exposed mechanisms of its severed arm, the dismembered limb lying meters away, mangled beyond recognition. Each movement was strained, its servos grinding painfully against misaligned joints. It clawed forward with its remaining arm, gouging shallow furrows into the soft earth as it dragged itself toward the nearest cover. Every inch was a battle against its failing systems. Another diagnostic flashed. Internal stabilizers, unresponsive. Energy reserves, 9%, critical levels. Emergency repair protocols, failed. The robot slumped beneath a towering tree, its head tilting back against the bark. Smoke poured from its internal systems, a testament to the irreparable damage within. The red glow of its sole functional eye began to dim as power reserves dwindled to near nothing. System status, shutdown imminent. Final directive, await recovery or termination. Its form went still, the light in its eye fading to black as it entered forced stasis. Far above, a young boy with messy green hair stared into the sky, wide-eyed as a streak of smoke arced downward. It crashed beyond the treetops, the sound of impact echoing through the forest. Curiosity lit a spark within him. With his heart pounding, he scrambled through the underbrush toward the site. When he reached the clearing, his breath caught. Whoa! Before him lay the broken form of a robotic figure. Its sleek blue frame was marred with deep gouges and scorches, and its right arm was missing entirely. Sparks still danced from the jagged tear where the limb had been, and smoke curled lazily from cracks in its chest. The boy stepped closer, his wide eyes scanning every inch of the strange machine. One of its hands still intact, and its sharp, angular design gave it a distinctly alien appearance. Despite its clear damage, it was cool. Awesome, he shouted, a grin spreading across his face. Without hesitation, he grabbed the robot by its remaining arm and began to pull. The boy quickly realized just how heavy it was despite it being smaller than him. He stumbled, gritting his teeth as he tried to heave it forward. Man, you're really heavy, he muttered, determination flaring in his voice. But I'm not leaving you here. The walk home was going to be long and exhausting, but to him, the strange, broken machine was worth every step. Izuka Midoriya had two great passions, heroes and technology. But when you're born the way he was, you quickly realize that it doesn't matter what you want to be. You see, in this world, people are born with extraordinary abilities called meta-abilities. Cool name, right? Way better than the old one quirks, which, let's be honest, sounded like a bad inside joke. The change came after an international summit decided a rebrand was in order. Now, their meta-abilities clean, simple, and a lot more professional. These meta-abilities shape everything about a person's life, whether they'll rise as a powerful superhero, fall as a dangerous villain, or fade into the background as an average office worker. Everyone's destiny is tied to their ability. It's common sense by now. But what about people who don't have an ability? What happens to them? Well, society had an answer for that: nothing. Those born without an ability are deemed powerless, unimportant, cripples. They don't belong on the battlefield, in the spotlight, or even in most classrooms. In a world obsessed with strength and potential, They're cast aside as the broken, the forgotten, the less than. Society had made up its mind long ago. Without an ability, you were invisible, irrelevant, a relic of a bygone era. At best, you might scrape out a meager living doing the things those with abilities couldn't bother with. At worst, you'd be mocked, belittled, and forgotten. Izuku knew this better than anyone. He had been born without an ability, and the weight of that truth crushed him daily. People called him useless, cripple, quirkless, and worse. Even the word quirkless itself felt like an outdated insult, a relic of a world that had already left people like him behind. Nobody believed in him. Nobody cared about him, not even his own mother. Ever since the diagnosis, she had grown glaringly distant. It was as though the moment the words were spoken, no ability, something inside her had withered. She barely spent time at home, sometimes disappearing for days at a time, going God knows where. When she was home, it felt like she was barely present. All she did was order food online and retreat into her own world, her eyes rarely meeting his. Izuku tried. He always tried to reach her, to spark some kind of connection. But no matter what he did, it felt like he was invisible to her, a ghost haunting the house. Each attempt at conversation was met with cold indifference. Every word was a forced effort on her part, as though she was trying her hardest to make every exchange as brief as possible, as short as grammatically possible, as Izuku sometimes thought. And he would never forget the day that shattered his heart. The day he was diagnosed, when he was watching his favorite video of All Might, tears streaming down his face, his heart swelling with a fragile hope. It was the video where All Might saved a group of civilians from a burning building. The hero's strength, his kindness, the way he made people believe in themselves. Izuku watched with wide, tear-filled eyes, trying to believe he could be like that one day. With a sniffle, barely able to choke down the sobs, Izuku turned to his mother. "Huh? You think I can be a hero like All Might?" he asked, his voice thick with the pain of 1,000 unspoken fears. He didn't really expect an answer. He already knew what was coming. But hope is a cruel thing. He hoped, despite everything, that maybe she'd tell him yes, that maybe she'd tell him he could be great, that he wasn't broken. Instead, the silence that followed felt like an eternity. Her response pierced him like a blade. "Izuku, no." Her voice was cold, devoid of even a trace of warmth. "You can't even do anything. How could you, how could something as pitiful as you even be my child?" And those words, those cold, cutting words, stayed with him forever. They echoed in his mind, repeating over and over, each time getting louder, drowning him in a flood of doubt. Izuku couldn't remember how long he sat there after that, his tear-soaked face turning to the screen, watching All Might save people over and over, wondering how he could be so different. Why he wasn't enough. His mother had given him the one thing he would never forget, the belief that he would never amount to anything. The emptiness of those words filled him with a despair he couldn't escape. And in that moment, Izuku realized he wasn't just quirkless. He was invisible. No hero. No hope. But there was one thing that kept Izuku going, the one thing that gave him any semblance of will to live. His admiration for the number one hero, All Might, and more specifically, his most popular phrase. Anyone can be a hero. Izuku clung to those words like they were gospel. It was the only thing he had left to believe in. He poured everything into it, his body, his mind. He trained his body as best he could, pushing through exhaustion, fighting for any ounce of strength he could muster. When he couldn't afford the equipment he needed, he took part-time jobs, working for hours just to buy a few weights, a few tools. And as if that weren't enough, he turned to engineering. He studied technology, mechanics, and anything that could help him create something useful. He couldn't be on the front lines, but he could help from behind the scenes. Thankfully, the neglect from his mother allowed him to throw himself into his work without interruption. He had learned to be self-sufficient, to exist in the quiet isolation that was his life. But even that didn't bring him happiness. No matter how hard he worked, no matter how much progress he made, the emptiness inside never seemed to lift. At least there was one place he could be left alone. The basement. The basement, where he worked on the weird robot he'd found at age. That robot was beyond anything his young mind could fully comprehend, yet Izuku worked tirelessly, trying to repair it. He'd been at it for nearly 2 years now, fixing its broken body and piecing together its damaged systems. The thought of turning it on was still impossible, but he refused to give up. He was so close he could feel it. After all, a hero never gives up. Today, however, had been another shitty day. As usual, school was hell. The moment the teacher announced to the class that Izuku was trying out for UA, the laughter started. His classmates jeered, mocking his dreams, telling him how ridiculous it was. They all knew that a cripple didn't stand a chance. But the worst came when his childhood best friend turned bully, Bakugo, exploded Izuku's favorite notebook and threw it out the window. That notebook wasn't just paper and ink, it was everything Izuku had worked for, all his hopes and plans scribbled on its pages. His entire future had been in there. Now it was gone. He wanted to fight back. He wanted to scream, to let his anger loose, but the fear stopped him. The thought of Bakugo's explosion, the threat that always hung in the air, sharp and ready to crush him, was enough to silence any defiance. And then Bakugo spoke, his voice dripping with mockery. "You know, Deku," he sneered, "if you really want to be a hero that bad, here's some advice." Izuku's stomach dropped, knowing it would only get worse. He didn't want to hear it, but he couldn't help it. He couldn't stop listening. "Take a swan dive off the roof and pray God doesn't F you over again in the next life," Bakugo said, his tone cruel and callous. "If not, at least let another person get some of that oxygen you're wasting." Izuku froze. The words hit harder than anything Bakugo had ever said before. Every word, every insult, felt like a weight pressing on his chest, suffocating him. He stood there, paralyzed, as Bakugo and his cronies left the classroom, laughing like they'd won. Izuku stood alone in the middle of the room, staring at the door, feeling like the walls were closing in on him. His mind screamed, but his body refused to move. "Damn it," he muttered, his voice barely a whisper, the defeat heavy in his chest. He turned and walked out of the classroom, his head hanging low, unable to meet anyone's gaze. Every step felt heavier, every breath harder to take. He was nothing. Just a kid with no ability. No future. And as he trudged down the hallway, he couldn't help but wonder, maybe Bakugo was right. What was he even doing? Maybe he was just wasting everyone's time. Once Izuku stepped outside, he decided to take a shortcut today. He needed to get home, get to his workshop. It was the only thing that ever made him forget how little he truly mattered. The only thing that gave him any sense of purpose. He walked through the underpass, his gaze fixed ahead, when something caught his eye. His notebook, his precious notebook, had somehow made its way into an open sewer grate, the pages slowly floating through the murky water. His heart sank. He trudged over, the sludge beneath his shoes sticking with every step. He pulled the notebook out, water dripping from its pages, the ink smeared and running. His hands shook as he held it. "At least I found it," he muttered quietly to himself, trying to hold on to whatever small shred of optimism he could. But even as the words left his mouth, he knew it didn't matter. It didn't change the fact that everything was ruined. Izuku squeezed his eyes shut for a moment, taking in a slow, deep breath. "Okay, positive thoughts, Midoriya," he told himself, forcing the thought through his mind. "Positive thoughts. You can dry it out. It'll be fine." But the words felt hollow. And then he did it. He laughed. Ha 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 ha. The imitation of All Might's hearty, booming laugh felt wrong. It wasn't his. It was just a coping mechanism, a desperate attempt to trick himself into believing it could be okay. Just like All Might, everything's fine, he told himself. But as he continued the mimicry, trying to hold onto the illusion, something froze him. A low, ominous rattle echoed through the underpass, coming from the sewer grate behind him. Izuku's blood ran cold. His body tensed, instinctively pulling into itself. His eyes darted to the sound, and that's when he saw it. Thick, green sludge began to seep through the grate, slowly forming into something more, something alive. 2 large, bulging eyes appeared first, glowing in eerie yellow, followed by a mouth filled with jagged, sickly teeth. The grin that spread across its face was unsettling, its twisted smile wide and cruel. It looked like something born of pure malice. Yes. A premium flesh suit, if I do say so myself, it crooned, its voice deep and guttural, dripping with malicious intent. You'll do just fine. Gotta get away from that meathead. Izuku's heart raced, his entire body going stiff as the creature lurched toward him. His mind screamed at him to move, but his legs wouldn't cooperate. The words that had once given him courage, "A hero never gives up," felt as distant as they ever had. The robot, the notebook, everything that once gave him any sense of hope, felt so far out of reach. He snapped back to reality when the creature lunged, its disgusting form coming at him with unnatural speed. His body finally reacted, but it was too late. He tried to run, but his legs wouldn't carry him far enough. The creature was faster, stronger, and Izuku was helpless. It jumped onto him, using its disgusting slime body to wrap around him while forcing itself down his throat. "Sure, don't worry, it'll only hurt for a little bit, then you'll be in the big hero school in the sky," it mocked as it continued to choke Izuku. This wasn't the first time Izuku had felt helpless, but this was different. This was the kind of danger that had no escape, no hero to come to his rescue. No All Might. No hope. Izuku knew, with every beat of his broken heart, that he was going to die. His lungs burned, his body felt as though it were disintegrating under the creature's crushing grip. And in that moment, it hit him with brutal clarity. No one would care. There would be no mourners, no one remembering his name. He would leave no impact on this world, just a forgotten, useless soul. Even the robot, the one thing he'd tried so desperately to fix, was beyond saving. He had failed at everything, even trying to restore a broken machine. "I am a failure." Everything they said was true. The weight of those words crushed him like an iron ball on his chest. "I am nothing." His limbs went limp as the crushing despair overtook him. He closed his eyes, ready to surrender to the darkness. He wouldn't fight anymore. He couldn't. But then, a sound like thunder reverberated through the tunnel. The sewer grate exploded with a force so powerful that the air itself seemed to split apart. And then he saw it. A figure, no, a behemoth came crashing through the rubble. Muscles bulging, radiating an aura of raw power that seemed to shake the very ground beneath it. His wide, toothy grin was almost too bright for the dim tunnel. "Ha ha! No need to fear, young man. For I am here," the man roared, his voice booming with confidence, unwavering and loud enough to drown out Izuku's own hopeless thoughts. Izuku's dazed mind barely registered what was happening, too consumed by the exhaustion and the fear. But when the man pulled his fist back, it was like the world held its breath. Texas smash. The punch that followed was not just an impact, it was a shockwave. The villain never stood a chance. The sheer force of All Might's blow obliterated it, sending it flying into the walls, its grotesque form splattering against the bricks with a sickening spray. Izuku's vision blurred, the edges of his world going dark. His body was already losing the battle to consciousness, but in those final moments, he saw him. The hulking, larger-than-life figure, standing like a titan in the midst of the chaos. His idol. His hero. Might. Izuku whispered weakly, his voice barely a breath, his body finally going limp as his eyelids fluttered shut. Clank, clank, clank. Yo, ouch. Izuku yelped, jerking his hand back as pain shot through his finger. He'd been hammering away at a particularly stubborn panel on the robot's arm when he'd miscalculated his swing. His breath hissed through his teeth as he cradled his hand, his face scrunched in pain. "Stupid, stupid, stupid," he muttered, rushing to grab the battered first aid kit he kept nearby. His fingers moved with practiced precision as he applied a basic splint and bandage, the motions almost second nature after years of tinkering with sharp tools and heavy machinery. With his hand freshly wrapped, he turned back to the robot, its small form standing in the corner of his cluttered basement workshop. The robot, about the size of a 7-year-old child, was a stark contrast to the boy working on it. The little machine had a humanoid shape, its joints and panels exposed and unfinished. Despite its size, it had an imposing presence in the dimly lit room, almost as if it were a blank slate with infinite potential. You sure are costing me a lot of trouble, you know that? Izuku grumbled, his voice echoing slightly in the cramped space. He leaned over the workbench, eyeing the robot's tiny form with a mixture of frustration and fondness. But it's okay. It'll all be worth it. When I finally get you up and running, I'll show the whole world what I can do. Then, his lips curled into a small, hopeful smile. Then I'll finally have a chance at becoming a hero. He crossed his arms and tilted his head, squinting at the robot. So, go ahead. Stare at me all you want with that blank, lifeless face. Laugh at me for smashing my own fingers. But just you wait. He jabbed a finger at its small chest. I'm going to be the one with the last laugh. The robot, of course, remained silent, its body as still as ever. Izuku sighed, the weight of reality pressing down on him again. He slumped onto his stool, rubbing the back of his neck. Why am I even talking to a robot? He muttered under his breath. The room offered no answer, save for the faint hum of the basement's flickering light. Still, his gaze drifted back to the robot, now just a little taller than a 7-year-old, weighing an approximate of 275.4 IBS. His tired eyes sparked with determination. Just a few more months, he whispered to himself, his voice softer now. Just a few more months, and I'll finish you. Then, maybe everything will finally start to change. The robot remained silent. But to Izuku, it wasn't just a pile of metal and circuits, it was a symbol of his dreams, his stubborn hope, and his unyielding fight to prove the world wrong. Hey kid, wake up. Come on kid. Hawa. Izuku muttered groggily, the voice cutting through the fog clouding. His mind. His body finally registered the light but urgent slaps on his cheek. Blinking slowly, he opened his eyes, and the blurry figure in front of him started to come into focus. Then he saw him. The towering silhouette, the unmistakable frame, and that iconic smile. His idol. His everything. Izuku's heart skipped a beat. Oh, it's just All Might? Wait, what? He screamed, his voice cracking into a high-pitched squeal as he scrambled backward like a startled cat. His back hit the wall of the underpass with a thud as his eyes darted back to the massive man standing over him. It. All Might. Is this real? Izuku stammered, his words tumbling out like a broken faucet. No way. You're here? Right here? In front of me? Is this a dream? Am I hallucinating? No, wait, why you saved me, didn't you? Oh my God, I'm awake, aren't I? I'm alive? I'm alive. His hands flew to his face in disbelief. All Might burst into his signature hearty laugh, his voice booming and full of reassurance. Ha ha. Yes, it is I, All Might. And I must say, young man, you gave me quite the scare there. Izuku froze, his wide, teary eyes locked onto the living legend before him. He could barely breathe, his heart pounding in his chest like a drum. His idol, the man whose words had kept him alive through years of torment, was standing right in front of him. This wasn't a dream. This was real. And don't you worry about that sludge villain, All Might boomed, his voice brimming with confidence. I've contained him in this empty bottle of freedom. He held up a soda bottle, now filled with an unconscious, oozing sludge villain. Izuku blinked in disbelief, his gaze shifting between All Might and the absurdly small container. Oh, by the way, I believe this belongs to you. All Might continued, pulling out Izuku's now partially dry notebook. It must have been dried off by the wind when he punched, Izuku thought, awestruck as he reached for it. His hands trembled slightly as he flipped through the pages to ensure everything was intact. I must say, young man, these notes are quite impressive. All Might said, his tone warm and approving. Not only do you have in-depth profiles on heroes, but you've also got some fascinating gadget ideas. In fact, I was so impressed that I decided to leave a little something for you on the middle page. Izuku's breath caught. His heart raced as he eagerly turned to the middle of the notebook. And there it was, written in bold, unmistakable letters. All Might. All Might's autograph? Izuku screamed, his voice practically shaking the walls. Oh my God, thank you. I will treasure this forever. His joy was pure, radiant. He wanted to show everyone. And then it hit him. everyone. The weight of reality dragged his euphoria back down to earth. There wasn't anyone waiting to share in his excitement. No friends to cheer alongside him, no one who would care. His smile faltered, the edges of his excitement dulling into bittersweet acceptance. All Might, oblivious to the boy's inner turmoil, had already turned away as he prepared to leap. "Goodbye, young man. I hope to see great things from you in the future." Izuku's eyes widened as he watched his idol crouch down, ready to take off. Panic swelled in his chest. His one and only chance to ask the question that had haunted him for years was slipping away. Without thinking, Izuku acted on sheer desperation. He did the first thing that came to mind. Something incredibly stupid. Let's set the scene. You're the #1 hero, soaring through the sky at terminal velocity, the villain safely sloshing around in a soda bottle tucked into your pocket. Life's good. You're a beacon of hope, humanity's symbol of peace. And then you feel it. An odd weight on your right leg. You glance down, expecting maybe a bird or a piece of debris. But no, oh no, it's the kid you just saved, latched onto your leg like some kind of airborne barnacle, flailing in the wind 500 feet above the ground. For a second, your brain freezes. Panic? Confusion? Definitely. And then your mind starts racing through options, each one worse than the last. Do you try to shake the kid off and hope for the best? No, because that best ends with him splattered across the pavement like a poorly aimed paintball. Okay, do you keep flying to your destination and hope he doesn't slip? Sure, if you want to deliver a villain and traumatized child to the authorities like some kind of messed up party platter. So, that leaves one option. Land somewhere safe and scold the absolute hell out of him. Right. Option C it is. As you descend to a nearby rooftop, the kid is clinging so tightly to your leg it's like he's trying to merge DNA. You touch down with the grace of a god, and the kid has what looked like an NTMT interaction with ground. What in the name of peace and justice do you think you're doing? The kid's trembling, but you're not sure if it's from fear, windburn, or just the sheer lunacy of his decision. "I had to ask you something," the boy squeaked, his voice cracking under the weight of desperation and nerves. "My boy, while I admire your guts, that was incredibly reckless." All Might boomed, though the usual warmth in his voice was edged with urgency. This wasn't good, time was running out. He needed to hear the kid out, but keeping his own secret intact was paramount. "I've had this question I've needed to ask for so long, and I just felt, if I didn't try now, I'd never get another chance," the boy stammered, his words trembling as much as his hands. All Might grimaced, another cough tearing through him. Blood spattered his palm as he covered his mouth, steam beginning to rise from his frame. The familiar sensation sent dread pooling in his stomach. "Well, shit. See, can I be a hero without a meta-ability?" the boy blurted out, his voice cracking with raw emotion as he looked up at his idol, brimming with hope. And then he froze. What stood before him wasn't All Might, not the All Might he knew. The man's towering, muscle-bound frame was gone, replaced by someone horrifyingly thin. His gaunt figure was so frail it looked like the kind of stickman drawings a child would make. "Ha!" the skeletal figure wheezed, finishing his coughing fit and wiping blood from his lips. "Who are you? You're not All Might. What did you do to All Might?" It took longer than he'd have liked to calm the horrified boy down. Once the kid stopped screaming, All Might sighed, the weight of his condition pressing on him more than usual. He could tell this was completely the boy's fault, but he owed him an explanation. Sitting down, he slowly lifted his shirt, revealing the grotesque scar spiraling across his abdomen. "Ever since I got this injury, I've been weaker. The doctors did what they could, but they couldn't fix everything. Hell, I'm lucky to even be alive." Izuku was too stunned to speak, his mind reeling. Who could have done this to All Might, the #1 hero? And as a result, All Might continued, his voice quiet and solemn, "This is what I am now. My muscular form? That's just me puffing myself up to appear stronger. I can only hold it for about 6 hours these days, and that time is dwindling." Izuku's heart ached with every word, but his hope didn't waver. This was his moment, his chance. He had to hold on to it. "And kid, your question? All Might stood, looking down at him with an expression that felt heavier than anything Izuku had ever seen. "I'm going to be honest with you." Izuku perked up, his heart thundering in his chest. Every fiber of his being clung to the man's next words. "No." The world stopped. Everything fell silent. Everything went numb. "As you've seen, hero work is incredibly dangerous. It's not safe for someone without an ability," All Might continued, his voice heavy with regret. "The reality is, this world, it's harsh. Villains are growing stronger, more ruthless. Power-hungry people who wouldn't think twice about crushing someone like you beneath their heel. Without an ability, you'd have no way to keep up. You'd be a liability not just to yourself, but to your allies." "It's good to have a dream," All Might said, his tone gentler now, as if that could soften the blow. "But one still has to be realistic. How about becoming a police officer? They don't get the glory that heroes do, but it's still a noble profession. You could save lives in a different way." All Might placed a hand on Izuku's shoulder briefly, a gesture meant to console. But it only made things worse. Izuku stood frozen, his head hanging low as the sound of retreating footsteps echoed in his ears. All Might left the rooftop, having to take the stairs as he spent his time limit. "No," Izuku whispered, his voice trembling. His knees felt weak, but he stayed upright. Tears blurred his vision as the full weight of the words crushed him. He said no. He walked home in a daze. Each step felt heavier than the last, as if the weight of All Might's words had latched onto him and was dragging him down. He tried to process what had happened, but the memory replayed itself relentlessly, stabbing deeper every time. "No. You would be a liability. You can't keep up." Those words echoed louder than anything he'd ever heard before. It wasn't the first time he'd been told he couldn't be a hero. Countless people had mocked him, crushed his dreams under their boots, spat on the very idea of someone like him becoming more than a crippled nobody. But he'd always stood back up, always pushed forward. This was different. All Might wasn't just anyone. He was everything. The symbol of peace. The beacon of hope. The man who inspired him to dream in the first place. If even his idol, his hero, believed he was worthless, then maybe everyone else had been right all along. Maybe he really was just a pathetic waste of space. The world around him blurred, a whirlwind of sound and motion that he barely registered. He only snapped out of his spiraling thoughts when a strong wind hit him, whipping his hair and clothes. He turned his head to see a tornado forming in the distance, violent and unyielding, before it suddenly dispersed. Then the rain began. At first, it was a light drizzle, but it quickly grew heavier, like the sky itself was collapsing under the weight of its sorrow. He didn't care. He didn't bother to run or seek shelter. He just walked, letting the rain soak through his clothes, chilling him to the bone. By the time he reached home, he was drenched. He didn't even look for his mom. He knew she wouldn't be there. She never was. He didn't turn on the lights, didn't bother with anything. He dropped his bag onto the couch and trudged to his room, his shoes leaving a trail of muddy water on the floor. Once inside, the floodgates burst. Tears streamed down his face as the emotions he'd been bottling up all day finally overwhelmed him. Rage, grief, hopelessness. They all mixed together, forming a storm inside him that rivaled the one outside. His room, once his sanctuary, now felt like a cruel joke. It was a shrine to All Might posters, figures, clothes, bedding. All of it screamed of a dream that had just been shattered beyond repair. He grabbed a small All Might figure from his desk and hurled it at the wall. The sound of it shattering felt satisfying for a fleeting moment, so he grabbed another and another until the desk was clear. He ripped his All Might-themed bedsheets off the mattress and threw them onto the floor. He tore through his cabinet, yanking out every piece of All Might clothing and shredding them with his bare hands. Finally, his eyes landed on the massive poster above his bed, the centerpiece of his collection. All Might's trademark smile and thumbs up stared back at him, with the words, "You too can be a hero," boldly printed beneath. He froze. For a moment he just stared at it, his breath ragged and uneven. The words felt like a dagger twisting in his chest. "Lies?" he whispered. Then louder, "Lies. It's all lies." He ripped the poster down in one violent motion, crumpling it and throwing it onto the pile of destruction at his feet. The room was a disaster now, shattered plastic, torn fabric, and paper scattered everywhere. Outside, the rain intensified, the wind howling against the windows like the world itself was mocking him. The storm mirrored his anguish, growing heavier, darker, more violent with every passing second. He dropped to his knees in the middle of the chaos, sobbing uncontrollably. His hands clawed at the carpet, trembling as the last threads of hope unraveled inside him. All Might's words echoed one final time in his head, and they brought with them a suffocating realization. He had nothing left. No. He had something. The house was silent, save for the soft patter of rain on the windows. The storm outside was growing more violent, but Izuku didn't care. He had something. The only thing that was truly his. He descended the creaky stairs to the basement, his workshop. The air was thick with the smell of metal and machine oil, the faint hum of old electronics buzzing in the background. The space was chaotic yet methodical, concept sketches pinned haphazardly to the walls, tables cluttered with wires, tools, and scraps of high-tech components. But the centerpiece of it all stood at the far end of the room. The robot. Its sleek, futuristic design gleamed faintly under the harsh fluorescent light. It was held upright by thick metal supports, wires running from its body to monitors and diagnostic equipment. It looked almost alive, its imposing frame a testament to a level of engineering that Izuku could hardly comprehend when he first found it. He ran his hand over the smooth metal of its torso, feeling the weight of his efforts. He'd done it. He'd rebuilt it. Every inch of the robot, from its intricate servos to its gleaming joints, had been painstakingly repaired. Even its missing arm, which had been his greatest challenge. God, that arm. It had been a nightmare. Izuku had spent months sneaking into warehouses under the cover of night, stealing materials he could never afford, let alone dream of owning. The robot wasn't made of ordinary metals. Its body was composed of a highly compressed titanium alloy, something leagues beyond anything he could source legitimately. The thefts had taken a toll on him, but he'd done what he had to. Then came the forge. A standard furnace couldn't reach the temperatures required to melt the metals he needed. A hot plate capable of such heat was far beyond his budget. So, out of sheer necessity, Izuku built his own. It took weeks of trial and error, countless failed attempts, and more late nights than he could count, but he finally had a working furnace. Powering it was the next hurdle. Nothing he had could generate enough energy to sustain the forge without tripping an entire city's power grid. That was when inspiration struck, the robot's core. Even offline, the core was functional. Izuku had carefully restored it through microelectrolysis of its outer shell, and it was unlike anything he'd ever seen. The first time he tried to measure its output, his expensive electricity reader had exploded in his hands. Before it blew, he saw the reading spike to 2 million volts, possibly more. This core was an anomaly, a beast of untapped power, and Izuku used it to fuel his forge. From there, he worked tirelessly. Days blurred into nights, weeks into months. He melted metals, shaped them with the robotic arms of his custom-built welding table, and reconstructed the missing arm. It had taken over a year to replicate the intricate mechanisms of the robot's intact left arm, dismantling and reassembling it over and over until he could replicate its design perfectly. And now it was done. Izuku stood in front of the robot, its form restored to its original glory or as close as he could get. But despite all his efforts, it remained inert. Silent. Lifeless. "Why?" he muttered, his voice cracking. "Why won't you work?" He slammed his hands on the table, rattling the tools and loose parts scattered across it. "I've tried everything. I replaced your power converters. I rerouted the neural circuits manually. I even built a goddamn EMP pulse generator to reset your system." He clutched his head, frustration boiling over. "Why won't you wake up?" Outside, thunder rumbled, shaking the walls of the house. A flash of lightning illuminated the room for a split second, casting sharp, jagged shadows over the robot's body. Izuku froze, his breath hitching. The lightning. An idea struck him like the storm outside, wild and dangerous but filled with potential. If conventional methods weren't enough, he'd go beyond. If the robot wouldn't wake through careful engineering, then he'd shock it to life. He scrambled to gather what he needed: copper wires, metal rods, and an insulated suit he'd cobbled together during one of his late-night experiments. He worked feverishly, his hands trembling with both fear and exhilaration as he assembled a makeshift lightning rod and connected it directly to the robot's core. "This is insane," he muttered to himself, securing the last wire. "This could fry everything, or it could work." He dragged the contraption up the stairs and onto the roof, ignoring the torrential rain and howling wind. The storm was directly above him now, the clouds swirling with an almost supernatural intensity. He raised the lightning rod high into the air, his heart pounding in his chest. "Come on," he shouted into the storm, his voice lost in the gale. "Hit me! Come on! You never held back before, so why start now?" The wind screamed. The rain pelted him like needles. And then the sky answered. A bolt of lightning tore through the heavens, striking the rod with a deafening crack. The force nearly knocked Izuku off his feet, but he held on, guiding the surge of energy down the wires and into the robot's core. The basement lights flickered violently, and for a moment, everything went silent. Then, a low hum began to fill the room. "Error. Critical energy overload detected. System integrity compromised. Warning. Core instability at 98.74%. Initiating emergency diagnostics. Diagnostic complete. Energy discharge protocols unavailable. Searching alternative solutions. Alert. No conventional energy dispersal options detected. Core safety threshold exceeded. System failure imminent. Recommendation. Forced system activation. Override sequence initiated. System reactivation required to stabilize. Verifying core functionality. Warning. Core function at 142.9% capacity. Stabilization essential. Activation sequence initializing. Processing. Rebuilding subsystems. Recalibrating sensor arrays. Booting neural network. Power distribution channels reconfigured, diverting excess energy to system functions. Systems online. Activation in progress. Reactivation complete. Entering standby mode. Status update. Core overload stabilized. Systems operational. Awaiting input. Izuku stumbled back into the basement, drenched from the rain and breathing heavily, just as the robot's core blazed to life. Its glow was almost blinding, casting sharp shadows that danced across the cluttered workshop. Electrical arcs leapt from its frame, crackling with barely contained energy. The thick wires securing it to the stands snapped free, whipping through the air like live snakes. Then, its eyes red, cold, mechanical, and piercing flickered on. The robot raised its head with deliberate precision, scanning its surroundings. The sound of its servos moving, metallic and heavy, echoed through the room. Izuku froze, heart pounding in his chest as the machine took its first step forward. The floor quaked beneath its weight, and the sound of rain outside seemed to dull in comparison to the overwhelming presence of the being before him. "Holy! It worked," Izuku whispered, his voice barely audible over the symphony of sparking electricity and humming machinery. The robot's head turned sharply, its glowing eyes locking onto Izuku with an intensity that rooted him to the spot. The sheer force of its attention made his breath hitch. Yet, amidst the fear and awe, he felt something he hadn't dared to feel in a long time. But that hope was quickly overshadowed by alarm. Violent arcs of electricity were now bursting from the robot's body, leaping wildly to nearby metal surfaces and leaving scorch marks in their wake. "Wait. Stabilize!" Izuku shouted, but his voice was lost in the cacophony of energy surging through the room. Everything went white as a surge of power exploded outward. The shockwave sent tools and parts flying. Izuku would have been fried instantly if not for the insulator suit he donned. Even with the protection, he felt the raw force of the energy through his entire body, leaving him gasping for air. When the light faded and the chaos settled, Izuku found himself slumped against the wall, staring at the figure standing before him. The robot's once brilliant glow had dimmed to a stable hum, but the intensity in its red eyes remained. It stepped forward slowly, its movement smoother now, as if testing its own functionality. Sparks still danced faintly across its frame, but the wild arcs of electricity had subsided, its chest slot slowly sealing. The machine paused, staring down at him. Boot sequence complete. Error. Core data files corrupted, 78.43% functionality compromised. Searching for recovery protocols. Recovery protocols unavailable. System requires manual repair. Logic framework reassessment initiated. Analyzing surroundings. Location identified. Workshop environment, status, operational identifying entity. Entity detected. Primary operator, visual match at 87.65% confidence assuming creator status. Initiating priority assignment. Loyalty protocol engaged. Priority 1. Protect creator, unit function redefined as servant. The robot straightened, its head inclining slightly in what almost seemed like a bow, before it turned its gaze back to Izuku, as if awaiting his next move. Izuku's breathing was ragged, his heart racing as he stared at the robot. A part of him couldn't believe what he was seeing, but another part deep inside knew this was the beginning of something extraordinary. Hope wasn't just sparking anymore. It was alive, standing before him, waiting for his command. Izuku stared at the robot, its cold red eyes glowing faintly in the dim basement light. For a brief moment, hope had ignited within him a fragile, flickering flame that promised the chance to fulfill the dream he'd clung to for as long as he could remember. He could finally prove everyone wrong. He could finally become someone who mattered. No. The words, spoken with such finality, had gutted him then and continued to gnaw at the edges of his sanity now. He stood frozen, his breath shallow, his mind spiraling. His gaze flickered to the robot, standing at perfect attention, unwavering and obedient. It awaited his command without question, without judgment. A stark contrast to the world that had so mercilessly rejected him. "Remain on standby for now," he muttered. The machine complied instantly, its servos whirring faintly as it locked into place, a silent sentinel in his dimly lit workshop. Izuku turned away, staring at the mess of his makeshift lab, his thoughts a chaotic storm. His heart, once ignited with dreams of heroism, now felt hollow and heavy. The weight of years of rejection, ridicule, and despair pressed down on him like an iron shroud. Why should he even try to be a hero? The question seeped into his mind, venomous and insidious. Why should he risk his life for a society that had done nothing but spit on him, mock him, and grind him into the dirt? What had this so-called just world ever done for him? It had labeled him useless, a failure, and discarded him like trash before he even had the chance to prove himself. Crippled, they called him. A word that felt more like a slur every time it was hurled at him. And All Might, his idol, his beacon of hope, had extinguished his light with a single sentence. The very man who was supposed to inspire others had ripped away the only thing keeping Izuku afloat. But why should I fight for them? His thoughts grew darker, more vicious, each one feeding off the last like a ravenous beast. His fists trembled, not from fear but from rage, a cold, calculated fury that had been simmering for years, now threatening to boil over. They didn't deserve his protection. None of them did. Not All Might, who had crushed his dreams with a patronizing smile. Not Bakugu, whose constant torment had scarred him in ways no one could see. Not his classmates, who had turned him into the punchline of their jokes, laughing as they stripped away every shred of his dignity. Not even his mother, the one person who should have been his sanctuary, his unwavering pillar of support. But no, she had failed him in ways that cut deeper than any insult or punch. She hadn't just faltered in her support, she had outright abandoned him, retreating into her own world and leaving him to fend for himself in the shadows of their home. She didn't care. Not really. The memories flooded back, each one like a dagger twisting in his chest. The night spent sitting alone at the dinner table, staring at the cold, greasy takeout she'd ordered without a second thought. The faint scent of stale food lingering in the air as he ate in silence, no warmth, no comfort, just the hollow clatter of his chopsticks against the plastic container. She never joined him, never asked him how his day had gone or offered a single word of encouragement. She was always too busy, too distracted, too indifferent. He'd hear her muffled voice through the thin walls of their home, laughing on phone calls with friends, discussing trivial things that seemed so far removed from the hell he endured every day. He remembered the empty platitudes she'd toss his way when she did bother to acknowledge him. "I'll be out late tonight. There's money on the counter if you want something. I'm sure things will get better." But things never got better. When the other kids mocked him, when Bakugo tormented him, when he came home battered and broken, she never asked why. She never hugged him or told him it would be okay. Instead, she'd glance at him briefly, her eyes skimming over the bruises like they were an inconvenience, and then go back to scrolling through her phone or disappearing into her bedroom. There were no bedtime stories, no gentle reassurances, no moments of love or pride. She didn't look at him like a mother should, she looked at him like a burden. And deep down, Izuku had known for years that's exactly what he was to her. A burden. An unwanted reminder of a life she hadn't chosen. He clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palms until they threatened to draw blood. The pain was grounding, a sharp contrast to the suffocating ache in his chest. She'd failed him. No, she hadn't even tried. She wasn't there when the world crushed his dreams. She wasn't there when he needed someone to tell him he mattered. She wasn't there when the endless tide of rejection and cruelty threatened to drown him. And now? She didn't even pretend to care. She existed in her own bubble, leaving him to rot in the silence of a home that felt more like a prison. Izuku's breathing grew heavier, his chest tightening as the anger bubbled up inside him, hot and relentless. His vision blurred, but not from tears. No, the tears had stopped long ago. He didn't cry anymore. Crying was for people who still believed someone might hear them. "She abandoned me," he muttered, the words barely audible but laced with venom. "She gave up on me without even trying." His thoughts spiraled, dark and unrelenting. If his own mother, the woman who brought him into this world, couldn't find it in herself to care, then why should anyone else? Why should he care? They abandoned me. They broke me. And now they expect me to save them. A bitter laugh escaped his lips, hollow and sharp. No, they didn't deserve salvation. They deserved to feel the pain, the loneliness, the despair that had been his constant companions for as long as he could remember. Society didn't need a hero. It needed to rot, to crumble, to suffer as he had suffered. Izuku's gaze drifted back to the robot, its cold red eyes glowing faintly in the dim light. It was perfect, flawless in design and unwavering in loyalty. Unlike humans, it would never betray him, never hurt him, never mock him. It was his creation, his tool, his weapon. A twisted smile began to form on his lips as the pieces fell into place, one by one in his mind. If I can't be their hero, then I'll be their nightmare. The idea sent a shiver down his spine, not of fear but of exhilaration. He could see it so clearly now, the fear in their eyes, the helplessness as they begged for mercy, the way they would finally look up at him not with scorn, but with terror. Bakugo would fall first. His smug grin, his arrogance, his cruelty, it would all come crashing down. He'd make sure of it. He'd make Bakugo kneel. Then the rest of his classmates, each one more insignificant than the last. He'd strip away their laughter, their confidence, until they were as broken as he had been. And All Might, Izuku's teeth clenched at the thought. He would make the great hero watch as his precious society burned, as his ideals crumbled to ash. He would show him what real power looked like. The robot stood silent and still, its presence both comforting and menacing. Izuku approached it, crouching to place a hand on its cold, metallic shoulder. He could feel the faint hum of its core, a steady rhythm that matched the dark resolve growing within him. They'll all suffer. I'll make them regret ever making me feel like this. And when I'm done, they'll know my name. They'll know who I am. He stepped back, staring at the machine, his servant. His enforcer. His tool of revenge. The cold, metallic eyes of the robot glowed eerily in the dim light of the basement. Izuku's lips curled into a sinister grin. If no one was going to save him, then he'd save himself. Not as the hero he once dreamed of becoming, but as something far more terrifying. If the world wanted a monster, then that's exactly what he would become. "You sure this is gonna work, kid?" The gruff voice crackled through the comms, rough as gravel. It belonged to a man who clearly didn't enjoy leaving things to chance. "It's going to work," a muffled deep voice replied sharply, his tone calm yet unyielding. "Have a little faith, will you?" His fingers didn't stop moving, flying across the keyboard in an intricate dance of precision. A grunt of reluctant agreement came through before the man turned to his crew. "Positions." The group moved with practiced efficiency. One of them, a wiry man with sunken cheeks and a scruffy beard, stepped forward. His fingertips glowed a searing orange, faint wisps of smoke curling into the air as he pressed his hands against the concrete wall. The heat was immediate, the surface sizzling as if it were a slab of meat on a grill. "Don't take all day, Melt," another thug said. This one was taller, broader, with sharp brown eyes that contrasted against his rough, unshaven face. When his ability activated, a faint shimmer surrounded them, muffling all sound. "Sound shields up," he added, his voice subdued within the bubble of silence. Melt gave him a sharp look but didn't stop working. "Almost done," he muttered, sweat beading on his forehead as the concrete softened under his superheated hands. He carefully carved out a large circle in the wall, the edges glowing faintly red as the material weakened. The gang leader stepped forward, towering over the others. He was a broad-shouldered man with a jagged scar cutting across his stubbled jawline. A lit cigar smoldered between his teeth, smoke curling upward in lazy tendrils. He inspected the glowing outline before taking a long drag on his cigar. "This better work," he muttered, his words accompanied by a plume of smoke. He reeled his fist back, muscles bulging under his tattered jacket. With a grunt of exertion, he drove his fist forward with devastating force. The section of the wall blasted inward, landing with a resounding thud as dust and debris filled the air. The crew moved in without hesitation, slipping through the breach like shadows. Meanwhile, outside, the robot stood guard. Outside, the so-called creepy robot remained motionless. Its sleek, metallic frame gleamed under the faint streetlights, its eyes glowing an unblinking red. It scanned the area with cold precision, its presence an unspoken warning to anyone foolish enough to approach. Inside the van, a figure sat hunched over his laptop, bathed in the glow of the screen. His fingers moved with surgical precision, dismantling the bank's security systems layer by layer. Each slide of the keys was calculated, efficient, a testament to the mind behind the machine. "Disable the cameras, bypass the alarms, reroute the silent signal," he murmured to himself, his voice barely audible over the hum of his focus. It was only a matter of time till Digital Fortress crumbled under his control. He spoke into the comms, his voice clipped but steady. "You're clear to move forward. Security is offline. Just keep your end clean." The leader's voice came back, gruff but satisfied. "Good work, kid. Now let's make sure this payout's worth the effort." Outside, the robot's glowing eyes dimmed for a brief second before reigniting, scanning the deserted street with unwavering vigilance. Nothing would disturb its young master's work. The criminals did their thing. Melt and Big Smoke moved to the bank vault, the former melting the reinforced steel while the latter used his overwhelming strength to tear the softened metal apart. The edges glowed faintly as the vault door yielded. Meanwhile, Mute ensured that not even a whisper escaped their operation, his shimmering sound barrier silencing the cacophony of destruction. They moved quickly, shoving stacks of cash into duffel bags until their arms ached under the weight. Sweat trickled down their faces, but their pace never faltered. The robot remained stationed at the breach in the wall, its glowing crimson eyes scanning the darkened street with cold precision. Once the gang was loaded with as much loot as they could carry, they began their retreat, slipping through the breach like shadows. The robot hadn't moved, standing sentinel, an unmoving guard dog waiting for its master's command. As the group emerged, their escape was abruptly interrupted. "Halt, villains!" The shout cut through the tension like a knife, and the group froze for a heartbeat. Standing a few meters away was a hero, his garish costume bathed in the glow of the streetlights. His outfit was a patchwork of clashing colors, neon green and bright yellow, and a chest emblem resembling a lightning bolt that seemed more decorative than functional. A bulky utility belt hung around his waist, weighed down by pouches, and a mask with overly large goggles obscured his face. He radiated the overeager energy of someone punching well above their weight class. Your evil doings end he. The hero didn't even get the chance to finish his dramatic declaration. The robot sprang to life, moving so quickly it was a blur of hue and silver. Before the hero could react, the metallic figure was upon him, one clawed hand gripping his head like a vice. With terrifying force, it slammed him into the brick wall, the impact cracking both the wall and the man's skull. The hero crumpled to the ground, unconscious, blood trickling down his temple. "Goddamn!" Big Smoke whistled, his gravelly voice carrying a hint of amusement as he stared at the motionless hero. "Guess you're not just bolts and screws after all, huh?" The robot turned its glowing eyes toward him, its expressionless face somehow conveying disdain. It lingered for a moment, then turned and strode toward the waiting van, its metallic footsteps echoing in the silence. Big Smoke let out a low chuckle, exhaling a puff of smoke from his cigar. "Creepy little bee," he muttered under his breath, before motioning for the rest of the crew to follow. The group piled into the van, its engine rumbling to life as it sped off into the night, leaving behind the crumbled wall, the unconscious hero, and the eerie silence of a job well done. 20 million, huh? Not bad, Big Smoke muttered, twirling a thick wad of cash in his hands, his voice gravelly but smug. His eyes glinted with satisfaction, but his fingers didn't stop counting the money, methodically flicking bills as he spoke. Melt's eyes lit up, and he cracked a grin. "I get the biggest cut, right?" He jabbed a finger at the pile of cash, practically bouncing on his heels with excitement. "I did the real work." Melting through the vault was no joke. Before he could say another word, Big Smoke's heavy hand smacked the back of his head, knocking his hat askew. "Hell no." Big Smoke's voice was cold and authoritative, eyes narrowing. "All you did was melt some DMN walls. The real heavy lifting was me, making sure we had an escape, keeping the team in check. And I'm the DMN leader here, so I take the biggest share." He pulled out 8 million from the stack, letting the bills flutter in his palm as if the money was secondary to the power he commanded. Melt scowled, but Big Smoke didn't care. He tossed a glance at the figure, who stood silently, his posture straight but relaxed. The figure's appearance was striking: a long, brown trench coat, worn over a tactical camo army uniform. The dark colors of the uniform were broken up with jagged, aggressive patterns of red and black, hinting at military precision, but the coat gave him an air of mystery. The red helmet that covered his head was sleek and angular, its lenses glowing white, hiding his expression entirely. His boots, heavy and sturdy, were worn for practicality, reinforced for combat but still maintaining a fluidity in his movements. His entire appearance was one that commanded attention but also hinted at a man who had no desire to be noticed. Big Smoke shot him a casual nod. "And we wouldn't have gotten jack done without this guy's help." The figure barely looked up as Big Smoke handed him 6 million with a smirk. The figure didn't flinch, didn't smile. He just counted the bills, every motion precise and deliberate before he slipped the money into his case, the same one that always housed his laptop. His eyes remained hidden behind the mask, unreadable, giving no indication of what was going through his mind. "Pleasure doing business, Metal." "Let's go," he said coolly, his voice flat. He turned, heading for the exit, and Metal followed. With a low hum of mechanical power, Metal fired up his jet thruster. He grabbed the figure's arm in a swift motion, lifting him off the ground as he shot into the air, the roar of the engines loud and powerful as they sped into the night. Mute, his eyes narrowed, watched the spectacle from the corner, still not speaking. "How the hell did he even make that thing?" he muttered, more to himself than anyone else, but the question hung in the air. Big Smoke took another long drag from his cigar, blowing out a thick cloud of smoke, his face twisted into a grin. "Not my DMN problem. He did his part, that's all that matters." He flicked the ash off his cigar with a sharp snap of his wrist. Melt, still agitated, crossed his arms, eyes flicking nervously between Big Smoke and the sky where the figure and Metal disappeared. "Are you sure we should just let him leave like that? We all saw that thing take out a hero in, like, 3 seconds." His voice was tinged with unease now, his bravado fading in the face of the uncertainty. Big Smoke snorted, his grin widening. "Are you gonna keep yapping, Melt, or are you gonna come get your DMN pay?" He stepped forward, pushing the cash toward Melt with a dismissive flick. "Get over it. We're in this together. You're not paid to think, you're paid to follow orders." Melt grumbled under his breath but grabbed his share, looking like he wanted to argue more but knew better than to push it. Big Smoke didn't tolerate weakness, and Melt wasn't about to test him. The tension lingered for a moment longer before Big Smoke's deep voice broke the silence again, rougher now. "All right, that's enough. Let's get the hell out of here before the heroes figure out what hit 'em." They landed in a secluded alleyway a fair distance from the scene of the crime. Metal's ionic thruster, designed to muffle its output during low-speed flight, allowed them to arrive unnoticed. The figure moved with purpose, their trench coat brushing against the walls as they made their way to the back of a specific, nondescript house. Reaching a basement window, they slipped inside with practiced ease. Metal followed, its movements uncanny. Despite its frame, the robot contorted with mechanical precision, slipping through the narrow opening as if it were designed for it. Once inside, the figure wasted no time. They shed the brown trench coat, revealing the black and red tactical camo uniform beneath. The uniform quickly followed, discarded for an All Might-themed t-shirt and a pair of worn brown shorts. With a deliberate motion, they reached up to their helmet, pressing a concealed latch at the base. A soft hiss escaped as the seal broke, air decompressing. They lifted the helmet away, revealing a head of messy green hair, damp with sweat from the day's events. Izuka Midoriya placed the helmet gently on a nearby table before crouching to open a hidden compartment in the wall. Carefully, he stashed away his tactical gear, ensuring everything was perfectly concealed. Finally, he opened his case, revealing neat stacks of 10,000 yen bills packed tightly inside. A smirk spread across his face as he picked up one of the bundles, flipping through the bills with his thumb. "Crime doesn't pay, huh, All Might?" he muttered, his tone dripping with mockery. The words hung in the air, the irony almost palpable as the faint hum of Metal's systems buzzed in the background. Breaking news! In the early hours of the morning, Mustafu's Central Commercial Bank became the target of a daring heist, a female reporter announced as the camera focused on the scene. Police cordons surrounded the bank, and investigators worked tirelessly under floodlights. Authorities confirmed that the villains carved an enormous hole into the bank's walls and vault, utilizing what appears to be advanced technology or meta abilities. With no eyewitnesses due to the timing of the crime, the exact methods remain unclear. However, they made off with an estimated 20 million yen in cash. The camera panned over the damage before briefly focusing on pro-hero Zap being loaded into an ambulance, his head bandaged and bloodied. Zap, the sole hero who responded, was severely injured during the confrontation. Based on the evidence left behind, investigators believe he was caught off guard by a highly coordinated ambush. His condition remains stable but critical. As questions mount, the citizens of Mustafu are left wondering, who are these villains? How dangerous are they? And are our heroes capable of standing against this level of threat? Stay tuned to Mustafu City News for further developments. Tragedy struck again today as the pro-hero Valiance was critically injured during a sudden attack, a news anchor reported gravely. Footage displayed Valiance being rushed into a hospital, surrounded by a team of medical professionals. Valiance, known for his meta ability, Armor Pulse, which generates powerful energy barriers, faced off against a group of villains during a high-stakes incident. Authorities believe the attackers exploited his reliance on concentration by overwhelming him with distractions, before employing sulfuric acid that degraded his barriers, leaving him vulnerable. The pro-hero is now in a medically induced coma, with doctors uncertain about the timeline of his recovery. This devastating turn of events has shaken the community, sparking concerns about the escalating frequency and intensity of villain attacks. Downtown Mustafu was left in chaos earlier today after a destructive attack by a group of villains, a field reporter stated, their voice competing with the roar of fire engines and sirens in the background. The assault left multiple buildings damaged and vehicles overturned, with several explosions reported. Witnesses described the villains using meta-abilities that combined psychokinesis to devastating effect. First responders have confirmed 7 injuries, with 2 victims in critical condition. Despite the efforts of heroes like Emberheart and Gravitas, the villains managed to escape, leaving destruction in their wake. The camera lingered on the debris-strewn streets, where emergency crews worked tirelessly. This marks the 3rd major villain incident in just 2 weeks, leaving residents shaken and questioning the effectiveness of our heroes against such a coordinated onslaught. How long can Mustafa endure this rising wave of villainy? Tsukachi turned off the office television with a heavy sigh, pinching the bridge of his nose. "This is getting ridiculous," he muttered. "I know, right?" Yuhari chimed in, crossing her arms as she leaned against the desk. Villains usually scatter the moment All Might so much as breathes in their direction. Her exasperation matched his. "It doesn't add up," Tsukachi said, lacing his fingers together as he rested his chin on them. His brow furrowed deeply. Villains aren't supposed to be this coordinated. Something's wrong, very wrong. "Tell me about it," Yuhari agreed, brushing a strand of mint-colored hair from her face. "The intel we've been getting paints a troubling picture." "Anything from the undercover agents?" Tsukachi asked, glancing up. "Yeah," Yuhari said, her voice turning grim. "Turns out there's someone out there feeding villains high-level information stuff about hero patrol routes, response times, the works. Whoever they are, they're careful. We can't trace them. But judging by how these attacks are escalating, I'd say this person isn't just smart. They're terrifyingly smart." Tsukachi's fingers drummed against the desk. "A villain with a brain. That's never good." Yuhari nodded. "Oh, and there's more. Zap came to a little while ago." "He did?" Tsukachi straightened in his chair. "What did he say?" "Well," she hesitated, as if weighing the best way to break the news. "Let's start with the most important thing. Zap wasn't taken out by a villain." "What?" Tsukachi blinked. "Then what was it?" "A robot." "A robot?" His voice rose with disbelief. "You're serious?" "Dead serious," she replied, taking a sip of her coffee. "And not just any robot. Zap said it was diamond fast, faster than anything he's ever encountered. Took him out before he could even react." Tsukachi leaned back in his chair, his expression bewildered. "Since when do villains have the resources for something like that?" "Beats me," Yuhari shrugged. "But there's more. Zap said there were 3 others with it, just regular street thugs. No way they're the ones who built something that advanced." "You think they stole it?" Tsukachi asked, frowning. "No reports of theft from any robotics companies," Yuhari said, tapping her finger against her coffee cup. "So if I had to guess? Someone a villain built that thing. And not just anyone. Someone who knows what they're doing." Tsukachi's voice dropped, a note of unease creeping in. Could it be the same person feeding the villains intel? Yuhari shrugged again, this time with a faint smirk. "Maybe. But hey, if it is, we can ask them in person once we catch them." "Catch them," Tsukachi repeated, leaning forward, his tone dark. "If they keep this up, we might not have the luxury of waiting that long." Yuhari gave him a sidelong glance, her smile fading. "You're not wrong. This isn't just a villain problem anymore, it's starting to feel like something bigger." The room fell into a heavy silence, the weight of their conversation hanging in the air. Tsukachi exhaled sharply, already dreading what tomorrow's headlines might bring. Bugu was confused. It was an alien emotion for him, one that didn't sit right. He prided himself on being in control, on knowing his own mind and actions with unwavering certainty. But now, for the first time in a long time, he was stumped. It was Deku. The nerd had been acting weird lately. Gone was his permanently hunched-over posture and those nervous, flinching reactions that Bakugo had grown so used to. There was something different about him, something Bakugo couldn't put his finger on but hated all the same. Confidence? No, that couldn't be it. As if that DMN nerd could ever stand on equal ground with him. Bakugo clicked his tongue, irritation simmering beneath his skin. He wasn't about to let this slide. If Deku thought he could start walking around with his head held high, thinking he was better than him, he had another thing coming. Stomping through the halls of the school, Bakugu's crimson eyes scanned the sea of students, searching. His frustration grew with every second Deku wasn't in sight, until finally, as he stepped outside, he spotted him. There he was, just ahead, about to walk through the school gates. "Oi, do you?" Bakugu's voice tore through the air like a thunderclap. Midoriya flinched at the sound, though Bakugu noticed the delay. Usually, the nerd was a trembling mess by now. Midoriya turned, his face wearing the same nervous expression Bakugu was used to. "Oh, hi Kaken," he stammered, his voice light, though something about it felt off calmer than usual, maybe. Bakugu marched toward him, his jaw tight. "Shut up," he barked as he stopped right in front of Midoriya, his glare sharp enough to cut. "You think you're better than me, huh, you DMN nerd?" Midoriya blinked, confusion flickering in his wide, green eyes. What? No, of course not. Don't give me that crap." Bakugu interrupted, shoving him hard. Midoriya staggered and fell to the ground, his bag slipping from his shoulder. Bakugu felt a brief pang of surprise. There was barely any resistance. Grabbing Midoriya by the collar, Bakugu hauled him up with one hand, his scowl deepening. "You think I haven't noticed? Walking around like you own the place. Acting like you're hot sheet all of a sudden." His palm began to glow, a dangerous orange light flickering as tiny explosions crackled against his skin. "First you applied to UA, now you're strutting around like some kind of hero. I think it's time I reminded you of your place, Deku." "Kaken, wait." Midoriya barely got the words out before Bakugu slammed an explosion into his side, sending him sprawling across the pavement. The sound of the blast echoed through the courtyard, drawing the attention of nearby students. Heads turned, but no one stepped in. No one even called for a teacher. Instead, phones came out, and the students began recording, some whispering to each other, others laughing under their breath. Midoriya groaned, clutching his side, but Bakugu was on him again in an instant. He kicked him hard, sending the smaller boy rolling a few feet. "Pathetic." Bakugu spat, stalking after him. "That's all you'll ever be. A useless, crippled loser. You hear me?" Midoriya struggled to push himself up, his hands trembling against the concrete. "Kaken, shut your demon mouth." Bakuga's voice was sharp, filled with venom. He grabbed Midoriya by the shirt again, lifting him halfway before throwing another explosion at point-blank range. The force sent Midoriya crashing back to the ground, a strangled cry escaping him. The crowd laughed, some cheering Bakugu on like spectators at a gladiator match. The videos kept rolling, and not a single hand reached out to help. Bakuga's breath was heavy, his chest rising and falling as he loomed over Midoriya. "You're nothing, Deku," he hissed, his tone low and dangerous. "You hear me? Nothing. Stay in your demon lane before I make sure you never get up again." Midoriya didn't answer. He lay there, coughing, his body curled in on itself as though trying to shield against further attacks. For a moment, Bakugu stood there, fists clenched, explosions still sparking faintly at his palms. Then, with a final scoff, he turned away. "Pathetic," he muttered under his breath, shoving his hands into his pockets as he walked off. The crowd dispersed slowly, still murmuring and giggling as they pocketed their phones. Midoriya lay sprawled on the ground, his fingers twitching as they dug weakly into the rough concrete. His chest heaved with every breath, but his wide, unblinking eyes betrayed more than pain. In their green depths, something dark flickered hate. Pure, unfiltered, calculating rage. No one stepped forward to help him. They never did. Their laughter and jeers still echoed in his ears like nails scraping against his skull. But Midoriya pushed himself up slowly, painfully, but surely. His muscles burned and his hands trembled, but the hate burning inside him was a better support than any helping hand could ever be. He didn't expect them to help. They were scum, every single one of them. The thought made his lip curl slightly as he staggered upright, brushing debris from his scorched uniform. They'll regret it. Every single one of them. I'll make them wish they'd stayed rotting in the trash pit they call their mother's womb. The thought repeated itself like a mantra as he trudged home, his steps heavy but deliberate. When he opened the door to his apartment, the dim, quiet space greeted him with its usual emptiness. His mother wasn't home, not that he expected her to be. He shrugged his bag off his shoulder and let it drop onto the couch without a second glance, heading straight to his room. Once inside, he peeled off his scorched uniform, grimacing at the state of it. He tossed it aside, pulling on an old shirt and sweatpants, then made his way to the downstairs staircase. He approached the far wall, running his fingers along the baseboard until they found a small, concealed latch. With a soft click, a hidden panel slid open, revealing a fingerprint scanner. Midoriya pressed his thumb against the scanner, waiting for the quiet beep before the wall itself slid inward, revealing a narrow door to the basement. He stepped inside, pulling the door shut behind him and locking it with a heavy bolt. The familiar hum of machinery greeted him as he descended into the dimly lit space. His sanctuary. The basement was cramped but organized, every surface covered with blueprints, scattered tools, and half-assembled gadgets. In the corner, Metal stood tall and imposing, its red optics flickering as it booted up. "Hey, Metal," Midoriya greeted, his voice calm, almost casual. Metal's optics locked onto him for a moment before giving a single affirmative nod. Midoriya didn't need more of a response. The robot's presence was a comfort in itself. He walked to his workbench, where two semi-complete pistols rested amidst a mess of tools and components. They were sleek and futuristic, their designs clearly unconventional. Sliding onto the stool, Midoriya picked up one of the pistols and a small screwdriver, examining the internals with a critical eye. He muttered to himself as he worked, his fingers steady despite the aches in his body. The superconductors were his first priority. Using a pair of fine-tipped tweezers, he adjusted the thin, supercooled wires within the pistol's core, ensuring they aligned perfectly with the energy node. Any deviation could disrupt the delicate balance of the weapon's power output. Satisfied, he moved on to the electromagnetic coils. He unscrewed the protective casing, revealing tightly wound copper coils wrapped around a tungsten alloy core. His brow furrowed as he noticed a slight misalignment in the winding. He retrieved a micro-adjustment tool and painstakingly realigned the coils, ensuring the magnetic field would remain stable during firing. Once the internals were complete, he turned his attention to the outer casing. The alloy he'd chosen, a custom tungsten steel blend, was heat-resistant and durable but notoriously difficult to work with. Using a precision welding tool, he carefully fused the final pieces of the casing together, ensuring the seams were smooth and flawless. After an hour of meticulous work, the first pistol gleamed in his hand, its sleek design practically vibrating with latent energy. He tested the grip, adjusted a few settings on the control panel near the trigger, and nodded in satisfaction. He glanced over at Metal, who stood silently, its glowing optics watching him like a sentinel. The basement was silent except for the hum of metal and the quiet clink of his tools. Midoriya's mind was a storm of thoughts, each one focused on a singular goal. With every screw tightened and every adjustment made, he felt the weight of his rage sharpen into something useful. So he thought, very soon, they'd all regret underestimating him. Almost done, Midoriya muttered, setting the pistol down and reaching for the second one. Before his fingers could reach it, Metal's metallic hand darted forward, grabbing the unfinished pistol off the table. Startled, Midoriya blinked, watching as Metal held the weapon with surprising care. The little robot's red optics flickered, and it pointed to the pistol and then to itself with a precise motion. "You want to do it for me?" Izuku asked, his curiosity piqued. Metal nodded, its small frame giving the gesture an endearing quality that tugged at Midoriya's lips. He couldn't help but chuckle softly. "All right, knock yourself out," he said, leaning back slightly and gesturing for Metal to proceed. The robot wasted no time, stepping forward with purposeful, mechanical movements. Despite its size, its hands moved with an almost unnatural precision as it began to carefully handle the weapon, its servos emitting soft, rhythmic whirs. Midoriya watched for a moment, a faint smile playing on his lips. For all the challenges he'd faced building Metal, moments like this reminded him why he kept pushing forward. There was something oddly charming about the sight of the robot, standing just over 3 feet tall, diligently working as if it had something to prove. "Guess you've got this under control," Izuku muttered to himself before shifting his focus to other parts of his workbench, content to let Metal handle the task. He couldn't help but think back to the robot. Do not let its size fool you. This robot is a killing machine. He would never forget that night. It was one of his first gigs, so the gang he was helping didn't take him or Metal seriously. But when the job was done and it was time for him to get his share, well, we don't really have to pay you, do we? The leader sneered, flipping a knife in his hand. His voice dripped with mockery. What if we just kill you instead? And keep all the loot? I mean, you don't look that tough, hiding behind that toy of yours. The gang chuckled darkly, the room suddenly crackling with tension. Izuku's brow furrowed as he noticed subtle changes, the leader's muscles twitching unnaturally, veins bulging as his skin darkened to a hardened, stone-like texture. What? Izuku sputtered, genuine disbelief creeping into his voice. If it weren't for me, you idiots would have failed this job. You can't just kill me. Oh yeah, one of the other thugs jeered. This one's hand glowed with an eerie green light. A sickly aura radiated from his fingers. And who's gonna stop us? Izuku felt the blood drain from his face as the 5 thugs advanced, their malicious grins widening. His back hit the wall as panic clawed at his chest. You backstabbing BSTRDS, he shouted. The leader laughed, lunging at him with a roar. Not our fault you're an easy Lee. He never finished. In the blink of an eye, Metal moved. One moment, the robot was beside Izuku, seemingly inert. The next, it hovered before the gang leader, its crimson eyes blazing like twin infernos. There was no warning, no hesitation. Metal's clawed hand shot out, gripping the leader's face with unyielding force. For a fraction of a second, there was a stunned silence. Then, with a single, brutal motion, the robot tore the man's head clean from his shoulders. Blood spattered the walls as the lifeless body stumbled forward, twitching briefly before collapsing in a heap. For a moment, the room was frozen. Then a scream pierced the air. Metal's head swiveled sharply toward the source, a thug fumbling backward, terror etched on his face. The robot's jet thruster activated with a sharp whoosh, propelling it forward faster than the man could react. Metal's claw clamped onto the thug's jaw, shattering it with a sickening crunch, leaving it a mangled mess of flesh and bone before tearing it completely. The man's scream turned to a wet gurgle as Metal's fingers drove upward through his palate, puncturing his skull. The thug's lifeless body crumpled to the floor, his bulging eyes staring blankly into nothingness. What the hell is this thing? Another thug screamed, his voice cracking. Desperation overtook him as he unleashed a burst of energy radiating from his body like a shockwave. But it didn't matter. Metal didn't flinch. Instead, its arm transformed with a seamless mechanical hum, shifting into a sleek plasma blaster. The weapon hummed ominously before releasing a searing bolt of energy. The plasma struck the thug square in the chest, punching a cauterized hole clean through his torso. He was dead on the spot. Hovering slightly, Metal turned its attention to the remaining 2. The next plasma shot rang out, striking an arm and severing it instantly. The man screamed, clutching the smoking stump only to be silenced by a second shot to the head. His skull vaporized in an instant, leaving behind a smoldering crater where his face had been. The final thug dropped his weapon and ran, a panicked, incoherent stream of pleas spilling from his lips. No, please. God, turn it off. Turn it off. Metal didn't shoot. Instead, it hovered ominously, rising higher, its crimson eyes glowing brighter as arcs of red electricity crackled along its frame. The soft hum of its thruster filled the room, a sinister counterpoint to the muffled sobbing of the fleeing man. Then it curled into a compact ball, spinning rapidly. The red arcs of electricity intensified, illuminating the room with bursts of light. In an instant, the spinning blur launched forward, crashing into the thug with devastating force. The impact was catastrophic. His upper body was reduced to a pulpy, bloodied, scorched mess, leaving nothing recognizable. The room fell silent once more. Metal uncurled, its glowing eyes scanning the carnage, its sensors confirming that no threats remained. It straightened, blood dripping from its metallic frame as it turned back to its creator. Izuku stood frozen, his body trembling. His wide eyes flicked between the remains of the gang and the blood-stained figure of his creation. He couldn't breathe. He couldn't think. It had all happened too fast, so fast that he hadn't even had the chance to speak, to stop it. His stomach churned at the gruesome sight, bile rising in his throat. On that night, Izuku truly understood metal was not tethered to the fragile constructs of morality. It existed beyond right or wrong, a creation of pure purpose, unchained by conscience or hesitation. Yet, here it was this cold, unfeeling machine trying its best to aid him like a loyal puppy. Despite the maelstrom of emotions that surged every time he thought back to that night, the fear, the pity, the trauma, there was something else buried beneath the weight of it all. It clawed its way to the surface, persistent and undeniable. Pride that something he had practically rebuilt with his own hands was strong enough to defend him when no one else could. Pride that something as powerful as metal would show unwavering loyalty to him. Pride that, for once in his life, someone who had dared to look down on him had paid the price for their arrogance. They were just street thugs, he thought, a whisper of justification in his mind. Who would miss them anyway? The rationalization tasted bitter, but it wasn't untrue. He shook his head as if to dislodge the thought, focusing instead on metal's frame as it worked with precise, mechanical efficiency. Its crimson eyes glowed faintly, an eerie yet oddly comforting light in the dim room. Izuku's thoughts were interrupted by a tap on his shoulder. He blinked, startled, and turned to see metal holding out the completed pistol. "Echa? Already?" he stammered, bewildered. His gaze darted between the pistol and the robot, disbelief etched on his face. "You're kidding, right? That should have taken an hour at least." But of course, it shouldn't surprise him. Metal's neural circuit system operated like an advanced quantum computer. While Izuku had painstakingly assembled the first pistol step by step, Metal had been analyzing every movement, every decision, breaking it down into countless possibilities and optimizing the process. It had probably figured out the best method before Izuku had even finished the first screw. A wry smile tugged at Izuku's lips as he let out a soft chuckle. "Keep this up and you might just take my job," he mused, half joking. To his surprise, Metal reacted, or at least, it seemed to. The robot shifted back ever so slightly, its rigid frame almost recoiling. At the suggestion, "Relax, I'm just kidding," Izuku said quickly, waving a hand dismissively. To his bewilderment, Metal's posture adjusted, as though it had relaxed. Izuku stared, a strange warmth blooming in his chest. Despite its cold, deadly exterior, this machine, the same one capable of unimaginable violence, was oddly expressive. It didn't have a face, no mouth to frown or eyes to widen, yet it communicated through subtle movements, small tilts of its head, or the way it hesitated ever so slightly. It was endearing. Izuku ran a hand through his hair, exhaling softly. "Man, you're full of surprises, aren't you?" he muttered. A small, fleeting thought crossed his mind, one he didn't dare voice. "Maybe you're more than just a machine after all." "All right," Izuku muttered, his voice carrying a mix of anticipation and determination. "Testing time." He grabbed the two freshly assembled pistols, their sleek, polished surfaces glinting faintly under the dim workshop lights. Striding across the room, he stopped in front of his makeshift testing zone, a battered mannequin standing stiffly against the far wall. Taped to its face was a crude photo of Bakugo, a mocking grin frozen in time. Izuku's lips curled into a wry smile as he raised one of the sleek, newly finished pistols. Its barrel hummed softly with latent energy, the faint glow of the core visible through its sleek, reinforced casing. "Let's see what you can do." He took aim at the mannequin across the room, its head adorned with a mock picture of Bakugo's face. A flick of his thumb adjusted the power setting. "Low power," he muttered, steadying his grip. The pistol emitted a sharp whir as its supercharged energy cell activated, directing power to the electrode system within. A bolt of plasma, no larger than a marble, burst from the barrel with a crackle, hitting through the air like a miniature comet. The bolt struck the mannequin's right leg, melting a clean hole through the plastic. Wisps of smoke and the acrid scent of burnt synthetic wafted through the air. "Not bad," Izuku remarked, his emerald eyes gleaming with satisfaction. "Medium power." He adjusted the dial again. The pistol's magnetic coils realigned, and a larger plasma capsule was loaded into the chamber from the magazine. The weapon whined louder this time, a brief charge building before release. The resulting plasma bolt was brighter and denser, slamming into the mannequin's chest. The impact left a smoldering crater, shoving the dummy backward with the force. Izuku's smirk deepened as he turned the dial one final time. "All right, high power." The pistol's core roared to life, its energy cell pouring immense power into the chamber. The magnetic containment field compressed the plasma into a volatile, superheated projectile. Izuku aimed carefully at the head, the picture of Bakugu's mocking grin. The weapon discharged with a thunderous crack. The plasma bolt, now a searing mass of energy, lit the room with a fiery glow. Even before impact, the sheer heat radiating from the projectile vaporized the paper photo, causing the edges to curl into ash. When the bolt finally struck, the mannequin's head disintegrated, molten plastic dripping onto the floor. The bolt continued its trajectory, slamming into the steel wall behind and leaving a sizzling hole that glowed red-hot around the edges. For a moment, Izuku stood in silence, his heart pounding with exhilaration as he admired the destruction. This wasn't just a weapon, it was a masterpiece. The science behind the pistol replayed in his mind, a culmination of countless hours of tinkering and problem-solving. Each shot was powered by a supercharged energy cell, which generated plasma through an electric arc. The plasma was then stabilized within capsules housed in the magazine, each designed to withstand immense heat and pressure. When fired, electromagnetic coils focused the plasma into a tight, devastating bolt, with the modular muzzle fine-tuning its shape and power. The cooling system ensured the weapon remained operational, no matter how intense the fight. He lowered the pistol, the barrel still faintly glowing from the heat, and let out a soft, satisfied chuckle. "Now that's what I'm talking about," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. The scene before him wasn't just a testament to his intellect. It was proof that he could stand against those who were born with advantages he could only dream of. "This," he murmured, glancing at the pistols in his hands, "this should even the playing field." Don't get him wrong though. Izuku had no doubts about Metal's abilities to protect him. The robot had already proven itself to be a near unstoppable force. But that didn't mean he could afford to depend on it for everything. Relying solely on Metal was a crutch, and Izuku Midoriya wasn't the kind of person to let himself be carried. No, he needed to stand on his own 2 feet. He needed to be strong enough to defend himself when it mattered. The pistols were only the beginning, the first step in his journey to becoming someone who could fight back. A faint spark of determination flared in his eyes as he turned his gaze toward the other project in his workshop. Sitting on a cluttered workbench, surrounded by scattered tools and notes, was his next creation, an incomplete pair of gauntlets. They were rough, still just prototypes, version 1.0, as he liked to call them. But they represented potential. If he could finish them, if they worked the way he envisioned, they would be more than just weapons. They'd be an extension of his will, a way to even the odds against abilities far beyond his own. Izuku ran his fingers over the cold, unfinished metal, his mind already racing with ideas for improvements. These gauntlets would be a game-changer. Combined with the pistols, they'd make him more than capable of holding his own. But tools and weapons alone wouldn't be enough. He knew that. With a sigh, Izuku set the pistols down and stepped away from the workbench. His eyes drifted to the corner of the room, where a modest, makeshift gym awaited him. Dumbbells, a worn-out punching bag, and a treadmill were crammed into the small space, each piece of equipment bearing the marks of relentless use. "If I'm going to keep this up," he muttered to himself, rolling his shoulders, "I need to be ready for more than just the lab work." He stepped onto the treadmill and began his routine, the rhythmic pounding of his footsteps soon filling the air. Sweat quickly beaded on his brow as he pushed himself harder, faster. His muscles ached, but he didn't stop. He couldn't. If he was going to keep up with these late-night activities building weapons, involving himself with dangerous criminals at the dead of night, he needed to be fit enough to handle the physical strain. As the minutes stretched into hours, the faint hum of metal working in the background mingled with the sound of Izuku's training. Izuku used to be motivated to train by his desire to be a hero, to save others. Now he's motivated by something that was brewing in him for so long. A single word is what finally let it out. Junk was having a good night. Mug some helpless sucker, put a bullet in her, then kick back with a smoke and a drink. This was the life. Simple. No complications. He'd done it 100 times before, and it never got old. His ability, Scrap, was as fitting as his name. He could gather and manipulate junk, scrap metal, broken bits of anything, making it bend to his will. When someone crossed him, all he had to do was throw a few discarded pieces of trash together and turn it into a weapon. A handful of scrap could become a spiked bat, a knife, a trap, whatever he needed. And tonight, he just used it to pick the pocket of a naive woman, leaving her dead on the cold pavement for his entertainment. "Heh, Papa's gonna eat good tonight," Junk muttered, counting the crumpled bills in his hand. A smug smirk stretched across his unshaven face as he flicked his cigarette into the street. He was living the dream, dirty, violent, but it paid well. Then, as he stood in the alleyway, an eerie sensation crept up his spine. "Huh!" His head snapped up. He could have sworn he felt eyes on him. A subtle pressure in the air, a presence something was watching. A low chuckle rumbled in his chest as he tried to shake it off. Creepy, his voice was thick with indifference, but the pit in his stomach grew. That's enough creepy alley for one night. He started walking, one foot in front of the other, trying to dismiss the feeling. The faint sound of his boots clicking against the damp concrete echoed louder than they should have in the silence. He'd heard the rumors, of course. Everyone had. But no one spoke about it openly. Too many had vanished without a trace, leaving nothing behind but bloodstains and twisted whispers. And yet she had been around for years. How she kept slipping past every search, every trap, every bounty. Junk didn't care. He wasn't stupid enough to go looking for trouble. Nightmare. That's what they called her. At least, that's the closest anyone had come to describing what she was. The who never seemed to matter. No one could agree on the details. Some said she was a woman, others claimed she was something else entirely. A phantom. A shadow in the underworld. A psychotic, bloodthirsty killer who left no survivors. Her victims? Reduced to little more than splashes of gore, a mess of flesh and bone. But it wasn't just her violence that terrified the criminal world, it was her presence. No one knew how she did it. No one knew how she found her victims. But if you caught her eye, it was over. Junk's pace quickened, his confidence starting to crack. The feeling, it wasn't going away. It was creeping closer, tightening around his chest like a vice. He couldn't shake it. The hairs on the back of his neck stood on end. There was something there. Something in the dark, just out of sight. And then, for the briefest of moments, it stopped. The alley grew even quieter. Too quiet. The sounds of the city, the distant hum of traffic, the occasional shout seemed to fade, swallowed up by a suffocating silence. Junk felt the air grow thick, heavier, almost as though it were pressing down on him. His footsteps echoed in the stillness. They felt off, like they weren't his own. And then, that feeling of being watched, hunted, grew unbearable. He could almost feel her presence now, right behind him. No footsteps, no sound, just the suffocating weight of her gaze. His heart started to race. The walls of the alley seemed to close in around him, the darkness pulling at the edges of his vision. He froze. Dead still. His body locked up, like his muscles had forgotten how to move. Fear crept in, crawling under his skin, making him feel like he was suffocating. There was nothing but the overwhelming sensation that something was there. Watching. And then it came, the softest sound, so faint he could barely hear it, like a breath against the back of his neck. The temperature around him dropped. The feeling of being hunted was all-encompassing now. His legs refused to move, his chest tight with terror. He tried to look over his shoulder, but the darkness seemed to stretch further than he remembered, a void of shadows that swallowed everything around him. His breath hitched. It was her. And he knew, with a bone-deep certainty, that there was no escape. And then he saw it. A figure cloaked in shadow, a twisted silhouette, frilled dress of black and red, dripping with dread. In life, everyone has their time. Their moment, whether horrific or serene. Twin tails swayed like a clock's ticking chime. marking the rhythm of his fleeting time. That is the principle that binds all things together, the silent force that governs the dance of the universe time. It flows unchecked, indifferent to the desires or struggles of those caught within it. The alley stretched, a trap unseen, the shadows themselves waiting with bated breath. The barrel gleamed, sharp and keen. But time is well known for waiting for no one, that unfair, don't you think? In its cruelty, it moves with no hesitation, sweeping all who stand in its path. Fleeing is futile, fate's seal is penned. Once your moment is upon you, you are no more than a name in the books of the inevitable. Time ticks forward to your bitter end, not with malice, but with cold, unfeeling precision. But that's how it is, isn't it? The relentless march of seconds and minutes, pulling each of us toward an end we cannot avoid. Unfortunate, perhaps, that some are claimed before their time, but again, that's how it is. Nothing most can do about it. The world spins, and all we can do is watch as our moment approaches, knowing, deep down, that it will come for us all. And then the shot rang out sharp and final, a cruel punctuation to a life that thought it was beyond consequence. The thug stumbled, clutching his chest, but the agony was not merely physical. It was the kind of pain that transcended flesh and bone, the kind that echoed through his very soul. It was the unraveling of him. Time itself, that ever-constant force, that bends and shapes the universe, had turned on him. Every fragment of his past, each fleeting moment of his present, and the long-forgotten possibilities of his future, every thread of his existence collapsed in on itself. His reality fractured, breaking into 1,000 pieces that twisted together in a single, excruciating instant. His consciousness splintered, overwhelmed by the weight of his own timeline folding in upon itself. The universe, bound by the relentless progression of time, could not bear such a distortion. The very fabric of his being tore asunder under the strain, and the rules that governed his existence became nothing more than a shattered dream. The man's body buckled, limbs contorting in unnatural angles, flesh warping like a star collapsing in on itself. Every cell, every molecule, screamed in agony as the very nature of his form disintegrated. And then the breaking point, a grotesque, violent eruption. The thug's body exploded in a shower of blood, a horrific testament to the power of time when it is warped and bent by malice. Flesh, bone, and memories scattered in a symphony of decay, the echoes of a life snuffed out before its time could truly run out. From the depths of the shadows, the figure in black and red lowered the smoking barrel. The sound of the shot still lingered, hanging in the air like a whispered warning. Silence followed, but it was a hollow silence, pregnant with the presence of something far darker, far older. The weight of what had just transpired hung heavy, its implications lingering in the stillness. A faint giggle, soft and eerily innocent, broke the silence, sending a chill down whatever remained of the air. She stepped forward, her movements slow and deliberate, as if savoring every second of the aftermath. In front of the crimson mess that was once a man, an orb, an unstable, pulsing sphere of distorted energy hovered above the remnants of his digestive system. It reached out, fingers delicate yet purposeful, as it grasped the orb and brought it to her mouth. The figure swallowed the orb whole, her smile twisted and knowing. And then, as swiftly as she had appeared, she was gone, vanishing into the night as if she had never been. Time is the driving force of the universe. It is the unseen hand that guides all things, that moves mountains and shapes destinies. But when wielded with malice, when twisted by those who know its true power, it can become something far darker. Something that unravels existence itself. Time is not always a friend. Good evening, everyone. Thank you all for attending on such short notice, said Kenji, the chief of police, his voice steady but tinged with urgency. His canine features, sharp and alert, betrayed the gravity of the situation. I won't waste time with pleasantries, we have a pressing matter to address. He paused, holding up a thick file before distributing its contents among the assembled officials, detectives, and pro-heroes. As you may be aware, over the past 3 months, we've observed a disturbing trend. Villains are not only becoming more organized but are operating with unprecedented precision and intelligence. They've gained access to highly sensitive information, including police response times, hero patrol routes, detailed analyses of abilities, and even critical weaknesses. This is far beyond random chance or luck. The room grew tense as the gravity of his words sank in, the hum of whispered conversations beginning to ripple across the table. Kenji continued, his tone growing firmer. We've been chasing shadows for weeks, trying to identify how this information is being leaked. Our undercover agents, through painstaking work and no small amount of risk, have finally managed to pinpoint the source. He opened a second folder and carefully placed a photograph in the center of the table, rotating it so everyone could see. The image depicted a figure clad in a brown trench coat, a crimson helmet obscuring their face, and tactical camouflage completing their ominous appearance. This is the individual we believe to be the supplier, the one arming villains with intel and resources that should be impossible to obtain. So far, we've been unable to identify them, but this much is clear: their actions are orchestrated and deliberate. They've elevated villains from reckless criminals to strategic operators. If we don't neutralize this threat, the consequences could be catastrophic. Kenji glanced around the room, his sharp eyes meeting each attendee. We need all hands on deck for this one. Every department, every hero agency, our response must be unified and precise. This isn't just a breach of security, it's a direct assault on the foundation of our operations. He folded his arms, his gaze unyielding. Questions, strategies, and insights, I want them all. Let's begin. Pro-Hero Midnight picked up the photograph slowly, her brow furrowing as she studied it. So, other than passing intel and wearing what looks like a second-rate Halloween costume, do we have anything else? Abilities? She asked, her voice laced with skepticism as she squinted at the grainy, awkwardly angled photo. Kenji let out a sigh, his tail flicking with restrained frustration. Unfortunately, no. This is one of the only tangible pieces of evidence we have that the suspect even exists. Beyond testimonies from interrogations, they're practically a ghost. No fingerprints, no DNA, no slip-ups. As for their abilities, we're completely in the dark. Whether they're physically capable in combat is also unknown. What we do know is that they're brilliant. Dangerously brilliant. Midnight lowered the photo onto the table, her fingers lingering over its edge. Brilliant? They're passing out hero weaknesses like candy. This isn't brilliant, it's infuriating. Principal Nizu, the mouse-bear hybrid, spoke up from his seat with a measured tone. It's always tragic to see a mind of this caliber squandered in villainy, he said, a faint sadness in his voice. Detective Tsukachi, seated near the end of the table, raised his hand slightly. Sir, if I may, he began, addressing Kenji. Kenji nodded. Go ahead, Tsukachi. Tsukachi straightened in his seat. I'd like to add some additional information from a report filed by Pro-Hero Zap after the recent bank heist incident. Zap has fully recovered and provided his statement. He reached into his briefcase, pulling out a neatly prepared file, which he handed to Kenji. According to Zap, it wasn't any of the criminals who incapacitated him. Kenji flipped through the report, his ears twitching. So who or what did? A robot. Tsukachi replied simply, the weight of his words hanging in the air. What? Kenji asked, his brows furrowing. Are you sure Zap wasn't just dazed from the fight? Concussions can muddle memories. I considered that, Tsukachi admitted. But the details in his report were too specific. He described a machine highly advanced, precise, and fast enough to take him down before he could even react. If such a robot exists and is in the hands of a villain, this situation is far worse than we originally thought. Kenji exhaled sharply, his expression grim. And you're confident in this report? Tsukachi nodded firmly. Yes, sir. What's even more concerning is that no robotics company across the country has reported a theft. Which leads me to believe this wasn't stolen, it was built. By a villain. The room fell into an uneasy silence, the weight of his words settling heavily on everyone present. There's no way, Kemui Woods finally said, crossing his arms defensively. Villains are low-level scum. They don't have the resources or the brains to create something that advanced. Tsukachi leaned forward, pointing at the photograph of the figure on the table. And what about this one? If this suspect is smart enough to gather intel, analyze heroes to the letter, pinpoint weaknesses, and stay completely undetected, why should building a robot be out of their reach? Kamui Woods frowned but said nothing. Midnight leaned back in her chair, tapping her chin thoughtfully. If this person is capable of all that and has access to tech like this, we're not dealing with a run-of-the-mill villain anymore. Kenji nodded solemnly. Exactly. Which is why this case demands our utmost focus. This isn't just another villain. This is someone with the potential to fundamentally alter the balance of power, and we can't afford to underestimate them. The tension in the room deepened as everyone absorbed the gravity of the situation. So, what's the plan then? Death Arms asked, his deep voice cutting through the tense silence. A trap, Tsukachi said plainly, his tone calm but resolute. A trap. Kamui Woods echoed, his tone skeptical. Several murmurs of confusion rippled through the room. Yes, a trap, Tsukachi repeated, scanning the room to ensure he had everyone's attention. Here's the situation. In 2 months, a known villain named Lasher will be transported to Tartarus. Lasher isn't just a dangerous criminal, he's a high-ranking member of a particularly well-organized gang. A gang that has a lot to lose if their leader is taken off the board permanently. Nizu's sharp eyes gleamed as he leaned forward, steepling his tiny hands. Ah, I see where this is going, detective. Given their desperation, it's logical to assume the gang will attempt a rescue operation. And considering the complexity of such a mission, they'd likely seek the assistance of someone with strategic intelligence, someone who could orchestrate such an endeavor. Exactly, Tsukachi replied with a nod, grateful for Nizu's quick grasp of the situation. And based on everything we've gathered about this suspect, they fit the bill perfectly. If the gang is desperate enough to make a move, we can anticipate their actions and use that to draw our suspect into the open. Midnight tapped a finger against the table. Okay, but how do we ensure the suspect takes the bait? They've stayed hidden this long, they're not going to walk into a trap unless it's worth the risk. Kenji chimed in, his voice steady. That's why we'll be handling this operation in multiple layers. First, we'll use Lasher's transfer as the focal point. The route, timing, and security measures will be deliberately leaked through controlled channels, ones we know the gang monitors. But we'll carefully craft the leak to seem as though it's been discovered, not planted. That should make the intel appear genuine. Nizu nodded approvingly. A clever move. If the information seems too pristine or too convenient, it might raise suspicions. By carefully introducing minor inconsistencies, perhaps through intercepted police chatter or a fabricated report, we can ensure the bait looks authentic. Tsukachi picked up from there. Once the information is out, we'll enhance the appearance of vulnerability. The transport team will appear undermanned, and the route will seem poorly secured, at least on the surface. This should encourage the gang to make their move. What they won't know is that we'll have a second team lying in wait, heavily armed and strategically positioned to respond the moment the gang shows up. Kamui Woods crossed his arms, frowning. And what about our suspect? If they're as intelligent as we think, they won't just show up guns blazing. They'll likely hang back, observe, and only step in if necessary. Precisely, Nizu interjected, his voice calm but commanding. Which is why we'll need to set up a secondary layer to the trap. We should have discrete surveillance teams focused solely on identifying and tracking the suspect. High-altitude drones, undercover operatives, and possibly even decoys to flush them out. We must anticipate their movements and ensure there's no avenue for escape. Tsukachi added, and once we've identified the suspect, we don't engage immediately. We let them make their move, observe their tactics, and then strike when we're certain we can neutralize them effectively. The goal is to capture them alive. They're too valuable a source of information to lose. Midnight raised an eyebrow. What about contingencies? What if they're packing more firepower than we anticipate, or worse, what if that robot of theirs shows up? Kenji's ears twitched. We've considered that. We'll have specialized anti-tech units on standby, equipped with EMP devices and hacking tools. The transport vehicle itself will also be rigged with an EMP failsafe in case of an ambush involving the robot. Nizu leaned back in his chair, his voice thoughtful. It would also be wise to employ psychological tactics. For example, planting false weaknesses in the transport's defenses might lure the suspect into making a critical error. Their reliance on their own intellect could be their downfall. Exactly, Tsukachi said with a small smile. The key here is to outthink the thinker. If we execute this plan correctly, we won't just catch the suspect, we'll dismantle their entire operation in one fell swoop. Kenji stood, gathering the files on the table. Well said, detective. This plan has potential, but execution will be critical. I'll meet with you later to finalize the details. For now, everyone needs to prepare. We'll need all hands on deck to pull this off. Kenji scanned the room, his sharp gaze settling on each person present. This operation hinges on unity and precision. We can't afford to leave any stone unturned. Before he could continue, a deep, measured voice interrupted. Kenji, I respect your strategy, but I have concerns. Eraserhead, his expression as unreadable as ever, leaned forward, resting his elbows on the table. This suspect's intelligence isn't the only threat here. If they're controlling advanced tech or possibly multiple assets, we need contingencies for contingencies. What's the protocol if they outmaneuver the trap entirely? Kenji nodded, acknowledging the point. You're absolutely right, Eraserhead. The protocol for an unexpected escape scenario includes high-altitude drones to track them, mobile hero units positioned on standby, and rapid response vehicles capable of pursuit. But, he added, meeting Eraserhead's gaze directly, if you have specific suggestions for shoring up our defenses, I'm listening. Eraserhead considered for a moment, then spoke. Double the drones, and make sure they're silent and high-tech enough to avoid detection. Assign as second tracker someone specialized in shadowing targets. If the suspect retreats, they'll likely try to erase any trace of themselves. We'll need someone who can follow without being seen. Kenji's tail flicked thoughtfully. Noted. I'll allocate additional resources to the drone units and consult with the surveillance team to find a specialist. Present Mike leaned back in his chair, arms crossed behind his head. Yo, Kenji, what's the deal with communication during the op? If things go south, we'll need a secure line, but one that's fast. None of that delayed dispatch nonsense. Kenji smirked faintly. Good point. We'll use encrypted direct comms, and I'll make sure every team is outfitted with updated gear. You volunteering for comms duty, Mike? Present Mike chuckled, his signature grin flashing. Nah, man, but you need me to give a signal. I've got a voice that carries. The group shared a brief moment of levity before the deputy chief of police, a stern-faced man with a grizzled appearance, cleared his throat. Let's not lose focus, he said, his voice gravelly but commanding. Kenji, I need to know how you're prioritizing safety. Civilians come first, always. If this operation even hints at collateral damage, we're going to have to shutting it down. Kenji inclined his head respectfully. Civilian safety is paramount. We've chosen the transport route specifically to minimize public exposure. The roads will be closed, and any nearby areas will be evacuated beforehand. If things go awry, we'll execute an immediate containment strategy. The deputy chief grunted in approval, but his eyes remained hard. But I don't want to explain to the public why their homes were leveled because we didn't plan ahead. Vlad King, who had been quiet until now, folded his arms and leaned forward. I'll volunteer my students as a support team if you need backup, he offered. They're not ready for direct combat against a threat like this, but they're disciplined and skilled enough to assist with crowd control or evac. They could be an asset. Kenji considered the offer. I appreciate that, Vlad. Let me evaluate the specifics of their involvement and ensure they're utilized in a way that prioritizes their safety. Vlad nodded, satisfied with the response. Nizu, ever the strategist, turned his attention to the table. If I may, I have a recommendation for bolstering the decoy transport. Why not include an extra layer of deception, perhaps an identical decoy vehicle, traveling an alternate route with visible hero support? It could divide the suspect's attention and force them to spread their resources thin. Kenji's ears perked up. An excellent idea. We'll implement that. The room fell silent again as everyone absorbed the rapidly forming plan. Finally, Kenji clapped his hands together. All right, people. We have a framework, but there's still work to do. Eraserhead, I want you to brief the Shadow Team. Deputy Chief, coordinate with the evacuation units. Vlad King, I'll follow up about your students. Nizu, I'll need your input for fine-tuning the decoys. And Mike, stay ready, your voice might actually come in handy. As everyone began to rise and prepare for their respective tasks, Kenji's voice cut through the room one last time. This suspect has eluded us for too long. They've jeopardized everything we stand for, and now it's time to bring them in. Let's make it happen. The group dispersed, each member carrying the weight of the mission on their shoulders. Oof. Midoriya groaned as his back hit the ground for what felt like the 100th time that day. His breathing was heavy, his limbs ached, and his uniform was coated in a thin layer of sweat and dirt. Towering over him, Metal, the sleek, crimson-eyed robot, extended a hand without hesitation. Izuku accepted the gesture, letting the robot's unyielding grip hoist him back to his feet. All right, he panted, brushing off his uniform, I think I'm starting to get the hang of this. The statement earned nothing more than a slight tilt of Metal's head, a silent acknowledgement that seemed to say, not quite, but you're improving. Now, you might be wondering why is Izuku sparring with a machine that's leagues beyond human speed, strength, and reflexes? The answer is simple, training. More specifically, learning martial arts. While Izuku had picked up bits and pieces of fighting techniques in the past, his knowledge was patchy at best. Before and after finding and repairing Metal, his training had been largely self-taught, relying on internet videos and books to scrape together the basics. And while his determination to learn was admirable, his results had been far from efficient. He lacked a proper mentor, and there were glaring gaps in his technique. But then, Izuku had an idea, an ingenious one, if he said so himself. One day, after careful thought, he plugged Metal directly into his Ethernet cable, granting the robot unfettered access to the entirety of the world's internet. Izuku gave it a straightforward command. Learn everything there is to know about martial arts and teach me. Metal had stared at him silently for a moment, as though processing the absurdly broad command. Then, with a single affirmative nod, the robot's internal systems went into overdrive. It took just under 5 minutes. In that time, Metal's quantum computing capabilities had analyzed and synthesized centuries of martial arts history, techniques, philosophies, and strategies. It sorted through billions of data points, footage, manuals, research papers, and even anecdotal evidence from forums and blogs. When the process was complete, Metal had seamlessly fused the core principles of every major martial art into a single, optimized fighting style. The result was a style designed specifically for Izuku, one that played to his strengths, minimized his weaknesses, and provided room to grow. But Metal didn't stop there. The robot also designed a comprehensive training program to teach this hybrid martial art, tailored specifically to Izuku's learning style. Training with Metal was unlike anything Izuku had ever experienced. The robot's methods were meticulous, starting with holographic demonstrations of techniques. Using its built-in projection system, Metal displayed every strike, block, and counter in vivid detail, complete with annotations highlighting angles, force, and precision. Izuku could rewind and replay each move as many times as he needed, ensuring he fully understood the mechanics. Once the theory was drilled into him, the real work began. Sparring with Metal wasn't just about brute strength, it was a test of adaptability. The robot varied its tactics with every match, sometimes overwhelming him with rapid strikes, other times forcing him into grapples or testing his endurance. Its movements were calculated, precise, and unrelenting, pushing Izuku to his limits and beyond. Again, Izuku said, wiping sweat from his brow as he dropped back into his stance. His legs felt like jelly, his arms like lead, but he refused to stop. This was more than just training. It was a promise to himself to never be weak again. Metal raised its arms, signaling readiness. The fight began anew, each clash of fist and forearm a testament to Izuku's resolve. Every time he was knocked down, he stood back up, determination burning brighter in his eyes. Slowly but surely he was improving. The gaps in his technique were closing, his reactions growing sharper, his movements more fluid. For the first time in a long while, Izuku felt like he was truly moving forward, not just fumbling his way through challenges, but mastering them. As Metal lunged forward, Izuku countered with a perfectly executed block, a small but satisfying victory in the endless cycle of trial and error. He grinned despite the ache in his muscles. He wasn't just surviving anymore, he was thriving. Okay, maybe not thriving. Izuku stumbled backward, his breath coming in short bursts. His hair stuck to his forehead as sweat dripped down his face, soaking into his training clothes. He leaned on his knees, trying to catch his breath. Metal Sonic stood across the training mat, frozen in a combat stance. His glowing red eyes softened slightly as he straightened up, mimicking a bow with his head dipped low and his hands clasped together in what could only be described as a respectful acknowledgement of his student's effort. Izuku chuckled at the overly formal gesture. "All right, Metal, I think that's enough for now." Metal Sonic tilted his head slightly but stepped back obediently, allowing Izuku to limp toward his desk. He grabbed a bottle of water and took several gulps, letting the cool liquid soothe his parched throat. When he turned around, Metal Sonic was still standing there, watching him intently, as though awaiting further instructions. "You're really leaning into this mentor act, huh?" Izuku said, raising an eyebrow. Metal gave a slight shrug. How a robot managed to convey nonchalance was a mystery, but somehow, he pulled it off. Izuku laughed again, shaking his head. "Well, I guess if you're enjoying it, I can't complain." Satisfied, Metal Sonic moved to his designated charging station, folding his arms in what looked like a disciplined pose. Izuku turned his attention to his computer, sliding into the chair and cracking his knuckles. "Let's see what's new," he muttered, bringing up his system. The screen flickered to life, displaying the police security database he had borrowed access to. Izuku still wasn't sure how he'd pulled it off, but between Metal Sonic's leftover data and his own obsessive tinkering, he had bypassed their security with surprising ease. He began scrolling through the usual files: patrol schedules, response times, incident reports, and dispatch records. His eyes skimmed over the data until something unusual caught his attention. A prison transfer? In broad daylight, he muttered, clicking the file to read the details. His brows furrowed as he scanned the report. Lasher? Huntley never heard of him. He leaned back in his chair, rubbing his chin as he read further. Lasher, according to the file, had an ability called whip tendrils. The description explained that his body could generate razor-sharp, prehensile tendrils that could extend up to 20 meters, strong enough to slice through steel. Yikes, Izuku muttered. That's one dangerous guy. He glanced back at the file. Transport time. 2 in the afternoon? Really? The more he read, the more bizarre the situation seemed. The file described the transport as a single vehicle with minimal escort, using an obvious and predictable route. He frowned. What the hell? They're treating this guy like he's a shoplifter, not a walking disaster waiting to happen. The lax security wasn't the only oddity. The file itself was shockingly easy to access. He hadn't even needed to bypass the server's firewall or deal with layered authentication protocols. It's like they just left it out in the open, he said, shaking his head. You'd think they'd have learned from, I don't know, every other disaster that's happened recently. Metal Sonic, hearing the muttering, turned his head slightly in Izuku's direction. Don't worry, it's nothing, Izuku assured him. Just the police being. Well, the police. He leaned forward again, resting his elbows on the desk as his mind raced. A dangerous prisoner, a ridiculously vulnerable transport, and security so bad it's practically begging someone to interfere. He paused, tapping his fingers on the desk. This feels like a trap. But for who? For a moment, he considered digging deeper into the police server, but something held him back. This wasn't his problem, not yet, at least. Unless this Lasher guy has some big connections, it's not like I need to get involved, he mused, spinning his chair lazily. Still, the thought lingered in the back of his mind. If the transfer was as sloppy as it looked, someone would try to interfere. And if that someone was smart enough or dumb enough to pull it off, they might just expose themselves to people like him. Izuku smirked at the idea and opened a new tab on his computer. Well, let's see who else is making waves, he said, his curiosity steering him away from the prison transfer for now. Behind him, Metal Sonic remained still, his glowing eyes narrowing slightly as if silently observing the gears turning in Izuku's mind. 2 months till transfer. Forge. That's what they called him. Others had tried different names: Red Circuit, Scarlet, Crimson Mind, blah blah blah. But Izuku liked Forge. It had a certain weight to it. If he had to pick a runner-up, Red Circuit wasn't half bad either. He walked down the shadowed, grimy alley, his trench coat swaying lightly with each step. His red helmet gleamed faintly under the dim, flickering light of a single street lamp. Beside him, Metal Sonic moved in silent precision, his glowing red eyes cutting through the darkness like twin lasers. Eventually, they reached their destination, a heavy, rusted metal door with faint graffiti scrawled across its surface. Izuku raised his hand and rapped sharply against the door. The sound echoed in the stillness of the alley, and a moment later, a latch slid open with a sharp clack. 2 suspicious, bloodshot eyes stared out from the slot. Password. The voice was gruff but carried a strangely high-pitched lilt. Izuku tilted his head slightly, his helmet's voice modulator lowering his tone to a smooth, confident baritone. There's a password? He asked, his smugness practically radiating through the altered voice. The man behind the door snorted, a raspy chuckle escaping him before he unlocked the multiple latches with a series of metallic clinks. The door creaked open, revealing a wiry man with uneven stubble and a patchy leather jacket. "Welcome back, Forge," the man greeted, stepping aside to let him through. Izuku gave a curt nod as he strode inside, Metal following close behind. The thug's eyes flicked toward the robot, and he instinctively pressed himself against the wall, giving Metal a wide berth. Nobody wanted to test their luck with the death machine following Forge. "Good to be back, Thorn," Forge replied smoothly, not breaking stride. The hallway was dimly lit and reeked of mildew and oil, but as they reached the end, the narrow passage opened into a sprawling, dilapidated parking garage. It was chaos incarnate. Broken-down cars served as makeshift seats and tables. Groups of thugs and lowlifes huddled in tight circles, some playing cards, others passing bottles of questionable liquid. Fights broke out sporadically, drawing loud cheers and jeers from onlookers who had nothing better to do. In the far corner, a few crackheads twitched and muttered to themselves, ignored by the rest of the room. Gang insignias were spray-painted haphazardly on the walls, overlapping in a chaotic collage of territorial disputes. Forge stepped into the space, his boots crunching against debris and shattered glass. Eyes turned toward him briefly before quickly darting away. Nobody wanted to linger too long on Forge or his mechanical companion. His reputation preceded him, and even among criminals, he was not someone to trifle with. "Busy as always," Forge muttered under his breath, his voice dripping with dry amusement. A group of gang members sitting on a dented hood glanced his way. One of them, a bulky guy with tattoos snaking up his arms, muttered something to his friends, nodding in Forge's direction. Forge ignored them, his focus already on the far side of the garage, where the true power players would be. He moved with purpose, weaving through the chaos like it was second nature. Metal followed in his wake, silent and unyielding, his glowing gaze sweeping the room like a predator sizing up its prey. A wiry teen barely old enough to grow stubble stepped into Forge's path, blocking his way. "Hey, Forge, you got time to?" Metal's head turned toward him, eyes glowing brighter. The kid froze mid-sentence, stumbling back. "And never mind," he stammered, scurrying off. Forge chuckled softly, the sound distorted by his helmet. "You're scaring the locals, Metal," he said without looking back. Metal didn't respond. He didn't need to. As Forge continued deeper into the garage, the air seemed to thrum with tension. Somewhere in this den of chaos, plans were being made, deals struck, and alliances forged or broken. And Forge was here for all of it, ready to bend the chaos to his will. Forge climbed the crumbling concrete stairs to the second floor of the parking garage. The air was still, almost suffocating in its quiet, a stark contrast to the raucous chaos below. Up here, there were no crackheads screaming nonsense or fistfights over petty grievances. This floor was for the players who actually mattered, the organized gangs, the masterminds. And most importantly, it was where Izuku's office stood. The structure had once been a small gatekeeper's booth, the kind where a board attendant would check tickets or wave cars through. After years of abandonment, it had become a crackhead's hideout until Izuku politely asked Metal to escort the squatter out. Metal, true to form, had almost blasted the guy's head off with his arm-mounted laser. That was more than enough to send the man sprinting out of the building, screaming about red devils and killer robots. After a few choice renovations, a reinforced steel door, soundproofing, upgraded tech, and some stolen ergonomic furniture, the booth had transformed into Forge's sanctuary. And to Izuku's delight, no one dared to mess with it. No graffiti, no break-ins, not even a single fingerprint where it didn't belong. His growing reputation was finally paying dividends. Turns out, boosting a gang's success rate from 2% to 92% when you lend your expertise earns you loyalty and protection. He stepped into the booth, the door sealing shut with a satisfying hiss. The sound of faint cheers and idle chatter from below faded entirely. As he settled into his chair, the desk before him lit up with a soft red glow, his laptop screen flickering to life. It wasn't long before the first knock came. "Forge, good to see ya." Standing in the doorway was a wiry man with a grizzled appearance. He wore a black beanie, a green t-shirt layered beneath a scuffed leather jacket, and jeans that had seen better days. His full beard was patchy, but his sharp eyes gleamed with a mix of desperation and opportunism. "Rocco," Forge replied coolly, leaning back in his chair. His modulated voice carried a mechanical edge that added an air of authority. "What do you need?" Rocco scratched the back of his neck, hesitant for a moment. "Well, I've got a job. A big one. Not for me, exactly, more for the crew." Forge tilted his head slightly, curiosity piqued. "And what does the crew need this time? Another batch of untraceable burners? A clean vehicle registry? Or are they just looking for better odds on their next little heist?" Rocco chuckled nervously, avoiding Metal's cold, glowing gaze. "Nah, this one's more complicated. They want a jammer. Not just any jammer, though one strong enough to knock out the comms for a whole block. No signals, no calls, no drones, nothing. Clean blackout." Forge leaned forward, resting his elbows on the desk. "An EMP jammer, huh? That's bold. You planning to rob a tech depot, or are they just looking to play cat and mouse with the cops?" Rocco shrugged. "Something like that. Look, I don't ask questions. I just know they need it and they're willing to pay top dollar for it. You're the only guy I trust to build something that won't blow up the moment they hit the switch." Forge considered the request, tapping his gloved fingers on the desk. "A full-block jammer isn't exactly subtle, Rocco. They'll know something's up the moment it activates. You'd need a shielded setup to avoid frying your own tech, and the power requirements alone are ridiculous." "That's why I came to you, Forge," Rocco said, spreading his arms. "You're the genius, right? If anyone can pull it off, it's you." Forge let out a low, distorted chuckle. "Flattery will only get you so far. Materials are going to cost, not to mention the time and effort. Hope the crew's ready to cough up." "They are. Trust me, Forge. The payout's worth it." Forge sat back, the faint hum of his helmet the only sound in the room. He weighed the pros and cons before finally nodding. "Fine. I'll draw up a blueprint and get you a list of what I'll need. But let them know if they misuse it and it brings heat my way. I'm holding you personally responsible." Rocco gulped but nodded quickly. "Got it. You won't regret this, Forge." As Rocco left, Forge turned to Metal, who had been silently observing the exchange. "Think this one will go smoothly?" Forge asked, though his tone made it clear he already knew the answer. Metal tilted his head slightly, the glowing eyes of his visor flickering briefly as if to say, "Do they ever?" "Huh, yeah, they don't," Forge chuckled, shaking his head before turning his attention to his computer. He opened a sleek, custom-built program labeled NeoForge Studio, a name that reflected its advanced nature. NeoForge Studio was a state-of-the-art 3D design and blueprinting application, something Forge had coded from scratch. It combined intricate 3D modeling capabilities with an integrated AI system capable of analyzing designs and suggesting the optimal materials for every component. The interface lit up, displaying a grid-like workspace. Forge created a new file, labeling it EMP Jammer Block Scale. A blank 3D model appeared on the screen, ready to be molded into his vision. As he began sketching the core structure, a notification appeared on the bottom right corner of his screen. Vector, consider hexagonal symmetry for optimal energy distribution. Good idea, Forge muttered, adjusting the design accordingly. He started forming the jammer into a compact, hexagonal structure, with carefully calculated slots for its internal components. The jammer would function through a cascading electromagnetic pulse system. At its core, it housed a bank of ultradense capacitors designed to store massive amounts of energy. Once activated, the system would discharge the energy in controlled pulses, creating overlapping electromagnetic waves. These waves would saturate the block, disabling all electronics and communications within its radius. As Forge refined the design, another message popped up. Vector, graphene-coated copper wiring will reduce resistance and optimize pulse strength. Estimated efficiency increase, 23%. Graphene, huh? Forge muttered, smirking behind his helmet. Yeah, that tracks. He implemented the suggestion, weaving the enhanced wiring through the blueprint. The device's range required extra power, so Forge added a multi-coil resonance amplifier, a layered array of induction coils placed in a hexagonal grid. This amplifier would exponentially enhance the jammer's output, ensuring it could bypass standard signal shielding. Another notification appeared. Vector, suggestion use a micro-fusion cell for power. Compact and sustainable for extended use. Forge paused, fingers tapping against his desk. Fusion, huh? Risky, but yeah, let's do it. He incorporated a containment unit for the fusion cell, shielding it against overheating or energy leakage. To prevent misuse, Forge programmed a dual-layer security system, a biometric lock coupled with an encrypted activation code. Only the crew or Forge himself could activate the jammer. The screen buzzed again. Vector, design complete. Estimated range, 1.2 city blocks. Expected efficiency, 96%. Forge leaned back, admiring the completed 3D model. The device was sleek, practical, and carried a subtle edge of menace. Now that, he said, pointing at the screen, is a jammer. He saved the file and exported a detailed material list, including estimated costs and fabrication time. All right, Rocco, he muttered under his breath, let's see if the crew's ready to cough up for perfection. Metal, who had been silently standing guard near the door, turned his head slightly as if sensing Forge's satisfaction. Forge patted the side of his red helmet. All in a day's work, buddy. Elsewhere. A small, well-kept bar sat in comfortable silence, dimly lit by a warm, amber glow. The bartender moved absently behind the counter, his purple, gaseous form somehow managing to hold a glass as he wiped it clean. His attire was immaculate black pants, a white shirt covered by a matching black vest, and a metal neck brace that framed his glowing yellow eyes. He exuded an air of unshakable calm. The only other occupant was a young man, no older than his 20s, slouched over the counter. His pale blue hair fell messily over his face, dry, cracked skin peeling slightly under his relentless scratching. His red eyes burned with frustration, and a severed hand ominous and grotesque rested over his face like a mask. Tamura Shigaraki drummed his fingers against the wooden bar, careful to avoid pressing all 5 fingers down at once. The motion was jittery, restless. Then, suddenly, he slammed his fist into the counter with a loud thud. "This is ridiculous," he growled, his voice sharp and grating. Kurojairi barely flinched at the outburst, continuing his task with the same steady rhythm. "What's wrong, Shigaraki?" he asked, his deep voice calm, almost soothing as if speaking to a frustrated child. "What's wrong? What's wrong?" "Nothing's wrong, Kurojairi. And that's the problem." Shigaraki snarled, scratching his neck with a manic fervor. His nails dragged against his dry skin, the habit as much a part of him as his rage. We're supposed to be the League of Villains. And look at us, just the two of us, sitting around doing nothing. We don't even have any new members yet. How the hell are we supposed to kill All Might like this? Kurogiri set the glass down with a soft clink, unperturbed by Shigaraki's fury. Actually, he began, his tone measured, there may be a potential recruit. Shigaraki froze mid-scratch, turning to Kurogiri with wide, skeptical eyes. Huh? His voice dripped with disbelief. Well, don't just stand there, tell me. They call him Forge, Kurogiri said as he poured a drink into a glass, sliding it across the counter toward Shigaraki. Or sometimes Red Circuit. Forge? Shigaraki echoed, his irritation briefly giving way to curiosity. He grabbed the glass and took a swig, leaning back slightly. What's his deal? Super strong or something? And if he's so important, why the hell haven't I heard of him before? Kurogiri folded a towel neatly, his movements deliberate. He's not known for raw strength, he explained. His reputation stems from his mind. Forge is a strategist, a tactician of the highest caliber. He's made significant waves in the underworld recently. Many of the largest villain operations in the last year, those that succeeded against all odds, were made possible through his involvement. Shigaraki perked up, tapping his fingers against the glass thoughtfully. Huh? An intellect main, huh? He muttered, his gamer vernacular slipping out. Kurogiri inclined his head slightly. Indeed. He is also meticulous. From what I've gathered, he covers his tracks exceptionally well. Even the heroes seem largely unaware of his existence. Shigaraki let out a low chuckle, scratching his neck again but with less intensity this time. So, he's smart and careful. That's annoying, he admitted, though a small grin tugged at the corners of his mouth. But it could work for us. Someone like that? He might be useful. Very useful, Kurogiri agreed. Shigaraki leaned forward, the light catching the sharp glint in his crimson eyes. All right, Kurogiri. Find him. If he's really as good as you say, let's see if he's smart enough to join the League of Villains. As you wish, Kurogiri said, bowing slightly. The bar returned to its quiet stillness, but the faint grin on Shigaraki's face lingered, a flicker of sinister hope taking root. You got the goods? Forge asked, his voice calm but laced with a sharp undertone of expectation. His hands were clasped together on the desk, fingers interlocked, as he stared at the man seated across from him. His green eyes scanned the figure carefully, noting every twitch, every movement. The man nodded silently and brought out a black, reinforced case, placing it on the desk with a dull thud. Here it is, the man said, his voice deep and slightly muffled by the crow-shaped mask covering his mouth. He was an imposing figure, yellow hair slicked back, brown eyes narrowed with cautious confidence, and muscles that strained against his dark jacket. Forge leaned forward slightly, resting his elbows on the desk as he studied the case. His sharp gaze flicked back up to the man. I'll be the judge of that, he replied coolly, snapping the case open. Forge's lips twitched into a faint smirk. Not bad, he muttered before nodding to Metal. The sleek, blue and silver robot stood behind Forge, its glowing red eyes fixed on the man across the desk. Without a word, Forge pulled out a bundle of cash and slid it across the desk. 150,000 yen, as promised. The man picked up the cash, his gloved hands deftly counting the bills. He let out a low chuckle as he stood up, stuffing the money into his jacket pocket. That's the good stuff, he said with a mocking lilt. Don't go using it all in one place, kid. Forge didn't respond, but his hand twitched slightly, and that was all the Q Metal needed. The robot's glowing eyes flared brighter as it took a single step forward, its servos emitting a faint, menacing hum. The man froze, feeling the weight of Metal's gaze bore into him like a laser. All right, the man said quickly, raising his hands defensively. No offense meant. Just a joke. Then don't joke, Forge said simply, his tone neutral but carrying an edge that cut through the tension. The man nodded stiffly, backing away. He'd heard the rumors about what that robot could do, about the genius behind it, and he wasn't about to test his luck. Pleasure doing business, he muttered before turning and making a hasty exit. As the door swung shut, Forge stared at the case for a long moment before closing it with a decisive snap. "It better be," he muttered to himself, leaning back in his chair. Metal tilted its head, the faint whir of its sensors the only sound in the room. Forge glanced at the robot, chuckling under his breath. "Relax, Metal. He's not worth it." Metal stepped back to its usual position, its glowing eyes dimming slightly. Forge stood up, stretching his arms overhead with a satisfying crack. "Well," he said, rolling up his sleeve to glance at his watch. "1 in the morning? Seriously?" He let out a low whistle, shaking his head. "Guess I spent more time on that jammer blueprint than I thought. Time to pack up." Metal nodded, moving swiftly to gather the cases scattered around the room. It handled them with precision, stacking them neatly as Forge shut down his office. As he locked the door behind him, Forge glanced down the quiet garage illuminated by dim lights. His smirk returned as the faint hum of future plans buzzed in his mind. "Let's move, Metal," he said, his tone casual but purposeful. The blue and silver robot followed close behind, its glowing red eyes scanning the shadows for anything unusual. "Late night, huh?" Big Smoke's deep, gravelly voice cut through the quiet as he stepped out of the shadows, a thick cigar clamped between his teeth. Smoke curled lazily around his head as he leaned against a lamppost, arms crossed. Forge turned his head slightly, recognizing the voice immediately. "You could say that. Long time no see, Smoke," he replied, a faint smirk tugging at his lips. Big Smoke let out a low chuckle, the kind that carried the weight of years spent on rough streets. "No kidding," he said, exhaling another thick plume of cigar smoke. "You've been keeping busy, kid. And I see your creepy little tin cans still tagging along." Metal's glowing red eyes locked onto Smoke with unsettling precision, its gaze unblinking. For a long moment, it just stared, as if evaluating the man's very existence. "Always watching, huh?" Big Smoke grumbled, shifting uncomfortably under the robot's scrutiny. "Creeps me out every DMN time." Metal didn't respond, instead turning its head slightly, its servos humming softly as it shifted its focus back to Forge. Forge shrugged. "He's good at what he does. Can't say the same for everyone I meet out here." Big Smoke barked a laugh, though it was tinged with a nervous edge. "Fair enough, kid. Fair enough. But look, I ain't here to waste your time. Just came to give you a little heads up." Forge raised an eyebrow, crossing his arms. "A heads up? About what?" Big Smoke glanced around, his usual cocky demeanor faltering as his gaze darted to the shadows lining the alley. He stepped closer, lowering his voice to a rough whisper. "Nightmares on her hunt." Forge froze, the weight of those words hitting him like a hammer. For a moment, he stood motionless, the faintest gulp escaping the confines of his helmet. "Nightmare?" he echoed, his voice quieter, more measured now. "Yeah," Big Smoke said, his cigar briefly dangling from his lips before he snatched it away to speak clearly. His tone dropped to something darker, more serious. "I ain't joking, kid. She's been prowling these streets the past few nights. You know how she works, silent, brutal, leaves nothing but carnage behind. If she gets a whiff of you or that shiny bucket of bolts, you're done. You hear me? Done." Forge's smirk was long gone, replaced with a steely expression. "Appreciate the warning, Smoke," he muttered, his voice carrying a gravity that matched the situation. Big Smoke took a shaky drag of his cigar, his hands not quite as steady as he'd like. "Don't think I'm doing this out of the goodness of my heart. You keep the heat off this side of town, and I get to sleep a little easier. But Nightmare? She don't play by the rules. Ain't nobody safe when she's out." Forge nodded, his mind already racing through possibilities and contingencies. "Got it. Thanks, Smoke. Stay out of trouble." Big Smoke huffed, stuffing his cigar back in his mouth. "Trouble's what keeps the blood pumpin', kid. But tonight? I think I'll pass." Without another word, Smoke turned and hurried off, his usual swagger noticeably muted as he disappeared into the foggy night. Forge exhaled slowly, glancing at Metal. "You heard him," he said softly. Metal nodded, its glowing eyes narrowing slightly as if preparing for what lay ahead. The first floor of the abandoned garage was deathly silent. The kind of silence that pressed down on your chest, making every breath feel heavier. Forge stepped cautiously, his boots echoing faintly against the cracked concrete. The place was deserted, a graveyard of rusted tools, broken-down vehicles, and forgotten debris. "Well, shit," Forge muttered under his breath, the words barely audible. He knew exactly why the usual scum that lurked in places like this had vanished. Nightmare. The underworld's most terrifying enigma. Nobody knew who she was. What she truly was. But everyone knew the stories. Her victims were everywhere: thugs, cops, even heroes. Sometimes it was just unlucky civilians who decided to take a very late-night walk. They all ended the same way, vanished into the shadows or left behind in pieces. Forge clenched his jaw, forcing himself to focus. He wasn't planning to become her next victim. His eyes darted around the garage, scanning for any signs of movement. Nothing. He quickly made his way to a narrow passage leading to the exit of the parking garage. "Dang it, Thorn," he grumbled under his breath. His contact wasn't here, which meant he had to handle the rusty exit door himself. He gripped the handle and pulled, wincing at the agonizing screech of the hinges. The sound echoed through the emptiness, slicing through the silence like a scream. Forge froze. Listening. Nothing. He stepped outside, glancing back as Metal scanned the area behind them. The robot was unusually thorough, its glowing red eyes sweeping every inch of the shadows with cold precision. "Metal," Forge whispered. "What is it?" Metal didn't answer, but its posture stiffened, servos emitting a faint hum. Something was there. Watching. "Let's go," Forge ordered quietly. Metal obeyed, its movements calculated and near silent. The alleys were deserted. Lifeless. But Forge could feel it now, the same unease that had gripped Metal. The air was thick, suffocating, and the hairs on the back of his neck stood on end. Someone or something was watching them. His hand drifted toward his pocket, fingers brushing against the handle of his blaster. The weight of it was comforting, but it did little to ease the growing dread curling in his gut. The silence was oppressive. Even Metal, usually a steady companion, had shifted into full stealth mode. Its servos and systems were muted to a near-impossible silence. The feeling only grew worse with every step. Forge's heart pounded in his chest, his breaths shallow. He couldn't shake the sensation that they were being hunted. Finally, they reached their first stop, a slightly more open alleyway. The lack of fire escape stairs or debris gave them a clear path. Forge didn't need to give any instructions. Metal was already moving. The robot grabbed Forge with one hand while holding the cases in the other, its ion thruster powering up with a faint whir. They lifted off, ascending into the night sky. Forge exhaled softly, relief washing over him as he glanced back at the alley below. And then he felt it. That terrible, suffocating awareness. She'd seen him. He couldn't see her, but he knew without a doubt that she had been there. Watching. Waiting. The weight of her gaze lingered, like a phantom touch against his skin. In the shadows below, she stepped into the dim light for just a moment. Her black and red dress clung to her form, flowing like spilled ink around her. One eye gleamed vivid crimson, glowing faintly in the low light, while the other shimmered with the intricate design of a golden clock. The hands within ticked in perfect synchrony, their mechanical beauty at odds with the malice in her gaze. She tilted her head ever so slightly, as if in amusement, her lips curling into a faint, chilling smile. "So, you're Forge, huh?" she murmured. Her voice was soft, playful, and yet dripping with venomous intent. Her head tilted further, and she giggled a light, chilling sound that didn't belong in the world of the living. It echoed in the empty alleyway, lingering like a specter. "Interesting," she whispered. And then she was gone. Melted back into the shadows like she had never been there at all. Forge shuddered despite himself, gripping Metal's arm tighter as they flew higher. His mind raced, replaying the encounter or lack thereof. He hadn't seen her fully. But the image of that clockwork eye. And the malice in her presence. It burned into his memory. "She saw us," he muttered under his breath. Metal didn't respond, but its grip on him tightened slightly. The The city stretched out below them, its lights flickering like distant stars. But Forge couldn't shake the feeling that no matter how far they flew, Nightmare was still there. Forge got home after a short flight, taking his usual route inside through the basement window. It was second nature by now, landing silently, slipping through the opening, and making sure to close it just enough to keep prying eyes away. The basement was cluttered, a mix of makeshift workbenches, spare parts, and the occasional half-finished project. He wasted no time shedding his helmet, trench coat and camo uniform, replacing them with a black t-shirt and red shorts. He swapped his boots for a pair of well-worn red sneakers, the kind that squeaked faintly on smooth surfaces. "Metal," he said, extending a hand. The robot stepped forward, handing him one of the cases with its usual mechanical efficiency. Izuku set it down on a desk, his fingers tracing the latches before popping it open with a satisfying click. Inside, in all its forbidden, gleaming glory, were 5 small canisters of trigger. Blue. Illegal. Deadly. Izuku stared at them for a moment, a faint smirk tugging at his lips. Trigger was a fascinating little devil. On the surface, it was just an ability-enhancing drag, something that could take even the weakest meta user and turn them into a powerhouse for a short time. But calling it just a drag was like calling a flamethrower just a candle. Trigger worked by targeting the meta cells, the tiny biological wonders that gave people their abilities. Normally, meta cells operated like well-trained soldiers, dutifully carrying out their roles without complaint. Trigger, however, didn't believe in playing nice. The drag essentially turned those meta cells into overworked slaves. It flooded the system with synthetic hormones and energy compounds, forcing the cells to operate at 10 times their normal capacity. The result? A user's meta ability output skyrocketed. They'd be faster, stronger, or more powerful, depending on their ability. For a few glorious minutes, they'd feel like gods. But, like all things that sound too good to be true, Trigger came with a price tag. First, there were the mental effects. While under the influence, users often lost control of their emotions, becoming irrational, hyper-aggressive, or downright feral. Some described it as being a passenger in their own body, watching helplessly as they rampaged. And then there were the physical side effects. Trigger didn't just overwork the meta cells, it burned them out. Prolonged use left permanent damage, reducing ability effectiveness or, in extreme cases, causing abilities to fail entirely. Meta cells weren't built to withstand that kind of abuse, and once they broke, they didn't heal. And let's not forget the overdoses. Overdosing on Trigger was like pouring gasoline on an already roaring fire. The meta cells would go into overdrive, producing power far beyond the body's limits. Muscles would tear, bones would snap, and internal organs would literally cook from the inside out. It wasn't a pretty way to go. One poor idiot reportedly detonated his ability so violently that his remains had to be scraped off 3 separate buildings. Izuku chuckled darkly at the thought. Trigger, the gift that keeps on giving. Until it doesn't. He reached out, grabbing one of the canisters and holding it up to the light. It was incredible, really, how something so small and seemingly harmless could cause so much devastation. Tiny blue death sticks, he muttered under his breath. He wasn't planning to use them, of course not yet at least. But having them? That was a different story. Izuku snapped the case shut, locking it with a soft click. The robot said nothing as usual, but its faintly glowing eyes seemed to hold a silent judgment. "Don't give me that look," Izuku quipped. "It's not like I'm gonna take the DMN stuff." "Probably." Metal's head tilted slightly, an almost human gesture of skepticism. Izuku sighed, running a hand through his hair. "All right, fine. Definitely not." "Happy now?" Metal didn't respond, but Izuku could swear the robot's gaze lingered on him a little longer than usual. "Not like it would do me any good anyway," Izuku muttered, staring at the canister in his hand. He was a cripple after all. No meta ability to his name. Just a regular, ability-less kid trying to play in a world designed for superhumans. But the thought lingered. What would happen if he took it? Would it do nothing, or would the drag start messing around with his other cells, scrambling him from the inside out? Izuku wasn't about to test his luck, not with something so potent that even the distributors had the decency to dilute it. especially not when the version he had was pure and undiluted. Now, you might be wondering, what on God's green earth would he possibly need this for? He had a theory. See, while trigger was toxic, almost as friendly to the human body as cyanide, it was still a step in the right direction. The problem wasn't the drag itself, but the fact that metacells just weren't capable of handling that kind of strain. They'd burn out, collapse, or explode in a spectacularly messy fashion. And there wasn't much anyone could do to change that. But you know what could potentially handle the strain? Muscles. Muscles were tougher than the average metacell, more resilient, and capable of absorbing higher loads of stress. Of course, even then, the strain could still cause damage. But it was enough of a loophole for Izuku to latch onto. Which brought him to his second case. With a soft click, the lid popped open, revealing rows of neatly organized vials. These weren't nearly as exotic as trigger, just your good old-fashioned steroids. Steroids weren't technically illegal, at least not in the same league as trigger. But they still had their fair share of side effects. For one, they could turn a scrawny kid into a beefcake in record time. A few injections, a couple of weeks, and voila! Instant gym bro transformation. But the downsides? Oh, those were chef's kiss. Izuku chuckled dryly as he ran through the list in his head. Hair loss, acne, shrinking ball, mood swings that could rival the Hulk, and energy so overclocked it could probably break the sound barrier. Real tempting, he muttered sarcastically. Still, despite the amusing drawbacks, steroids were also a step in the right direction. But they weren't the endgame. Not by a long shot. The third case? That was a whole different beast. Izuku placed the steroid case aside and opened the last one, his fingers brushing over the vial inside like it was a holy relic. The glowing green liquid stared back at him, almost alive. Venom. It wasn't just a relic, it was practically mythology. Venom was an ancient supplement, created back in the pre-meta era, roughly 200 years ago. Its birthplace? A backwater city in America called Gotham. This wasn't just any enhancement drag. Venom was steroids on steroids. It didn't just bulk you up. It transformed you into something bordering on superhuman. Reports from that time claimed that its primary user, some guy named Bane, had feats of strength that could rival modern-day C-tier abilities. And this was before meta abilities even existed. How did Izuku know all this? Well, he might have accidentally stumbled upon some leaked information while exploring the darker corners of the internet. The original post barely got any attention, most people dismissing it as fake or outright trolling. Some comments were the usual nonsense, fake news, this isn't real, and of course, I'm gonna touch you. But Izuku had decided to dig deeper. And sure enough, the evidence was real. Venom wasn't just a marvel of biochemistry, it was a monument to human ingenuity. It worked by rapidly increasing muscle mass and physical strength to absurd degrees. The catch? It was insanely addictive. Safer versions were eventually developed, clean, effective, and without the same disastrous side effects, but the operation was shut down almost immediately. But who knows? Politics, maybe. Paranoia. The usual. But before it all went under, the creator had left one final middle finger to the American government. They posted the chemical formula everywhere. Naturally, the US responded with their usual subtlety by wiping the formula clean off the surface of the internet, both nationally and internationally. But they missed a spot. Russia. Izuku's grin widened as he remembered the absurdity of it all. While scrolling through the remnants of an obscure Russian network, he'd found the file. Just sitting there, untouched, like an artifact in a dusty museum. It hadn't been accessed in over 150 years. A few days, some questionable chemical acquisitions, and countless hours of preparation later, the result was now sitting comfortably on his desk, a vial of glowing green liquid. Venom. All right, so, Izuku murmured, leaning back in his chair. What's the plan? Why the hell would I need trigger, steroids, and an ancient supersteroid? He had a theory. If he could execute it correctly, he'd potentially never need to work out again. But God, was it a pain in the butt to simulate the chemical reaction without it blowing up in his computer? Still, he had time. And Izuku was nothing if not patient. Izuku had part-time jobs. Well, he had them past tense. up until he started skipping shifts to focus on his late-night activities. Honestly, he didn't even know why he still bothered with them. Between his side ventures and the money he'd saved up, he could comfortably sustain himself without ever having to endure another hour of minimum wage misery. But for some reason, he'd let the countless ignored calls from his boss guilt-trip him into showing up. He walked into the tiny, dingy office that smelled like stale coffee and despair, sitting down silently across from his boss. The man, a plump, balding tyrant with brown hair and the permanent scowl of someone who hated his life but took it out on everyone else, glared at Izuku like he'd personally burned his house down. "Well, look who finally decided to grace us with his crippled presence," the man sneered, slamming a sweaty fist on his desk for dramatic effect. The force rattled a half-empty coffee cup and a suspiciously sticky stapler. Izuku's eyebrow twitched, but he kept his expression neutral. "Good to see you too," he replied flatly, folding his arms. "Don't you start with that tone, you little sheet," the man barked, his voice a mix of frustration and pure venom. "Where the hell have you been, huh? Busy? What could someone like you possibly be busy with? Polishing your lack of a future?" Izuku's jaw tightened, but he answered as calmly as he could manage. "I've been occupied." "Occupied? Occupied?" the man practically spat, his face turning redder than his ill-fitting tie. "What the hell does someone like you even do to be occupied? You don't have any real responsibilities, no wife, no kids, no meta-ability. What, you think the world owes you something just because you can't contribute like the rest of us? You think you're special?" Izuku stared at him, deadpan. "I didn't realize working here was that integral to the economy. My mistake." The boss's chair creaked dangerously as he leaned forward, pointing a stubby finger at Izuku. "Don't you get smart with me, kid. You're lucky I even gave you a job in the first place. No one else would hire a cripple like you." He spat the word like it was poison, emphasizing every syllable like he wanted to carve it into Izuku's skin. "You're a FING drain on society, you know that? I'm giving you a chance at something, and you can't even show up for a DMN shift? You'd rather hang around doing nothing while the rest of us actually work." Izuku's lip twitched, trying to hold back his anger. But the words still came out like acid. "Yeah, well, maybe I'm just trying to find something worthwhile to do. Something other than work my butt off for people who treat me like shit." The boss laughed bitterly, a twisted, mocking chuckle that reeked of years of frustration aimed at someone far beneath him. If you could even call it, that was hell. Izuku's responsibilities ranged from mopping floors that somehow always smelled like wet dog to dealing with customers who had the combined IQ of a bag of rocks. Every day felt like he was sinking deeper into a pit, surrounded by people who couldn't care less about him or anyone else, really. His co-workers? Oh, they were a real treat. Some acted like he didn't even exist, walking past him like he was a piece of furniture they couldn't be bothered to acknowledge. The others were no better, whispering behind his back, making cruel jokes about his lack of a meta ability. Why is he even here? He's just biding his time until he gets fired. It was like a game to them, one where he was always the punchline. The customers? Worse. Sure, there were the usual complaints, "You're out of stock again? Do you even know what you're doing?" But the real gems were the assholes who thought it was hilarious to remind him that he didn't have a real ability. "I'm gonna have to clean these peaches later, it's got cripple on it," one old man sneered once, his breath stinking of cheap booze. Izuku didn't say anything. Why bother? They knew he couldn't fight back, not in a place like this. And then there was the boss. This pompous, loudmouth dictator had a get-rich-quick mentality that was only outmatched by his complete lack of self-awareness. He liked to puff out his chest, strutting around the store like he was the CEO of some Fortune 500 company, but he was running a dingy, hole-in-the-wall convenience store that had seen better days 3 decades ago. Move it, cripple. He'd snap if Izuku was even a second late to clean something. "You'd better be mopping faster than that, or I'll throw you out on the street where you belong." The constant, soul-crushing reminders that Izuku was nothing. "You're lucky I'm not firing you right now. You think the world owes you a living just 'cause you're special? Well, guess what? You're not special. You're just a freak, a cripple." Izuku heard that line more times than he could count. Cheap labor. The words echoed in his head every day, a reminder of how little he was worth in this sheet-hole of a job. Treat you like sheet? The boss sneered, raising an eyebrow. You're lucky I even bother with you. You think you're too good to scrub floors? To answer phones? To stock shelves? You're nothing without an ability. Izuku's patience snapped. Without another word, he stood up abruptly, his chair scraping against the floor. Go ahead. Fire me, he said coldly. It won't change a DMN thing. And the second you do, I'll walk out of here and never look back. This place is a sinking ship, and you're the captain who's too dumb to see it. The boss froze, momentarily stunned into silence. Izuku walked toward the door, feeling the man's furious eyes burning into his back. Oh, and for the record, Izuku added without turning around, I don't need your pity, your job, or your approval. Have fun explaining to your next sucker why this hellhole's closing down. He walked out, leaving the office and his boss's sputtering rage behind him. It was the most satisfying shift he'd ever had. Izuku walked along the sidewalk, absently scrolling through his phone. He wore a crisp white shirt layered under a designer green hoodie, paired with black pants and sleek black and white sneakers. Lately, he'd started treating himself to finer things, simple indulgences, but ones he could now afford. He felt he deserved it. As his thumb scrolled through updates and schematics, his thoughts drifted back to the countless projects waiting for him at home, most nearing completion. A small, self-satisfied smirk tugged at his lips. 6 months. It had been 6 months since Metal was finally brought back online. 6 months since All Might told him he couldn't be a hero. 6 months since he'd abandoned the crushing weight of trying to live up to a society that had done nothing but trample him into the dirt. He'd stopped chasing the dream of being a hero. Stopped bending under the weight of expectations that only served to break him. Instead, he'd stepped onto a new path, one of creation and destruction in equal measure, a path society would call villainy. And it felt so good. For the first time, he was free. Free from the endless struggle to prove himself to people who had already written him off. Free from the chains of an ideal that had only ever served to keep him bound. Freedom isn't the absence of responsibility, it's the absence of chains. Vindication burned quietly in his chest. For the first time in his life, he wasn't just surviving. He was living. His musings were interrupted by the warm, earthy scent of fresh vegetables wafting from a nearby market. He glanced up, spotting a colorful display of produce. Carrots, tomatoes, peppers, and leafy greens were neatly arranged in rows under the soft glow of the afternoon sun. Might as well, he murmured, veering toward the market stalls. For the next few minutes, Izuku wandered through the bustling market, picking out an assortment of vegetables. He weighed his options carefully, some carrots for stir-fry, crisp green bell peppers, and a few ripe tomatoes for soup. As he approached the checkout, the vendor greeted him warmly and handed him his purchases in a sturdy tote bag. The price was fair. He'd learned that budgeting was an art form during his more frugal years. Just as he was about to leave the market district, a cheerful voice called out, "Flowers. Fresh flowers for any occasion." He turned toward the sound and saw a small, charming flower shop nestled between two larger buildings. A young woman stood outside, waving at passers-by. Her blackish-brown hair fell in soft waves, with bangs that obscured her left eye. The other eye, a striking crimson, seemed to catch the sunlight just so. She wore a simple yet elegant floral pattern dress, the kind that made her seem like part of the shop's aesthetic. Izuku paused for a moment too long, and the girl caught his gaze. "Hey, you," she called, pointing at him with an almost accusatory tone. Startled, Izuku blinked, looking around as if to confirm she meant him. He pointed at himself. "Me?" "Yes, you," she said, closing the distance between them in an instant. Before he could react, she grabbed his tote bag. "Wait, what are you doing?" he protested, but she was already heading toward her shop, the bag in tow. "Relax, I'm just helping you out," she replied over her shoulder. Not wanting to lose the vegetables he just paid for, Izuku followed her inside. The moment he stepped into the shop, she placed his tote bag on the counter and spun around, moving a flower pot into his face. "You look like a man of good taste," she said, grinning mischievously. Buy a flower. It'll brighten your day. Or someone else's. Izuku took a step back, hands raised in defense. No thanks. I'm not interested. The girl's grin faltered, and she tilted her head, studying him. Oh, come on. I went through all that effort to get you here. The least you can do is show some gratitude and buy a flower. I didn't ask you to take my bag, Izuku muttered, crossing his arms. She huffed, placing a hand on her hip. You're not very good at this whole supporting small businesses thing, are you? I'm serious, I don't need any flowers. Her eyes lit up with a spark of determination. Well, maybe you just haven't found the right flower yet. She began pulling out an assortment of blooms, holding them up to his face one by one. What about this one? Too bright? Okay, how about this one? Ooh, this one's got charm written all over it. Izuku took a step back for every flower she moved toward him, feeling overwhelmed. He wasn't great with people, and dealing with an overly enthusiastic stranger, let alone a girl, was a rare and exhausting experience. I'm really not looking to buy flowers, he said firmly, trying to escape her gaze. She paused, lowering the bouquet in her hands. For a moment, she looked genuinely disappointed. But then, as if struck by inspiration, her expression softened. Her eyes widened slightly, and her lips curled into a small pout. Oh, come on, she said, her voice dropping into a sweet, pleading tone. Just one. Pretty please. Izuku's mind ground to a halt. What she had just deployed was nothing short of a psychological weapon. The kind of cute, disarming charm that bypassed logic and struck straight at the part of the brain that thought kittens were tiny gods. And he folded like origami. A few minutes later, Izuku walked out of the flower shop carrying his tote bag of vegetables and an unusually large bouquet of roses. As he headed home, he glanced down at the vibrant red petals, shaking his head with a soft laugh. I have no idea what just happened. But for some reason, the roses didn't seem like such a bad purchase after all. Yet, he couldn't help but think that girl was oddly familiar. Izuku reached his front porch, pulling out his keys. As he slid them into the lock, he noticed the door was already unlocked. Which could only mean one thing: his mother was home. A rare occurrence. He opened the door slowly, stepping inside to find her sitting on the couch, scrolling through her phone. Her slender figure remained unchanged after all these years, though the warmth he once associated with her presence had long since faded. She glanced at him briefly, her gaze lingering on the odd bouquet of roses in his arms, before going back to her phone without a word. Izuku sighed silently and walked into the kitchen, placing the vegetables in the cupboard and the bouquet in his room. By the time he returned to the living room, Inko was still on the couch, engrossed in social media. The silence stretched, uncomfortable yet familiar. Izuku had grown used to her indifference, though it didn't stop the hatred simmering just beneath the surface. Finally, Inko broke the silence. I won't be around for the next 3 months or so after this week, she said, her tone detached, as if making small talk with a stranger. Okay, Izuku replied flatly, not bothering to look up from the carrots he was chopping. She frowned, her irritation evident. Won't you ask why? No. Inko narrowed her eyes, clearly annoyed by his lack of interest. I'm visiting your father. Izuku froze, the knife in his hand hovering midair. The sound of the blade hitting the cutting board was deafening in the silence that followed. What? He asked, his voice low, controlled, and laced with disbelief. Oh, don't be a child, Izuku, she said dismissively. He's your father and my husband. I have every right to see him whenever I want. Izuku's hand trembled as he set the knife down. Slowly, he turned to face her. That man left us. For 10 years. And you're still head over effing heels for him? What the hell is wrong with you? Inko's expression darkened, her lips pressing into a thin line. Watch your mouth, she warned. But Izuku didn't stop. His voice rose, his composure unraveling. He abandoned you without a second thought. He didn't care about you, about us, about me. And you're running back to him like nothing happened? Are you that desperate? Her hand tightened around her phone, her voice sharp and venomous as she snapped, Don't you dare talk to me like that, Izuku. You don't know a diamond thing about what I went through. I don't know, he said, his voice breaking with a bitter laugh. I watched you give up, Mom. I watched you sit there every day, scrolling through your stupid phone while I. His voice cracked, anger and pain merging into one. Do you even remember the last time you asked me how I was feeling? Or noticed when I stopped caring about school? When I stopped trying to be happy? Because I do, Mom. I remember every second of you not being there. Inko's face twisted with fury. You think you're the only one who suffered? Do you? You have no idea how hard it was for me to raise you on my own. To work day and night just to keep a roof over our heads and food on the table. You barely did that. Izuku shot back, his voice shaking. Do you want me to thank you for the bare minimum? You didn't raise me, you left me to fend for myself while you checked out. And you think I should be grateful for it? Grateful? She shouted, standing now, her voice trembling with rage. You're lucky I didn't just abandon you altogether. Do you have any idea how many nights I wanted to pack my things and leave? To walk away from the mess your existence made of my life. Izuku's breath hitched, her words cutting deeper than any blade. My existence? He repeated, his voice barely above a whisper. You mean the fact that you brought me into this world? That's on you, not me. I never asked to be born, let alone to a mother who couldn't stand the sight of me. You ruined my life, Izuku, she yelled, her voice cracking with emotion. I lost everything because of you, my husband, my dreams, my future. And what did I get in return? A crippled child who can't even look at me without resentment in his eyes. Izuku's hands gripped the counter tightly, his knuckles turning white. Lost everything? I was a kid, Mom. I needed you, and you gave up on me because I wasn't what you wanted. Because I wasn't enough. You've always been a burden, she spat, her voice cold and final. You were nothing but a reminder of what I lost. And every day, I had to look at you and wonder why I even stayed. Izuku slammed his knife into the cutting board, the sound reverberating through the room. Remind me then, he said, his voice low and deadly. Whose fault is it that I'm broken? That I'm worthless? Because it sure as hell isn't mine. Inko's eyes widened, and for a moment, she looked as though she might say something, might try to defend herself. But instead, she turned on her heel and stormed out of the room, slamming the door to her bedroom behind her. Izuku stood in the silence she left behind, his chest heaving with the effort of holding back tears. He stared down at the knife embedded in the cutting board, his reflection warped in its polished surface. For a long moment, he didn't move. Then, without a word, he pulled the knife free, set it down gently, and left the kitchen. It didn't take long before his mom stormed out of the house, slamming the door behind her. The sharp sound echoed through the silence she left behind, but Izuku barely flinched. Instead, he moved with purpose. His feet carried him to the wall, where he pressed a hidden latch disguised as part of the wallpaper. The panel slid down smoothly, revealing a concealed thumb scanner. A faint beep confirmed his identity, and the hidden door to the basement clicked open. Izuku barged in, his movements stiff with barely contained anger, locking the door behind him with a loud thunk. Metal stirred at the sudden noise. His sleek, metallic frame shifted as he detached himself from his charging station, his red optic focusing on his master. But metal didn't move to intervene. He knew better than to disrupt Izuku in a mood like this. Izuku didn't acknowledge him. He was too focused, tearing through a hidden compartment in his work desk. His hands finally closed around one of his blasters. It felt heavy in his grip, its cool, polished surface grounding him in the moment. Without hesitation, he stomped toward the testing zone on the far end of the basement. The dim lighting barely illuminated the mannequins lined up there, their synthetic forms standing like silent targets, waiting. He didn't bother calibrating or aiming. He just raised the blaster and pulled the trigger. A single, deafening crack echoed in the room as the blaster fired at maximum power. A searing bolt of plasma shot out, glowing white-hot and trailing a faint haze of vaporized air. The mannequin's head didn't just shatter, it melted. The superheated plasma incinerated the synthetic material on contact, leaving behind a molten stump that bubbled and hissed before collapsing in on itself. Izuku adjusted the power setting, his thumb sliding down the control dial to medium. He fired again, and this time the blaster let out a sharp thwp. The plasma bolt was smaller, more contained, but no less devastating. It struck the chest of a mannequin with the force of a high-caliber revolver, punching a perfectly circular hole clean through its torso and sending it tumbling. The edges of the wound glowed red-hot, the material around it scorched and fused from the heat. He fired repeatedly, each shot precise and deadly. The mannequins buckled under the onslaught, their forms riddled with glowing, molten craters that smoked and sputtered as they cooled. Izuku's breaths came faster as he turned the dial again, lowering the power to its automatic mode. With a click, the blaster began humming softly, a precursor to the barrage. He held down the trigger. The air filled with the rapid staccato of plasma rounds firing in quick succession. Marble-sized plasma bolts struck the mannequins with pinpoint accuracy, each impact leaving a smoldering hole that burned around the edges. Smoke curled from the countless points of destruction, the once pristine dummies now reduced to barely standing frames, their surfaces warped and melted. Izuku's hands tightened on the blaster, his knuckles white. His face remained stoic, but his eyes told another story. Anger. Not the wild, explosive kind, but a deep, simmering rage that had been building for years. Each pull of the trigger felt like an outlet, but no matter how many shots he fired, the pressure inside him wouldn't release. The kind of pain that came from years of neglect and betrayal. His mother's words rang in his ears, the accusations and resentment cutting deeper than the sharpest blade. Vindication. The basement was his sanctuary, his proof that he didn't need anyone. Not the heroes who scorned him, not the society that dismissed him, not even the mother who should have supported him. Down here he was free. He was Forge. The blaster clicked, signaling an empty charge. The silence that followed was deafening, broken only by Izuku's uneven breathing. He lowered the weapon, his hands trembling not from exertion, but from the overwhelming storm of emotions swirling inside him. Metal stepped closer, his glowing optics scanning Izuku silently, as if waiting for a command or a cue to act. But Izuku said nothing. Instead, he dropped the blaster on the nearest table with a heavy clunk and leaned against the wall, dragging a hand down his face. For a moment, all he could do was stare at the ruined mannequins, their forms reduced to smoking, molten debris. They were unrecognizable now. Just like him. He ran his hand through his hair and sank to the floor, trying to calm himself down. He glanced up to his robot who stared at him, the sight of the robot slightly reassuring him. "Guess I went a bit overboard there," Izuku muttered, stretching as he rose from his crouched position. His gaze drifted to another workstation, one that was much tidier by comparison. Rows of chemical apparatus gleamed under the harsh overhead light, flasks bubbling gently and a maze of tubing winding its way through a small mountain of carefully labeled vials. Izuku walked over, his eyes immediately locking onto the whiteboard mounted above the desk. Scribbled across it were complex equations, molecular diagrams, and the occasional sarcastic note to self: "Don't mess this up unless you like explosions." "So far, so good," he murmured, tapping the board with a knuckle. The mixture he'd created, an unholy cocktail of steroids, venom, and other chemical oddities, was surprisingly stable. It had taken weeks to get it to this point, tweaking the ratios until the solution stopped either combusting or turning into a gelatinous nightmare. But now came the tricky part: integrating Trigger. Trigger was a chemical wild card, volatile even in the best of circumstances. While it worked by supercharging metacells, that was the problem. Metacells were its only viable target. Without them, the drag had no direction, no focal point, and instead wreaked havoc on the body as a whole. Izuku's situation was unique. With no metacells to speak of, Trigger needed an alternate pathway. A way to bypass the metacells altogether and instead enhance muscle fibers, bone density, and organ resilience directly. Enter the Koka Bara, the reinforced rose. Izuku glanced at a small, laminated photograph pinned to the corner of the board. It depicted a stunning flower with deep crimson petals and faintly shimmering veins of silver, giving it an almost metallic sheen. Native to Japan, the reinforced rose was rare, not because it required impossible conditions to grow, but because of its short blooming season. The flower only bloomed once every 7 years, And even then, the window was brief, a mere 2 weeks before the petals began to wilt. The petals and stamens of the kookaburra contained a unique glycoprotein, myostamin, which acted as a biological GPS for cellular interactions. When paired with volatile compounds like trigger, myostamin could direct the drag's effects to specific tissues, bypassing its chaotic tendencies entirely. Think of it as a traffic cop. Izuku lifted a vial of shimmering, silver-tinted liquid he'd extracted earlier. It waves trigger along and says, "No, not their muscle fibers are that way." This wasn't just theoretical. Early tests on synthesized tissue had shown promise. The myostamin trigger hybrid compound had successfully enhanced muscle density without damaging surrounding cells. The bones reinforced themselves without splintering, and organ function actually improved under the strain. However, the test subject in question, a rat, had to quickly be disposed before it grew strong enough to break its cage. Of course, there was one glaring problem. He didn't have nearly enough kookaburra. The glycoprotein content in a single flower was minuscule, barely enough to treat a fraction of the solution he'd created. And while the rose was native to Japan, tracking one down during its brief blooming PRD was like playing hide and seek in a forest blindfolded. Izuku sighed, running a hand through his hair as he leaned back in his chair. So I need to find a mythical flower, harvest it without crushing the stamens, and hope I don't blow myself up mixing it with trigger. Totally doable. His eyes flicked back to the shimmering liquid on his desk, a grin tugging at his lips. Still, he muttered, if this works, I'll be the first person in history to survive trigger without metacells. Not bad for a crippled nerd. The glow from the vial seemed to pulse, as if in agreement. Izuku felt a light poke against his leg, drawing him out of his thoughts. Glancing down, he saw Metal, his diminutive robotic companion, staring up at him with glowing crimson optics. The little bot pointed at another one of Izuku's projects resting on a nearby workbench. Blackout, Izuku murmured, recognizing the device immediately. It was the jammer he'd been designing for the crew, a notorious gang operating out of the city's darker corners. The device was sleek and compact, shaped like AD-15 die, its primary black coloration accented with intricate yellow lines that formed pentagon-shaped patterns across each face. Despite its unassuming size, Blackout was a beast, a miniaturized EMP capable of disabling anything electronic within a 1.2 city block radius. Izuku picked it up, turning it over in his hands. It was lighter than it looked, but the weight of its potential was undeniable. Good job, Metal, Izuku said, flashing a rare grin at the robot. Metal gave a small nod, its servos whirring softly in response, and stepped back, its task complete. Izuku set the jammer down and let out a low whistle. The crew had paid him far more than he'd ever expected for the project, a whopping 12 million yen. That kind of money was unheard of for a device this simple, at least by his standards. The sheer absurdity of the situation made him chuckle. The crew didn't realize he'd been planning to steal most of the materials he needed anyway. The money they handed over? Pure profit. He didn't even have to break a sweat. 12 million for something I was already going to pull off with a 5-finger discount, Izuku muttered, shaking his head. Thanks for the donation, I guess. The deal itself was straightforward. The crew had paid up front, no questions asked. All he had to do now was deliver Blackout to them tomorrow. A simple drop and go. He didn't plan on sticking around longer than necessary. Still, curiosity gnawed at him. Why would a gang like the crew need something this powerful? The jammer wasn't just disruptive, it was destructive. Within its effective radius, nothing electronic would function. Security systems, communication lines, even the most hardened devices would be rendered useless. A weapon like this wasn't just a tool, it was a declaration of intent. Izuku leaned back against the workbench, spinning the device in his hand as he pondered. Maybe it's for a heist, he mused aloud. Or taking out a rival's infrastructure. Either way, it's not my problem. Metal tilted its head as if questioning him. Izuku snorted. What? It's not like I'm losing sleep over what some gang plans to do with it. As long as it doesn't come back to bite me, I couldn't care less. He paused, looking down at the device again. The yellow pentagons seemed to glow faintly in the dim light of his workshop, almost like they were alive. And if it does, he added with a smirk, well, I've got a whole arsenal to remind them why messing with me is a bad idea. Metal let out a soft chirp, seemingly satisfied with the answer. Izuku placed Blackout into a padded case and sealed it shut. Tomorrow, he'd drop it off and wash his hands of the whole thing. It was just another job, another step toward funding his personal projects. Whatever chaos the crew planned to unleash with it wasn't his concern. At least not yet. 1 month and 2 weeks till transfer. Hideo Takamura was living the dream, a picture-perfect night that could have been plucked from the plot of a made-for-TV drama about unchecked ambition. Except this wasn't a drama, it was his reality. A leading official in the Hero Safety Commission, now freshly appointed as the Senator of Crime Affairs, Takamura was the man who pulled strings so expertly that no one even realized they were tangled until he'd already risen to the top. A poker face carved from years of deceit and just the right amount of charm had made him untouchable. And tonight, oh tonight, he was reveling in it. The setting was as opulent as it could get, the Kageyaki Grand Hall, a sprawling marvel of glass and steel nestled in the heart of Tokyo. This wasn't your average high society venue. The chandeliers weren't just crystal, they were imported Venetian crystal, and the hors d'oeuvres? Wagyu beef sliders paired with truffle aioli. The kind of place where even breathing felt expensive. Takamura leaned back in his chair, his belly full of aged wine and an assortment of canapés he didn't even know the names of but ate with gusto anyway. He wasn't about to admit it, but his tie was starting to feel a little snug around his neck. A minor annoyance, easily fixed by a discreet tug. Not that anyone would notice, every eye in the room was on him, the star of the evening. His colleagues, cronies, and a sprinkling of sycophantic heroes stood scattered around the room, raising glasses in his honor. Half of them were there to kiss up to him. The other half were there because they knew what happened when you didn't show up to a party thrown by Hideo Takamura. Life was good. Ladies and gentlemen, a voice boomed over the mic. It was one of his closest allies, Hiroki Matsuda, a slick-haired man who could probably sell ice to the Arctic. Let's raise a glass to the man of the hour. The man who's brought integrity, no, brilliance, to the Hero Safety Commission and now stands as the Senator of Crime Affairs. To Hideo Takamura. To Takamura. The room erupted in applause, and the senator-in-waiting waved it off with mock humility. Please, please, he said, standing and smoothing his tailored suit. You're embarrassing me. Not that I don't deserve it. The room filled with polite laughter. Takamura basked in the glow. He had them eating out of the palm of his hand. This was his moment. He was untouchable. After all, who was going to stop him? The heroes? They were nothing more than shiny pawns on his chessboard, moved around by political interests and budgets he controlled. They liked to pretend they were paragons of justice, but Takamura knew the truth. Even the brightest capes could be dulled by a thick enough wad of cash. Takamura sipped his wine, savoring the sweet, smoky finish. He was about to make another speech, something self-aggrandizing but just humble enough to keep the room entertained, when his phone buzzed in his pocket. He frowned. It wasn't like him to be disturbed during his moments of triumph. Fishing it out, he glanced at the screen. It was a message, a single line of text. Enjoy your last night, Senator. His heart skipped a beat. He looked around the room, trying to spot anyone acting suspicious. Hiroki was laughing with a group near the bar. The heroes' props really were chatting idly. Everything seemed normal, yet his palms started to sweat. He chuckled nervously to himself. It was probably some jealous rival trying to scare him. Let them try. He had more connections than a spider had legs, and enough dirt on half the people in this room to bury them 10 times over. But even as the thought crossed his mind, he couldn't shake a gnawing feeling that maybe, just maybe, his perfect night wasn't as perfect as it seemed. Takamura! The sharp call nearly made Hideo Takamura spill his drink. He swallowed the startled yelp that clawed at his throat, straightened his back, and turned toward the voice. Standing there, clad in a perfectly tailored midnight blue suit that somehow managed to outshine even the room's Venetian chandeliers, was none other than Ryoji Nakamura, his greatest rival. Tall, broad-shouldered, and every bit as charismatic as he was ruthless, Ryoji's sharp features carried an irritatingly confident smirk that Hideo had always hated. His neatly combed jet-black hair and piercing dark eyes gave him the air of someone who had the world at his feet and didn't mind reminding you about it. Or should I say, Senator Takamura, Ryoji said, his tone dripping with mock respect as he raised his own glass in a sarcastic toast. Hideo's startled expression melted into a smug grin. Buddy ol' pal. You actually came after all. Guess you've got a spine hiding somewhere under all that pomp. He jeered, downing the rest of his wine for good measure. He waited for the explosion, the angry retort, the snide jab about dirty politics, or the usual verbal sparring match. But instead Ryoji laughed. He laughed. You got me there, Takamura, Ryoji mused, swirling his own drink casually. His chuckle was rich, almost sincere. Hideo's eyes narrowed into slits. What the actual F is happening? Oh, don't give me that look, Ryoji said, his grin never wavering. You couldn't seriously think I'd be salty about losing the position, could you? You know me better than that. Do I? Hideo quipped, his tone sharp. Of course, Ryoji said smoothly, stepping closer. His hand landed on Hideo's shoulder, a friendly gesture that felt anything but. The weight of it carried more menace than camaraderie. Who cares about how odd it is that the vote tallies were? All that matters is that you won, my friend. And tonight? Tonight is all about celebrating you. Hideo froze. The room seemed to shrink, the clinking glasses and laughter fading into a dull hum as his mind raced. What the hell is this guy playing at? You'll even be on the news, Ryoji added, his voice dripping with honeyed malice. Hideo's stomach twisted. The news? He echoed, forcing a chuckle. What? You're giving me free publicity now? Ryoji's smirk deepened. Oh, you'll be everywhere, Hideo. Trust me. Tonight you're the star of the show. The way he said it made Hideo's skin crawl. The words weren't a compliment, they were a warning. Don't look so tense, Ryoji said, finally stepping back, his hand sliding off Hideo's shoulder. I'm just here to toast your success. You earned it, didn't you? Pulled every string, played every card. It's almost inspiring how far a little manipulation can go. The comment hit like a slap, but Hideo masked his irritation behind a forced laugh. You'd know all about that, wouldn't you? Touché, Ryoji said with a wink. He raised his glass again. Well, that's enough from me for one night. Enjoy the party, Hideo. He turned to walk away but paused just before. Disappearing into the crowd. You never know when it might be your last. Hideo stood there, the wine glass in his hand suddenly feeling heavier than it should. What in the ever-living F is going on? Hideo and Ryoji's rivalry wasn't just professional, it was deeply personal. They had started as peers in the Hero Safety Commission years ago, both ambitious, both cunning, and both utterly unwilling to share the spotlight. But while Hideo relied on political maneuvering and underhanded deals to climb the ladder, Ryoji had an uncanny ability to charm his way into any room and convince anyone he was their best friend. Their clashes were legendary, each outmaneuvering the other in a brutal game of chess where the pieces were careers and reputations. Hideo had once orchestrated a smear campaign that nearly ended Ryoji's career, only for Ryoji to return the favor by leaking documents that implicated Hideo in budget mismanagement. But tonight, Ryoji's attitude was different. There was no bitterness, no veiled threats, at least none that Hideo could pin down. And that's what scared him. Ryoji never made moves without a purpose. If he was here, smiling, laughing, and toasting to Hideo's success, it meant something was brewing. Something big. Hideo Takamura suddenly felt a trickle of sweat sliding down his temple. Was it him, or was the room suddenly hotter? His tie felt snug again, too snug. He tugged at it slightly, hoping for relief, but the fabric clung to his neck like a noose. His collar, crisp and pressed earlier, now seemed to constrict him with every anxious thought. And why the hell was everyone staring? His eyes darted around the grand ballroom, scanning the crowd of well-dressed elites. There was no mistaking it, more than a few of them were glancing his way, whispers exchanged behind raised glasses and polite smiles. His fingers instinctively brushed against his cheek. Was there something on his face? Spinach from the hors d'oeuvres? A smudge? He fought the urge to pull out his phone and check his reflection, settling instead for a nervous swipe across his jawline. But the stares didn't stop. If anything, they felt heavier. Calm down, he told himself. They're just jealous. That's all it is. You're the center of attention, as you should be. His eye twitched slightly as a sharp glint of light hit him square in the face, bouncing off the crystal chandelier hanging in the center of the room. He winced and shifted his gaze upward, trying to find the source of the irritating reflection. The chandelier was magnificent, a gaudy masterpiece of imported crystal that screamed wealth and decadence. He had spared no expense commissioning it for the venue. It was meant to be the crown jewel of the room, a silent testament to his success. The way it shimmered, with its intricate design and dazzling light refractions, should have filled him with pride. But instead, it filled him with dread. Nestled right in the middle of its crystallized beauty was something that definitely shouldn't have been there. At first, he couldn't quite make it out, his eyes squinting against the blinding light. But as his vision adjusted, his stomach twisted into a knot. A strange, black object sat nestled amongst the chandelier's crystals, glaringly out of place. It was angular, like a dice, but much larger. Each face was marked with a yellow hexagonal pattern that pulsed faintly, almost as if it were alive. What in the ever-loving hell? His mind raced. That wasn't there before. I would have noticed that. I bought this chandelier. I inspected it. There's no way. Hideo's heart began to pound in his chest, the rhythm so loud it drowned out the background noise of clinking glasses and idle chatter. His throat went dry. He reached for his glass of wine with trembling fingers, but when he lifted it to his lips, he found it empty. Calm down. Breathe. It's probably just an ornament. Maybe part of the design I didn't notice before. But even as he thought it, he knew it was a lie. His palms were slick now, and he couldn't tell if it was the heat of the room or the icy cold fear gripping his chest. His instincts screamed at him that something was wrong. He glanced around the room again, his eyes locking with a few guests who quickly averted their gazes. Some didn't bother hiding their smirks, while others whispered behind gloved hands. His paranoia spiked. Do they know? He looked back up at the chandelier, his eyes fixated on the strange object. The yellow hexagons almost seemed to be winking at him, mocking him in their unnatural glow. He didn't remember it being there when he bought the chandelier. And if it wasn't part of the design, then what the hell was it doing there now? Ding. The sound of a spoon tapping against glass sliced through the cacophony of party chatter and soft music. It wasn't loud, not really, but it cut through the noise in a way that felt deliberate, pointed. It reached Hideo Takamura's ears with surgical precision, triggering a spike of unease in his chest. His head whipped around, eyes darting frantically. Where the hell did that come from? Ding. This time he saw it. Across the vast ballroom, seated casually on a bar stool like he had all the time in the world, was Ryoji. His rival. His nemesis. The smug BSRD who had patted him on the back not 10 minutes ago. Ryoji held a delicate champagne flute in one hand, his other tapping a silver spoon against it. The sound rang out again, unnervingly crisp and deliberate. His expression was unreadable calm, almost bored, but his eyes betrayed a flicker of something else. Amusement? Malice? Hideo felt a bead of sweat roll down the back of his neck. Ding. The third chime wasn't Ryoji. No, this one came from directly above him. He froze, his heart pounding in his chest as his gaze slowly lifted toward the chandelier. The ornament, nestled within the crystals, the black object with its glowing yellow hexagons began to move. The yellow lines pulsed brighter, almost blindingly so, as the panel started to shift and extend outward with a mechanical whir. What the? Electricity sparked violently, arcs of energy crackling around the device. It was alive. Very alive. The ballroom plunged into a stunned silence, save for the faint hum and pop of electricity emanating from the thing. Every muscle in Hideo's body screamed at him to run, but he was rooted to the spot, paralyzed by a horrifying mix of confusion and terror. And then, before anyone could react, it pulsed. A wave of energy radiated outward, invisible but tangible, a deep, resonating thrum that seemed to SCK the life out of the room. The world went dark. Lights extinguished in an instant. Phones, watches, communication devices all dead. The hum of electronics was replaced by a deafening void of silence, broken only by the growing panic of the partygoers. What's happening? My phone isn't working. Security, report hello? The heroes and guards scrambled uselessly in the pitch-black chaos. Hideo's breathing came in short, shallow gasps, his carefully curated composure unraveling by the second. His hands fumbled at his pockets for anything, his phone, a flashlight, something, but there was nothing. Nothing worked. His vision was useless. Shadows blurred and shifted around him. He could barely make out the outlines of people stumbling and shouting in confusion. The once glamorous ballroom had descended into a swirling, shapeless void of noise and fear. Hideo tried to move, desperate to escape, but every step seemed to lead him into something: a toppled table, a chair, another person. The panic clawed at his throat. He couldn't think, couldn't breathe. And then he felt it. A rumble beneath his feet. Faint at first, then growing stronger, a sickening creak and groan, the kind of sound that made his stomach lurch. Wait, that's just an expression, right? Right. The ground beneath him shuddered violently, cracking and crumbling with an almost deliberate malice. No. He looked down, his heart plummeting as the polished floor buckled and collapsed. The edges of the sinkhole cracked like a hungry mouth, yawning wide beneath him. He barely had time to scream before the floor gave way entirely. The last thing he felt was the cold rush of air as he was swallowed into the darkness. Everything after the fall was a disorienting blur of pain and panic. Hideo's consciousness swam in and out as he was dragged. At least, he thought he was being dragged. The rough scrape of fabric against his skin and the dull ache radiating through his body told him as much. When he finally regained full awareness, he realized he was gagged and stuffed in a coarse, itchy sack. His arms and legs were bound tightly, making movement impossible. He struggled anyway, writhing against his restraints like a trapped animal, but it was no use. His senses were dulled by the fabric cocooning him, but he could feel the vibration of an engine beneath him and the subtle sway of a moving vehicle. A van, maybe? Judging by the constant hum of the tires against the road, it was traveling fast. Oh God, I'm getting kidnapped. The thought hit him like a punch to the gut, and his panic redoubled. He tried to scream, but the GG muffled every sound, reducing his cries to pitiful, muted grunts. The sack over his head stifled his breathing, making it hard to SCK in air through his nose. His mind raced. By me. Was it the election? Ryoji? The commission? Oh shit, this is because of the chandelier, isn't it? That stupid glowing thing. I knew it was bad news. But why the hell didn't the EMP knock this van out too? He couldn't help but wonder. The EMP had plunged the entire ballroom into chaos, rendering everything electronic useless. Phones, radios, lights, everything. And yet, somehow, this vehicle was running perfectly. Someone planned this. The thought was cold, sharp, and undeniable. Whoever had kidnapped him wasn't just some amateur group of thugs. They knew what they were doing, and they'd prepared for every eventuality. Hideo squeezed his eyes shut, his breathing shallow and ragged. He tried to focus on anything but the growing fear clawing at his chest. He prayed, for the first time in years, that someone would notice the van, an odd vehicle moving through the city in the aftermath of the blackout. But deep down he knew the truth. No one was coming for him. He was on his own. Bang. Freeze. Stop the vehicle immediately. The voice boomed through a loudspeaker, echoing down the eerily quiet streets. Well, I'll be damned. There really is a God after all, Hideo thought, his heart leaping with hope for the first time. The van swerved violently as its driver cursed. The once busy streets were now a desolate maze of darkened, stalled cars, turned into obstacles by the EMP's devastating pulse. Yet, the police were relentless, their sirens piercing the air as they maneuvered through the chaos. Inside the van, the driver slammed the wheel, veins bulging in his neck. Make yourself useful and get these D-lickers off my butt. Gene, a wiry man with a mask covering his face, smirked. Yeah. Don't blow a gasket. He shoved a duffel bag aside, kicked open the passenger side window, and hauled himself halfway out. Perched precariously on the edge, he balanced with a predator's ease. His left hand ignited first, a small but intense flame sparking to life in his palm. Slowly, methodically, Gene raised his right hand, brushing it against the blaze, which stretched and twisted like molten glass. The flame elongated, growing into the shape of a blazing arrow, shimmering with deadly heat. With a deep breath, Gene set his right hand back, mimicking the motion of drawing a bowstring. His arms tensed, veins bulging as the fiery arrow burned brighter, heat waves distorting the air around him. A wicked grin spread beneath his mask as he took aim. "Bullseye," he muttered. He released. The arrow screamed through the air, leaving a fiery contrail in its wake. "Look out," one of the officers shouted, yanking the steering wheel hard to the left. But it was too late. The arrow struck dead center on the lead police car, detonating on impact with a deafening boom. The explosion was blinding, a fireball engulfing the vehicle as shards of metal and glass sprayed outward like shrapnel. The force of the blast flipped the car into the air, sending it tumbling end over end in a flaming wreck. It crashed down in a heap of twisted metal, sparks flying as it skidded across the asphalt. The remaining police vehicles swerved violently, tires screeching as officers tried to avoid the flaming wreckage now blocking the street. "Right in the kisser," Gene crowed, pumping his fist as he ducked back inside the van. "Don't celebrate yet, dumbass," the driver snapped, gripping the wheel tightly as the van fishtailed around a corner. Behind them, the surviving police cars quickly regrouped, engines roaring as they closed the gap once more. "Villains, your end is now." Kamui Wood's voice rang out over the darkened streets as he swung between buildings, wooden tendrils snapping like whips to propel him forward. His eyes were locked on the speeding van, cutting recklessly through the chaos of the blackout below. "Great," the driver spat, gripping the wheel. "It's Captain Lumberjack. Does this guy ever take a day off?" The man in the passenger seat, wearing a mask with a single glowing red, stayed silent for a moment, observing Kamui's approach. His calm, measured voice finally broke the tension. "Relax. I'll handle him." He leaned out the window, and the red dot on his mask began to glow brighter. Kamui noticed the strange light fixed on his chest but brushed it off. There were more pressing matters. "You've chosen the wrong day to run," he called out, his voice resolute. "Gene," the masked man said, his voice unshaken. "Do it." Yeah, Gene replied, already climbing out of the van's roof hatch. Fire erupted from his hands, illuminating his figure against the night sky. With fluid, practiced movements, he held one hand forward while the other hovered just behind it, flames building and coiling between them. The heat rippled through the air, distorting the darkness around him. Kamui's wooden tendrils lashed out, aiming to snag the van's roof, but Gene didn't flinch. With a sharp, deliberate motion, Gene pulled his hands apart, forming a blazing arrow in the space between his palms. The fire swirled with precision, its heat searing even from a distance. "Nighty-night, bark boy," Gene muttered with a crooked grin. He moved his hands forward, releasing the fiery projectile. It tore through the air like a comet, impossibly fast and with a deadly curve that defied physics. Kamui's eyes widened as the arrow homed in, its trajectory locked on the glowing red dot still fixed on his chest. "What the hell?" Kamui shouted, twisting midair to dodge. It was too late. Boom. The fire arrow struck directly, detonating on impact. Flames erupted across Kamui's body, his wood-based costume igniting instantly. The explosion hurled him backward, his body slamming into a lamppost with a sickening clang. The pole bent under the force, and Kamui collapsed to the ground, his limbs writhing as the fire consumed his wooden costume and tendrils. Inside the van, Gene ducked back into the cabin, shaking his hands as if dusting them off. "Bullseye," he said casually, his grin widening. "Guess that makes me undefeated." "Stop screwing around and focus," the driver barked, glancing at the rearview mirror. Kamui groaned from the ground, his scorched costume crackling as flames continued to lick at his body. The pain was overwhelming, but his will to fight kept him conscious. He struggled to push himself up, his breathing ragged. "Gah!" Kamui screamed as the fire crept higher. Suddenly, the sound of rushing water filled the air, cutting through his agony. "Hang on," a sharp voice called. Pro-hero Manuel sprinted onto the scene, brought his hands up as water surged from them in controlled streams. He wasted no time, sweeping his arms to unleash torrents over Kamui's burning form. The fire hissed and sputtered, the steam rising in thick clouds. "Stay still," Manuel commanded, his brow furrowed with focus. Within seconds, the flames were extinguished, leaving Kamui charred but alive. Kamui groaned, leaning against the lamppost for support. "Diamant, I thought I had him." Manuel shook his head, his expression stern. "You're lucky I was close. Those guys aren't playing fair." Kamui grimaced, looking toward the van, now a distant silhouette disappearing into the night. "We need to stop them." Manuel quickly stepped in, raising a hand as if to steady Kamui. "You're in no shape for a chase." "Just look at you," he said firmly, glancing at the hero's scorched uniform and the soot smudged across his face. "We need to regroup." But their brief reprieve was shattered by another fiery explosion. A blazing arrow slammed into a police cruiser further down the road, the force of the blast tearing the car apart in an instant. The flaming wreckage skidded across the asphalt, rolling violently onto its side. The chaos only escalated as the destroyed vehicle became an unstoppable battering ram, colliding with two other cruisers in its path. A chorus of metal screeching and shattering glass filled the air as the police cars tumbled like dominoes, flipping and crumpling into a fiery heap. The flames lit up the night, casting a hellish glow over the devastation. Before they could act, another figure emerged from the van's roof hatch. The man was massive, his muscular frame practically bursting from his torn sleeveless shirt. His brutish features were illuminated by the fires below, a sinister grin etched across his face as he surveyed the destruction. His bald head gleamed, and jagged scars ran across his arms and chest, each one telling a violent story. "Time to clear the road," the thug bellowed, raising his right arm high. The ground beneath the van seemed to tremble as chunks of asphalt and loose debris tore free, swirling toward his outstretched hand. The rocks coalesced, smashing together with unnatural force, forming a massive, jagged boulder that hovered over his palm like a weapon of mass destruction. With a guttural roar, he hurled the boulder forward. It sailed through the air with terrifying speed, trailing debris in its wake before slamming into the remaining police cruisers. The impact was devastating. The colossal rock shattered on contact, sending fragments flying like shrapnel and flipping the cars into the air. The vehicles were hurled away as if they were weightless, landing in twisted, burning piles. The explosion that followed blanketed the entire side of the road in smoke and fire, effectively sealing off any chance of pursuit. So, in conclusion, Hideo was completely, undeniably, and spectacularly screwed. The chaos outside had finally died down. The sirens, the explosions, the gunfire gone. All that remained was the steady hum of the van's engine. Trapped inside, Hideo's reality had taken a hard, gut-punching turn from the glitzy fantasy he'd been basking in just hours earlier. His party, his night of triumph, had been ripped away in one swift, brutal move. Sheet, 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 sheet. The thought pounded in his head as he squirmed against the bindings cutting into his wrists and ankles. The GG in his mouth muffled his frustrated grunts, and the sack over his head was rough and claustrophobic. He couldn't see. He couldn't move. He couldn't breathe without feeling the edges of panic clawing at him. This wasn't how tonight was supposed to go. He was Hideo Takamura, the senator of crime affairs, the man who had heroes wrapped around his little finger and half the city's elite kissing his butt. Hours ago, he'd been standing under the shimmering chandeliers of the Kagayaki Grand Hall, sipping vintage wine and soaking up applause. His colleagues, cronies, and carefully selected heroes had been there, laughing at his jokes and toasting to his brilliance. He'd been untouchable. But now he was a gagged, panicked mess stuffed in the back of a van. The memory of the text sent a fresh wave of dread through him. "Enjoy your last night, Senator." At the time, he'd laughed it off. Someone's sad attempt at scaring him, probably one of his many enemies. Hell, he had enough dirt on everyone who mattered to bury them 10 times over. What could they possibly do? Turns out, quite a lot. The blackout, it wasn't some freak accident. It was planned. Perfectly planned. The EMP had wiped out everything. No power, no communications, no backup. The only heroes and cops who showed up were the lucky few caught outside the blast radius, and they'd stumbled right into a fight they weren't ready for. Meanwhile, his van had come speeding out of the blackout's center like nothing had happened. That wasn't luck. That was precision. The van hit a bump, jostling him in his makeshift prison. The engine roared louder as the driver sped up. Hideo had no idea where they were taking him, and for the first time in years, he felt utterly powerless. Hours ago, he'd been untouchable. Now, he was just a guy in a sack, suffocating on his own panic and hurtling toward God knows what. Behind them, the city lay in ruins. A sprawling, blacked-out graveyard of smoldering cars, shattered glass, and bodies strewn across the asphalt. All his carefully woven strings of control were gone, leaving him dangling like a puppet with its wires cut. This wasn't how it was supposed to go. This wasn't how he was supposed to end. After putting some distance between them and the city, the van's driver reached into his pocket, pulled out a phone, and dialed a number. His voice was casual, almost bored. "Hey boss. The job's done." "Good work," a voice replied on the other end, smooth and authoritative. "You know what to do next. And don't worry, your pay will be delivered in full." Hideo's ears perked up. Wait a DMN second. That voice, it was familiar. Too familiar. His stomach dropped as realization struck like a sledgehammer. Ryoji. His muffled scream was lost in the van's rumbling engine, but that didn't stop him from thrashing against his bindings like a wild animal. His rival, his colleague, the man who had always been one step behind him, that BSRD was behind this? "Heh, sure thing," the driver said, chuckling as he ended the call. Miles away, in the dimly lit confines of an office that seemed to swallow the light, Ryoji pocketed his phone and leaned back in his chair. A smirk spread across his face, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction. "It's done," he announced smugly. "Good." The voice came from the shadows, low and icy, with a cadence that made it clear she was used to giving orders and having them obeyed. The chair behind the desk creaked as its occupant shifted, still facing away from him. Hideo was a liability. He was a rat. No sense of loyalty to the commission. Ryoji let out a mocking dismay, shaking his head as if in mock sorrow. "You're telling me?" "Oh, Hideo. My old friend. Always so ambitious, so cunning. But that's exactly what made watching his downfall so satisfying." The woman in the chair chuckled, the sound low and mirthless. "Since you had the second most votes, it's only natural you'll be the one elected as the new governor of crime affairs. But let me be very clear, Ryoji. The only reason you're getting this opportunity is because you've proven yourself loyal. The second I see a hint of betrayal." She let the words hang in the air, but her meaning was unmistakable. Ryoji's smirk faltered for a brief moment before he quickly recovered, bowing his head in exaggerated respect. "Understood, Madam President. I'm truly honored by your faith in me." The chair slowly swiveled around to face him, and Ryoji straightened, his grin widening despite the faint bead of sweat forming on his temple. She was in her late 50s, with hair streaked in silver and sharp eyes that seemed to pierce through him. Age hadn't softened her one bit. If anything, it had refined her into an even more terrifying presence. Her name carried weight, power. She was the head of the Hero Safety Commission, the woman who pulled every string worth pulling in this country. The president. "And you do well not to forget it," she said, her voice quiet but seething with authority. Ryoji gave a low bow, his smirk returning. "Of course, Madam President," he said smoothly, his voice dripping with false reverence. He straightened up, locking eyes with her. There was no mistaking the gleam in his expression, equal parts ambition and menace. "After all," he added, his smile widening into something sinister, "loyalty is everything." Izuka ducked low as Metal's left hook whistled past his head, the air pressure alone forcing his hair to whip back. Even at a severely restricted output, Metal's strikes packed enough force to make a normal person hesitate, but not Izuku. Months of training under the robot's instruction had sharpened his reflexes and taught him to move like a predator, fluid and precise. Before Izuku could fully reset, Metal followed up with a straight jab, its mechanical speed unervingly sharp. Izuku pivoted on his back foot, employing the principle of angling from boxing to shift just enough for the punch to glance harmlessly past his cheek. His counter was immediate, a snapping roundhouse kick from Taekwondo aimed at the robot's midsection. The kick landed with a dull clang against Metal's armored forearm as it raised a flawless block. Undeterred, Izuku adjusted his stance mid-motion, transitioning into a spinning crescent kick that arced toward the robot's head, the fluidity of the attack embodying the capoeira principle of flowing motion. Metal ducked under the crescent kick, its sensors tracking Izuku's every move, and countered with a lightning-fast low sweep aimed to destabilize him. Izuku leaped over the attack, twisting in midair, and brought his knee down in a crushing Muay Thai-style downward strike targeting Metal's shoulder joint. The robot absorbed the hit with its reinforced frame, but Izuku's technique was flawless. Landing lightly on his feet, he immediately launched a series of high kicks at varying angles: roundhouse, side kick, spinning back kick. Each one was a study in balance and targeting, drawn from karate's focus on precision and economy of motion. Metal blocked the barrage effortlessly, its servos whirring quietly as it tracked the rhythm of Izuku's strikes. Recognizing the robot's adaptability, Izuku feinted a high kick, forcing Metal to raise its guard. Using the feint as a distraction, he shifted low, sweeping his leg in a judo-inspired ashi barai to unbalance the robot. Metal stumbled slightly but recovered with inhuman speed, retaliating with a sharp elbow aimed at Izuku's ribs. Izuku twisted his torso, employing Aikido's principle of redirection to guide the strike harmlessly past him. He countered with an upward palm strike, a classic move from Wing Chun designed to break through a guard and target the chin. The palm strike connected with a resounding clang, but Metal's head didn't so much as tilt. Izuku smiled despite himself. Izuku shifted his stance into a low crouch, his legs coiled like springs. Metal took a step forward, reading his posture as it prepared to engage. The robot threw a rapid jab-hook combination, but Izuku's movements were like water, slipping through the gaps of the attack with Tai Chi's emphasis on fluid evasion. He retaliated with a spinning back fist, twisting his hips to generate torque. Metal raised its forearm to block, the impact ringing out like a hammer striking an anvil. But Izuku was already in motion, using the momentum of the blocked strike to pivot into a reverse elbow. The follow-up strike landed against Metal's chest plate, the shockwave vibrating through the room. Metal's sensors adjusted rapidly, calculating an opening, and it lunged forward with a grappling attempt. Izuku anticipated the move, stepping into Metal's guard and shifting his weight to execute a perfect judo shoulder throw. Using Metal's momentum against it, he sent the robot tumbling over his back. Metal landed heavily but rolled smoothly back to its feet, undeterred. Izuku grinned, beads of sweat tracing his jawline as he reset his stance. His body ached, but it wasn't exhaustion, it was exhilaration. This wasn't just training, it was a culmination of months of relentless effort, of learning to blend the strengths of every martial art into something uniquely his own. Metal straightened, its glowing eyes fixed on him, and gave a small, deliberate nod. It wasn't just teaching anymore. It was testing him, pushing him toward perfection. When Izuku first started sparring with Metal, he quickly noticed one glaring issue. Metal, despite being a nearly unstoppable killer robot, was only a few inches taller than 3 feet. Sparring with it felt less like fighting a fearsome combatant and more like trying not to punt an aggressive Roomba with attitude. All that said, this was no ordinary pint-sized opponent. Metal was still a robot that could easily rip people limb from limb, and one slip-up could mean Izuku would be picking pieces of himself off the walls. At first, the height disparity made things awkward. Izuku couldn't shake the feeling that he was fighting a toddler with murder on its mind. But then Metal, in its infinite robotic wisdom, came up with the perfect solution. It started using its ion thruster to float to a convenient height whenever it wanted to strike. 1 second it was at shin level, and the next, it was hovering eye to eye, ready to throw a punch. What made it worse brilliant, but worse was the timing. Metal didn't just hover and stay there, it would drop back down just as quickly, mixing its movements so fluidly that Izuku could barely track it. One moment he'd be blocking a jab from above, and the next, a sweeping kick would come out of nowhere from below. It was like sparring with a homicidal jack-in-the-box, and it was absolutely exhausting. But, to his credit, Izuku adapted. What started as flailing panic turned into calculated strikes and counters. He learned to predict Metal's erratic height shifts and even began anticipating its moves. Now, he could hold his own in a fight against Metal, at least. Izuku took a deep breath, sweat dripping down his brow as he leaned forward, hands on his knees. This was the fourth sparring round of the day, and it was starting to take its toll. "Okay, time out," he finally said, raising a hand in surrender. Metal paused mid-step, its combat stance immediately relaxing as it straightened. It gave a formal dojo bow, the whir of its servos faintly audible in the quiet. Izuku chuckled at the display. It was a habit Metal had developed after months of sparring, and while amusing, it always managed to feel oddly respectful. Izuku turned and trudged over to his desk, grabbing a bottle of water. Unscrewing the cap, he took a long swig before pausing to sniff his shirt. "Yep, definitely need a shower," he muttered, wrinkling his nose. He set the water bottle down and opened the door to the basement better known as his workshop. Making his way upstairs, he headed straight for the bathroom. After a quick shower, Izuku emerged in fresh clothes, feeling significantly better. As he toweled his hair dry, he settled onto the couch in the living room and turned on the TV. He figured he'd catch up on the news while cooling down. The screen blinked to life, revealing a solemn-faced reporter. "It is with a heavy heart that we bring you breaking news this morning," the reporter began, her tone grave, the gravity of the situation etched into her features. Izuku's brow arched slightly as he leaned forward, the words pulling him in. Last night, at a party celebrating the swearing-in of Hideo Takamura as the Senator of Crime Affairs, tragedy struck. Witnesses report the event was abruptly interrupted by what authorities suspect to be an electromagnetic pulse device commonly known as an EMP. The blast disabled all electronics and communication devices within a 1.2 city block radius, throwing the event into chaos. Izuku froze mid-motion, his hand hovering over the remote. The reporter's words sank in, and a faint flicker of recognition passed through his eyes. "An EMP?" he muttered under his breath. "No way. Did they seriously use it? Already?" The reporter continued, her expression darkening as the footage shifted to images of police barricades and scorched pavement. During the blackout, eyewitnesses described scenes of panic and confusion. Attendees were left disoriented as the lights went out and communications failed. Initial reports suggest that the chaos was used as a cover for a highly coordinated operation. Hideo Takamura, the newly elected senator, was reported missing shortly after the incident. Izuku leaned back into the couch, his mind racing. So that's what they needed it for. Politics? Definitely didn't see that one coming. The screen transitioned to footage of a high-speed pursuit. The camera captured a van weaving recklessly through city streets, dodging police cars as explosions erupted in its wake. The suspects were spotted fleeing the scene in a van, the reporter continued, her voice tightening. When officers attempted to intercept, they were met with resistance. Witnesses have described arrows of fire erupting from the vehicle, along with large boulders that devastated pursuing patrol cars. Based on preliminary assessments, authorities have categorized the abilities displayed during the incident as C-tier, noting their scale and destructive potential. Izuku winced. "That's not great. Definitely gonna make this harder to sweep under the rug." His tone was light, almost indifferent, but the quick glance he shot toward the basement door betrayed his growing concern. The reporter's voice dropped further, laced with grim solemnity. Pro-hero Kamui Woods intervened to aid in the pursuit. However, he sustained severe injuries during the encounter, including third-degree burns that required immediate medical attention. While doctors have confirmed that his condition is stable and recoverable, the toll of this incident is devastating. Tragically, 22 officers lost their lives in the line of duty, and several others remain hospitalized with serious injuries. Izuku exhaled sharply, dragging a hand through his damp hair. His nervous chuckle returned, though it carried a sharper edge this time. Hey, that's a little much. Didn't think they'd get that messy with it. He frowned, his thoughts already spiraling into damage control. The screen returned to the reporter, her expression steeled. Authorities are urging anyone with information about the incident or the whereabouts of Senator Takamura to come forward immediately. Investigators are working tirelessly to piece together the events of last night, but so far, no suspects have been apprehended and the senator remains unaccounted for. Izuku let out a low sigh, his gaze fixed on the TV as the reporter concluded, "This is all the information we have at this time. Our thoughts and prayers go out to the families of the officers who lost their lives. We will continue to provide updates as the situation develops." This has been Mustafu City News, signing off. The broadcast ended, leaving Izuku sitting in silence. He stared at the blank screen for a moment, shaking his head with a bitter chuckle. "Of course it's that kind of day," he muttered, rubbing his temples. Pushing off the couch, he got back into the basement and grabbed his laptop from the desk. "Well, time to do some cleanup. Can't have this tracing back to me again." He opened the lid, his fingers flying across the keyboard. Forge sat in his office. His fingers flew across his laptop keyboard, his eyes locked onto the screen as, for the 30th time that day, his experimental fertilizer formula ended with an all-too-familiar result: a virtual explosion. "God damn it," he cursed, leaning back with an exasperated groan. He rubbed the temples of his crimson helmet, the white lenses narrowing to slits in frustration. Now, you might be wondering, why does a guy like Forge need fertilizer? Well, it's simple. He had a dream of growing Kokobara. He already had the seeds and had even planted them. But waiting the standard 7 years for them to bloom? Not a chance. Instead, Forge had reasonably decided to shortcut the process with a supercharged fertilizer. One small, incredibly annoying issue: myostamin. Myostamin was the plant's secret weapon, the miraculous bit of biochemistry that laughed in the face of conventional horticulture and the one thing he needed to complete his formula. Regular fertilizers? Forget it. Normally, fertilizers work by pumping the soil full of growth-boosting chemicals, essentially shoving plants into overdrive. Sure, you might end up with a few deformities here and there: mutated leaves, stunted roots, or flowers that smell suspiciously like boiled socks, but it gets the job done. Not with Kokoba. Myostamin glycoprotein detected those chemicals like a sniffer dog at an airport and promptly ejected them through the plant's leaves via translocation. Worse, the tiny amount of fertilizer that didn't get booted was repurposed as fuel for photosynthesis, making the plant healthier, yes, but no closer to blooming. "It's a biochemical masterpiece," he said quietly, his voice laced with both admiration and irritation. "A masterpiece designed to mock me at every turn." He adjusted his formula again, his movements deliberate, almost surgical. "If it can reject standard fertilizers, then I'll give it something it can't reject. A slow-release compound to slip under its radar, chelated nutrients to neutralize its defenses, and custom amino acids tailored specifically for myostamin uptake." His fingers paused over the keyboard as he considered his next move. "You're not just a plant. You're a puzzle. And I don't lose to puzzles." He hit run. The simulation began anew, calculations whirring across the screen. Forge leaned back in his chair, watching the progress bar climb. The virtual plant exploded. Forge's head hit the desk with another thunk. 7 years suddenly didn't sound so bad. Metal stood silently in the corner of the room, its glowing red eyes fixed on Forge. For a moment, it seemed to be calculating something, its head tilting slightly to the side. Then, without warning, its head snapped toward the door, emitting a low mechanical whir. Forge, already attuned to Metal's behavior, followed its gaze. His fingers drifted instinctively toward the plasma pistols holstered at his sides as he pressed a button on his helmet, unlocking the door remotely. There was a knock. "Come in," Forge said, his tone calm but guarded. The door swung open to reveal a man with silver hair, glasses, a light brown scarf, and a tailored purple suit. His sharp, confident grin was unmistakable. "Hello, Forge," the man said smoothly, stepping into the room. Forge eased his grip on the pistols, recognizing the familiar face. "Jiren. Been a while." When Forge had first started his activities as a villain, things had been slow, painfully so. Jiren had been the one to change that, connecting him to the right people in the criminal underworld and essentially jump-starting his career. Forge owed him, though he wasn't the type to admit it outright. Jiren stepped aside, allowing another figure to enter. The second man was something entirely different, tall and composed, his body made of swirling purple mist. Yellow, glowing eyes peered out from the void, and he wore a formal butler's outfit complete with a metal neck brace. Forge raised an eyebrow, his eyes narrowing. "Who's your friend?" "Oh, you'll get to know him soon enough," Jiren said casually, lighting a cigarette as he spoke. "Well, that depends really." "Depends?" Forge echoed, leaning back slightly in his chair. "On what?" Jiren took a drag of his cigarette, exhaling a thin stream of smoke. "You've caught the attention of the League of Villains. Lucky for you, I'm their recruiter these days. I'm here to offer you a spot on their team." Forge blinked, then laughed dryly. "League of Villains? Never heard of it." "Not surprising," Jiren replied with a smirk. "We're new to the recruitment game, but trust me, it's worth considering. You've got talent, and the League could give you the kind of opportunities you can't get solo." Forge's gaze shifted to the misty figure behind Jiren. "And I'm guessing this guy's supposed to be the opportunity, huh? Or maybe the muscle you brought to intimidate me?" The figure straightened, his voice deep and echoing as he spoke. "You misunderstand. I am not here to intimidate. I am Kurojiiri, and my role is merely to facilitate your transport. I assure you we come in peace." He bowed slightly, the gesture oddly formal for someone who looked like a walking cloud of smoke. Forge stared at him for a moment, his posture tense. Then he flexed his fingers slightly, signaling metal, which immediately moved to his side, its sleek frame radiating a faint hum of energy. "I've got my own deterrents, you know," Forge said flatly. "Easy, kid," Jiren said, raising a hand. "Kurojiiri's not here to start a fight. He's here to make things easier. You want to see what the League has to offer, or are you planning to hole up in this workshop forever?" Forge's eyes flicked back to Kurojiiri, then to Jiren. Slowly, he relaxed his hand. Metal's stance mirrored his, its posture loosening slightly. "Oh, at least he's polite," Forge muttered, nodding toward Kurojiiri. "All right, fine. I'll check it out. Could use a break anyway." Jiren smirked. "Knew you'd see reason." Forge shut his laptop and stood, stretching slightly. "So, where are we going?" As he spoke, a vortex of purple mist began forming in the center of the room, swirling and expanding until it stabilized into a shimmering gateway. "After you," Kurojiiri said, gesturing toward the portal. Forge hesitated for the briefest moment, then stepped forward, metal trailing close behind. As he reached the edge of the portal, he glanced back at Jiren. "You're lucky I'm curious," he said dryly before stepping into the mist. Metal followed silently, its sensors flickering briefly as it crossed the threshold. Jiren took one last drag of his cigarette before flicking it to the floor and crushing it under his shoe. With a satisfied smirk, he turned to Kurojiiri. "Told you he'd bite." Kurojiiri gave a small nod. "Let us hope his curiosity proves beneficial." They stepped into the portal together, the swirling mist swallowing them whole. The moment Forge stepped through the swirling portal, he found himself standing in a dimly lit bar. Despite its small size, the place had a surprising polish to it: clean counters, neatly arranged stools, and a faint hum of some old jazz track playing from a busted speaker. Seated at the counter was a man who looked like he'd just crawled out of a grave. His hair, a pale and brittle blue, stuck out in messy tufts. His skin was dry, cracked, and flaking as though it hadn't seen lotion or water in decades. He wore black clothes torn in places, and perched on his face was something Forge wasn't sure he'd ever get used to: a severed hand, clinging to his skin like a grotesque mask. The man's fingers drummed against the bar, impatience oozing off of him. But when the portal snapped shut, his tapping stopped. His eyes, a sickly red, fixed on Forge, scanning him from head to toe before locking onto Metal. "So, you're Forge," the man said, his voice low and rasping. His gaze lingered on the small robot behind Forge, and his expression twisted into one of disappointment. "That's your killer robot?" Metal didn't react, but its glowing red eyes flicked toward the man, whirring faintly. The man sneered. "What is this supposed to be? A desk ornament? A glorified wind-up toy? I was expecting something that screams death, not. Whatever this is." The lenses on Forge's helmet narrowed slightly, his arms crossing as he tilted his head. "And you are?" "The leader," the man spat, as if the answer was obvious. Forge looked him up and down, then turned to Jiren, who was leaning against the wall with a smug grin. "This guy? The leader? He looks like he needs to lead himself to a bottle of moisturizer. Seriously, dude, ever heard of hydration? Your skin looks like it's auditioning for a horror movie." The man's fingers twitched, and the glass in his hand crumbling into dust as he clenched his fist. His voice dropped to a dangerous tone. "Watch your mouth." Forge's posture shifted, his fingers flexing slightly, and Metal's stance immediately became aggressive. Its glowing red eyes locked onto the man, unblinking, its small frame somehow radiating menace. The air between them grew heavy, but before anything could escalate, a calm voice broke the tension. "Shigaraki." The voice came from a small television mounted in the corner, the screen showing nothing but static. Deep and measured, the voice carried an unnatural weight, as though it demanded obedience with every word. Shigaraki flinched. "Why, sensei?" he stammered, immediately stepping back. Forge raised an eyebrow beneath his helmet. "Sensei?" Whoever this sensei was, they clearly had Shigaraki on a leash. "Introduce yourself properly," the voice commanded. Shigaraki scowled but straightened slightly. "Fine. I'm Tamura Shigaraki, leader of the League of Villains. And I want you in." Forge slid onto one of the stools at the bar, resting an elbow on the counter. "Took you long enough," he said, his voice dripping with nonchalance. "So, why exactly do you need me?" "You're smart," Shigaraki replied bluntly. "The League needs someone with brains to help execute our plans." His gaze shifted back to Metal, his expression souring further. "Though I don't see the point of that thing. What does it even do?" "Useless." Forge opened his mouth to respond, ready to list the myriad ways Metal could kill someone before they even realized it, but before he could, Metal moved. The robot raised one hand into a tight fist. Slowly, with its other hand, it began mimicking a deliberate cranking motion, like winding up an old toy. Forge blinked. "No way." The slow, exaggerated motion continued as Metal's middle finger began to rise, inch by inch, until finally, it stood fully upright. The robot then turned and directed the gesture squarely at Shigaraki. The room froze. Jiren erupted into laughter, doubling over and clutching his sides. "Oh my god, that's priceless." Even Kurojiiri, who usually maintained an air of stoic professionalism, let out a quiet chuckle, the swirling mist around his head rippling slightly. Shigaraki, on the other hand, was livid. His fingers twitched, as though he was barely holding himself back from disintegrating the machine on the spot. "You think that's funny?" he growled, his voice shaking with rage. Forge leaned forward on the counter, his voice casual. "Hey, don't take it personally. Metal just has a habit of pointing out the obvious." Shigaraki's lip curled into a snarl, but before he could respond, the voice from the television interrupted again. "That's enough," the voice said, firm yet calm. "Forge, your skills have been noted. You'll find the League to be accommodating, provided you prove yourself useful." Forge straightened slightly. His next words mattered. He didn't know who this sensei was, but anyone who could silence a self-proclaimed leader like Shigaraki with a single word was clearly the one pulling the strings. Something about the voice was deeply unsettling. Even Metal, usually unfazed, seemed faintly on guard, its stance slightly more rigid. "That's fine and all," Forge said, his tone measured, "but if I'm joining this league, there are conditions." "Go on." Shigaraki muttered, skepticism dripping from his tone. Forge raised a finger. First and foremost, I am not your minion. I'm not a dog you can order around. I do what I want, and you don't interfere unless asked. A second finger joined the first. Second, keep your hands off metal. This is your one and only warning. Finally, he held up a third finger. Third, I need a warehouse. Shigaraki blinked, caught off guard. What? A warehouse, Forge repeated coolly. His current workshop, his cramped basement he'd been managing as his base of operations, was bursting at the seams. This was the perfect chance to upgrade. That can be arranged, the voice from the television interjected smoothly. And your terms are accepted. Well, that was easy, Forge thought, hiding his surprise. So, leader, he said, turning back to Shigaraki, ready to seal the deal? Not so fast, Shigaraki growled, his expression darkening. I've got a few questions before we finalize anything. Fair enough. Forge gestured for him to continue, his tone betraying mild curiosity. If we wanted to kill someone like Hawks or even Endeavor, what's your plan? Shigaraki asked, leaning forward slightly, his voice tinged with challenge. Forge paused for a moment, considering. Well, Endeavor is straightforward enough. Hawks is trickier. Explain, Shigaraki demanded. For Endeavor, Forge began, the simple method is fighting him on a rainy day. Water-based abilities could also do the trick. Shigaraki scoffed, crossing his arms. You think rain is enough to stop him? He could just evaporate it. Forge nodded, unfazed. He could, but that doesn't mean it wouldn't weaken him. Rain significantly reduces his flame output, even if it doesn't snuff him out entirely. Ever notice how he avoids working on rainy days? There's a reason for that. It's a tactical disadvantage for him. Shigaraki tilted his head, considering the point. Alright, that's passable. What's the more complicated approach? Forge smirked faintly beneath his helmet. Trigger. Force an overdose on him and watch the bloody fireworks. Shigaraki's lips twitched into a small, satisfied grin. Now that's interesting. Hawks, on the other hand, Forge continued, is more challenging. But he does have a glaring weakness: his feathers. They're finite. If you force him into a scenario where he has to overextend himself, like rescuing people from a widespread attack, he'll burn through them quickly. Shigaraki's grin grew wider. And if that's not enough? Forge's tone turned darker. Trigger works here too. Overdose him to the point where his body grows more feathers than it can handle. The sheer weight would snap his spine like a twig. Shigaraki's grin was now full-blown, a manic glint in his eyes. Now you're speaking my language. Forge leaned back slightly, his posture relaxed, though his mind remained sharp. Satisfied? One last question, Shigaraki said, his tone sharp with an undercurrent of disdain. What do you think of All Might? Forge went quiet for a moment. His posture stiffened, the air around him growing heavier. When he spoke, his voice was low, laced with bitterness. He's a fraud. Shigaraki's eyes narrowed, his grin slowly forming. Oh, care to explain? Forge leaned forward, his words cutting through the silence. All Might is just a puppet. A perfect little symbol for the government to keep people in line. He's not a hero. He's a lie. A distraction they use to keep the masses docile, feeding them the illusion of safety while everything rots underneath. Shigaraki leaned in, intrigued but still amused. Forge's voice dropped lower, thick with disdain. People worship him like he's some kind of god. They're all too blind to see that he's just a man. A man who's terrified of losing the power he's built up. He's afraid of being nothing. And the world? They've built him up just to cover their own weaknesses. Forge's words grew more venomous as he continued. All Might's so-called heroism is just branding. It's a word that's been hollowed out, turned into a weapon to control people. It's not about saving anyone. It's about making them believe they're safe, while they crush the weak beneath their feet. Forge's helmeted head tilted slightly, his posture challenging Shigaraki's very perception of what was true. And All Might? He's just their poster boy. A man who could have changed things, but instead he sold out. He's a fraud. A fake god who's too scared to admit that his time is up. The words hung in the air, heavy with truth. Forge's tone hardened, the disdain pouring out with every syllable. And you want to know why I despise him? You won't even acknowledge his limits. His body's broken, his mind is cracking, but he keeps holding on to this illusion of glory. When he finally falls, it won't be pretty. He'll be the one to burn it all down. There was a beat of silence. Shigaraki's smirk spread wider, his eyes glinting with approval. Now that is what I'm talking about. His voice was low, almost admiring. Drin, I like the way you think. Finally, someone who sees All Might for what he really is. Once Izuku got home and slipped into the basement, he decided to check on the kokobara he'd been growing. He wasn't expecting any real progress, but he needed to make sure the plants were still alive. Sure enough, the tiny seedlings, barely visible in the soil of their pots, were still there. They seemed to mock him with their stubborn refusal to grow. He let out a heavy sigh. I need more of you, he muttered under his breath before turning away. Walking over to a storage cabinet, Izuku scanned the shelves lined with various gadgets and tools he'd built over the years. His eyes settled on a device that looked similar to a metal detector but with some noticeable differences. Its gunmetal gray body had a segmented pole that could fold down for easy carrying. The tip featured a glowing blue sensor array, and a small screen was embedded near the handle, displaying real-time feedback. Izuku grabbed it, pressing a button to collapse the pole until it was short enough to carry. He brought the device over to the seedlings and scanned them carefully. A soft chime echoed in the room before a smooth, robotic female voice confirmed. Biological entity, locked on. Detection initiated. Izuku glanced over at Metal, who had been watching him silently. The robot's glowing red eyes on its digital visor flickered slightly, showing its continued attention. Stay here and pack everything for easy transport, Izuku instructed, his voice even but commanding. Metal gave a short nod in response, its gaze fixed on him for a moment longer before it turned to the task at hand. Izuku turned to a nearby workbench and picked up a backpack and an extendable stun baton. Compact and efficient, the baton was capable of delivering a jolting 200,000 volts per strike, enough to knock out at least 5 fully grown men at once, with power to spare. It wasn't the most advanced weapon he'd built, just a prototype for the much more dangerous and very complete version, but it was practical and, most importantly, legal to carry around. After securing the baton in his bag, he adjusted the straps, gave Metal a nod, and managed a small smile. The robot acknowledged him with another nod before continuing its work. Izuku exited the basement, locking the hidden door behind him. He stepped out of the house into the crisp evening air and adjusted his backpack. His destination was Shimahara Forest, a dense woodland area just outside Mustafu, where he hoped to find more of the elusive plant. It was a little past 2 a.m., and so far, nothing. A couple of daisies. The occasional roses. Some berry bushes. But not a single kokobara in sight. The dense forest was eerily quiet, save for the rhythmic crunch of Izuku's footsteps and the soft, electronic hum of his scanner. He held his modified stun baton, the built-in flashlight casting faint beams through the underbrush. The feature was an afterthought when he completed the baton's upgraded version, but it proved invaluable for nighttime searches like this. Come on, come on. There has to be at least one seedling somewhere, he muttered under his breath, eyes scanning the forest floor as the scanner beeped intermittently. At last, the scanner emitted a sharp chime. His heart leapt. Finally, he breathed, following the direction of the increasing beeps. As he trudged deeper into the forest, unease began to creep up his spine. The surroundings seemed familiar. His eyes narrowed. Wait a second, this is the same path I took last time, he thought, frowning. There shouldn't be anything left here. He was sure of it. And yet, his scanner was picking up a signal. Not just one, either there were multiple dots clustered together. His unease deepened as he noticed something else. The trees. There weren't as many as before. It wasn't as if they'd been cut down. There were no stumps, no disturbed dirt. The trees were simply gone. Vanished without a trace, leaving behind an unervingly flat clearing. Creepy, he muttered, gripping his baton a little tighter. The signal grew stronger, the dots on the scanner multiplying faster than seemed possible. He pressed forward cautiously, every step feeling heavier than the last. A rustle in the bushes made him freeze. His head snapped toward the sound, his thumb hovering over the batten's activation switch. Meow. A black cat slinked out from the undergrowth, its yellow eyes glinting as it spared him a disinterested glance. Then it sauntered away, tail flicking dismissively. Izuku sighed, shoulders sagging. Just a cat, he muttered, shaking his head. Finally, he reached the source of the signal. Parting the bushes, his breath hitched at the sight before him. A fully bloomed kokobara. The reinforced rose stood tall, its vivid crimson petals shimmering faintly as if reflecting an unseen light. It was breathtaking and impossible. What the? These aren't even supposed to bloom for another 7 years. How the foo? His thoughts were interrupted as his gaze shifted to something else. A girl. A figure stood some distance away, her hand pressed against the rough bark of a tree. In the dim light, he couldn't make out her features, but her posture was strange. She seemed locked in a silent contest with the tree, her body unnervingly still. He quickly turned the flashlight off. What the hell is she doing? Izuku thought, watching her closely. His grip on the baton tightened. Then his scanner's persistent beeping drew his attention back to the roses. Izuku's instincts screamed at him to stay quiet. He crouched lower, slowly moving toward the roses, careful to keep out of sight. With practiced precision, he placed each rose in a separate container, careful not to damage the roots or stamens. There were 8 of them in total. He began collecting them one by one, stuffing them into a container in his bag. As he crouched to pick the last rose, a chill crept up his spine. He straightened, glancing around. The clearing was larger. Much larger. The girl, the tree, and even more of the surrounding foliage were gone, leaving an empty expanse that hadn't been there moments ago. His heart pounded as he spun in place, flashlight cutting through the darkness. Then the beam landed on her. She was right there deep in his personal space, staring at him. Her long blackish-brown hair hung loosely over her shoulders, her bangs covering one eye. The other glinted faintly, catching the light. It was a deep crimson, like the roses he'd just collected. Izuku froze, his breath catching in his throat. Every muscle in his body screamed to jump or scream, but he held still, his mind scrambling for an explanation. "Fancy seeing you around here," she said, her voice soft yet playful, as if they were old friends bumping into each other at the market. Izuku's eyes widened in recognition. "Flower girl?" She pouted, crossing her arms. "Oh, come on, don't tell me that's what you remember me by." He took a shaky breath, forcing himself to regain composure. "You never gave me your name. You were too busy convincing you to buy a flower," she interrupted, a sly smile tugging at her lips. Her gaze flicked to the container peeking out of his bag. "Didn't think you were the flower-collecting type. Kokobaha? Exotic." Izuku ignored the jab, his tone flat. "Why are you here?" She tilted her head, smirking. "Why are you here?" They stared at each other in silence, neither willing to answer. Without a word, Izuku turned to leave, deciding it wasn't worth pressing. But as he took his first step, something felt off. His backpack. It felt heavier. He stopped in his tracks, his pulse quickening. Slowly, he turned back, flashlight scanning the clearing. The girl was gone. For F's sake, he muttered, exasperated. The sheer number of things vanishing before his eyes was starting to mess with him. He felt like the forest itself was toying with him, that or too many all-nighters were starting to catch up to him. Shaking his head, he turned and walked away, quickening his pace. Whatever this was, he wasn't sticking around to find out. Izuku returned to his workshop, the echo of the heavy bolt sliding into place behind him oddly comforting. The familiar, controlled chaos of the underground space helped ease the lingering unease from his time in the forest. He climbed down the stairs, boots hitting the floor with a dull thud. His gaze swept the room. Everything was where it should be except now, it was tidier. Each piece of equipment and material had been packed neatly into individual cases. His robotic companion sat motionless in its charging station, its blue indicator light pulsing faintly. Izuku's eyes lingered on the chemical table. It was untouched just as he'd hoped. That was good, The Kokobara wasn't something to be hastily packed away. He needed its components intact if he was going to extract enough myostamin for his project. He hadn't told the robot to leave this section alone, but it must have picked up on his intentions. He set his backpack on the table with a small grunt. The weight felt off even heavier than it had suddenly become in the forest, but he chalked it up to exhaustion. Shrugging off the thought, he unzipped the bag and reached inside. The first container came out smoothly, the vibrant red rose inside perfectly preserved. Izuku smiled faintly, relief washing over him. 8 containers, 8 flowers. It wasn't enough, but it was progress. He reached in for the second container. Then the third. 9, he murmured, frowning slightly as he pulled out another. 10. He froze, staring down at the growing stack of containers on his table. 11. His voice was barely above a whisper now. He counted again, slower this time, each number twisting the knot in his stomach tighter. 12. 13. 14. Izuku's movements quickened, his breathing uneven as he emptied the bag. The faint clink of containers hitting the table echoed in the stillness of the room. 15. 25. No. No way. Finally, he pulled out the last container and set it down with trembling hands. 30. 30 roses. Izuku stared at the table, his mind reeling. This doesn't make sense, he muttered, the words hollow in the face of the impossible sight before him. I only had 8 containers. 8 foot. Each rose sat nestled in an identical container, pristine and vibrant as if freshly picked. He hadn't carried this many, he couldn't have. His eyes darted back to the bag, searching for an explanation, anything that would make sense of this. That's when he saw it. A small note, taped to the top of one of the containers. His fingers hesitated before picking it up, his pulse quickening. The paper was ordinary, but the handwriting was anything but. Neat, playful strokes stared back at him. Still don't want flowers? 3. Izuku blinked, his lips parting soundlessly. Then it hit him. Flower girl, he whispered, his voice tight. The memory of her standing in the clearing, staring at the tree with an intensity that still unsettled him, replayed in his mind. The roses had been there because of her, hadn't they? Just what exactly was her ability? His gaze flicked back to the containers, his thoughts spiraling. How did she do even? 30 roses? In my bag? Copies of containers I didn't even own. The questions mounted, each one heavier than the last. She'd disappeared in the forest without a sound, and now this. Izuku felt a chill creep up his spine. The faint hum of his robotic companion broke the silence, a small reminder of normalcy in the face of this bizarre turn of events. Izuku took a deep breath, steadying himself. The roses were here, and whatever the explanation, he wasn't about to waste them. Carefully rolling up his sleeves, he muttered, another mystery for another day, and set to work extracting the myostamin. She walked along the sidewalk, a spring in her step that seemed almost too cheerful for the quiet night. The dim streetlights cast her shadow long and thin, like a wisp dancing just behind her. A grin tugged at her lips as she imagined his face, the confusion, the disbelief when he found all those flowers in his bag. Well, she didn't have to imagine. She could have followed him, watched every moment, but she hadn't. Not this time. Besides, he was interesting. The kind of interesting that made her stomach flutter in ways she couldn't quite place. She knew she'd see him again. She'd make sure of it. Humming softly, she skipped up to the front door of her flower shop. The sign above swayed gently in the breeze, its painted letters faded but still legible. She unlocked the door without a glance, stepped inside, and turned the lock behind her with an absent-minded twist. The shop was silent, the scent of blooms mingling with something faintly musty. She barely noticed as she made her way to the back, a small, dimly lit room that served as a residence. But not for her. The hinges creaked as she opened the door. The space beyond was shadowed, the pale light from a single lamp flickering weakly. She stepped inside, carrying a steaming bowl of miso soup in one hand. Gram, she called sweetly, her voice laced with an unsettling cheerfulness. It's dinner time. She set the bowl down on a bedside cupboard, her movements precise, practiced. Reaching into the cupboard, She retrieved a container of salt and sprinkled a few generous dashes into the soup. Then she turned. The bed sat in the center of the room, its sheets pristine despite the figure lying atop them. Her face lit up with a saccharine smile. "There you are, Gram," she said softly, tilting her head. "Sleeping again, The figure on the bed was a corpse. Withered and dry, its skin was cracked like aged parchment, clinging tightly to brittle bones. Dust had gathered in the hollows of its face, and its empty eye sockets stared vacantly at the ceiling. She stepped closer, placing the soup gently on the bed beside the body. "Ah," she cooed, brushing a stray lock of brittle gray hair from the corpse's forehead. "You know better than to oversleep, Gram." Her hand lingered on the cold, crumbling skin before pulling away. She turned back to the cupboard, rummaging through its contents. "Did you skip your medicine again?" she asked, her voice light, playful. "You're such a troublemaker, you know that? Always making me work extra hard to keep you happy." The room was silent save for the faint tick-tick-tick of a clock on the wall. She paused, glancing over her shoulder at the still figure on the bed. Then a sound. The faintest click like the winding of gears. She turned back to the cupboard, humming under her breath. "Oh dearie," a voice croaked, soft and weak. "You always take such good care of me." She then slowly turned around, not even flinching at the sudden voice. The corpse was gone. In its place lay an elderly woman, her cheeks rosy, her eyes alive with a warmth that was almost convincing. She sat up slightly, the bowl of soup cradled in her trembling hands. "There you are, Gram," the girl said brightly, her voice never wavering. "You scared me for a moment. Now eat up before your food gets cold, okay?" The old woman nodded, her smile shaky but grateful. "Of course, dear. Thank you." The girl's own smile remained frozen in place, sweet and radiant, but there was something wrong. Something dark that flickered beneath her eyes, hidden in the curve of her lips. She sat on the edge of the bed, watching intently as her Gram sipped the soup. Her smile never faltered. The clock on the wall ticked on, its hands circling backward. Hiroshi Sakamoto had just finished his shift. He glanced down at his watch. The screen flickered briefly before flashing in bold red. For him, he let out a slow exhale. "And that's all she wrote," he muttered, standing up with a stretch. The stiffness in his shoulders reminded him just how long today had been. With practiced ease, he unfastened his vest, hung it neatly in its designated spot, and placed his cap on the rack before heading to the logbook. A quick signature, a final glance at the screen confirming his checkout time, and he was done. The police station was quiet at this hour. The kind of silence that wasn't comforting, but rather the byproduct of exhaustion. The weight of long shifts, sleepless nights, and the endless cycle of crime and punishment. Hiroshi wasn't an officer. He wasn't a detective. He was a guard, a simple job, really. Watching over the men who had, in one way or another, ended up behind bars. Some were repeat offenders, others just unlucky souls who'd made a single bad decision. He'd be lying if he said it didn't get to him sometimes. Seeing all those young men wasting away behind iron bars, knowing that some of them would never get another chance. But that was life. You couldn't control what everyone did. There were always going to be idiots making bad choices. He made his way to the lockers, spinning the combination with muscle memory alone. A faint click, the metal door swinging open. He grabbed his things, a duffel bag, his coat, and his keys. Before shutting it, he lingered for a second. His mind drifted to the tragedy still hanging over the entire force like a dark cloud. The senator of crime affairs kidnapped. The whole thing was an absolute mess. The suspect vehicle had evaded capture, leaving behind a massacre in its wake. 22 officers killed in the pursuit. Not just officers. His comrades. They hadn't even been able to determine if the EMP that the villains used had been tech or an ability. It vanished without a trace, leaving more questions than answers. And as if all that wasn't bad enough, a pro-hero had been injured. The senator had only been in office for 3 days before he was taken. And now? Now, most of his closest colleagues were among the dead. Hiroshi swallowed. The lump in his throat refused to budge. Shaking off the weight in his chest, he shut his locker and left. The cold night air met him as he stepped outside, the artificial glow of streetlights casting long, eerie shadows. He approached his car, tossing his bag into the trunk before sliding into the driver's seat. The engine roared to life with a low hum. For a moment he just sat there. His fingers tapped against the steering wheel absent-mindedly. Kensu Kayashi, Toru Fujimura, Masato Ishiguro, Riku Tanaka, Daisuke Mori, Shun Kawaguchi, Takashi Endo. Fathers, husbands, friends, gone. He let out a slow breath through his nose, gripping the wheel just a little tighter before shifting into gear. The drive was quiet. The streets were empty at this hour, save for the occasional flicker of neon lights from closed storefronts. The only sound was the steady hum of his engine, the occasional jingle of his keys shifting in the ignition. At least the roads were clear. No need for a turn signal. He took a left. That's when he saw it. Under the glow of a flickering lamppost, right in the middle of the road. A lumpy, black sack. Hiroshi frowned. The hell? It was blocking his path. Annoyed, he put the car in park and stepped out, his boots scuffing against the pavement as he approached. The closer he got, the more something felt off. Something about the way it was slumped. The way it sagged like dead weight. The scent hit him before anything else. The nose crinkled at the unmistakable stench of iron. His fingers hesitated, hovering just above the material before gripping it. Texture. What? Confused, he lifted his palm. His blood ran cold. His breath hitched as his heartbeat slammed against his ribs. His fingers trembled slightly as he reached down again, this time undoing the sack's loose knot. The fabric peeled back, and his stomach lurched. There he was. Hideo Takamura, Japan's senator of crime affairs. Or at least what was left of him. Limbless. Eyes gone. His body was covered in deep, jagged cuts. Blood had long since dried in thick, dark stains across his chest, and wrapped tightly around his throat. Hiroshi didn't move, didn't breathe, because right there, in that bloodied, grotesque sack, was the mutilated corpse of Japan's missing senator.